into the game. So we're gonna pick up where we left off with the Scarlet Empire, which is our evil colony and all that good stuff. And all that. Yeah, no, I saw the message there. I saw the message there. Yeah, I know you were quoting them. That it was like the owner of Costco that it was one of his like VPs was gonna raise the price in the hot dogs to make them actually make money. And he was like, yeah, I'll kill you or whatever. Like he goes, you do that and I will kill you kind of thing. And they're like, okay, we're not raising the price. Like it wasn't a genuinely meant threat. It's like, we're not doing that. Like this thing here does not cost us that much money. It's good for the store, it shows goodwill. We're not doing that. We can make more money, not here. But yeah. But no, it's a whole thing. I honestly, so the problem is we don't know enough about how, like, the costs of GeForce Now and all. It's the same thing with, like, with Twitch when you'll have, like, the quote is that Twitch is yet to be profitable. That's true. Technically within itself, Twitch is not profitable. Amazon does get a lot of ancillary benefits from Twitch in its marketing and its ability to sell ads and all these other things that Twitch does still justify its existence. Because if not, it'd be gone. Like, it would have been gone by now if that wasn't the case. That said, Amazon is definitely striving to make Twitch more profitable. Like, to actually be profitable within itself and not those ancillary things. Yeah, they also have a factory supply. Oh yeah, no, Costco definitely does what it can to keep those costs down in the hot dogs, but they are a loss leader. Like that they've said themselves, that they literally, every hot dog sale, they lose money. Because it costs them more than it does. Like, between the, having it made, having it shipped, having the person sitting there doing the hot dogs and all that, they literally lose money on having those hot dogs available. But it's one of those things that, again, people go there because they're like, oh man, I gotta get my grocery, I gotta do my shopping. I don't really have time for lunch. Well, we'll just go by Costco. I'll grab a hot dog, or whatever. Or, hey, I'm in the mood for, and they go and grab, like, a pizza or a hot dog or whatever. And they're at Costco anyway, so they're going to go ahead and go on in. And then they spend $200 on their groceries. And it's like, all right, we lost 17 cents on the hot dog, but we sure as heck made it up on everything else that we got them here. Yeah, I guess so. But the amount of people that get through the door and the amount that spend while it's there, yeah, well, that's the whole concept of a loss leader. Is the loss leader drives foot traffic, and then you make up the difference in all the sales they have while they're there. We used to do that a lot in the retail store I had, is there was a lot of, like, really, really, really cheap drills that we would sell. We had, like, all, like, the nicer ones, but we'd have these, like, really, really crappy, like, $15, $20 drill sets. And those were loss leaders, that it cost us more than $15, $20 for the drills and everything. But we would sell them, and it's not that we would, like, go, we'd only keep, like, 8, and they'll go out of stock instantly or whatever. Sometimes they'd go out of stock, sometimes they wouldn't. But you'd come in for, like, the $20 drill, and you'd see it for what it is. It's a piece of junk. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a perfect drill for, your kids moving out for the first time. They just need something to, like, sit in a cabinet to maybe drive 1 or 2 drills a year or whatever. It's fine. It'll do the job perfectly fine. Oh, wait. Why are you... please get over there right now. Why am I so... Why do I have people held in here? We don't have anything going on that. We have the mysterious corpse. That's around here somewhere. I think. You didn't destroy the corpse, right? I don't remember whose corpse it was. Okay, so... yeah, so it's the mysterious corpse. Where are you taking that? Oh, good. You're putting it in the freezer. That's fine, because they won't butcher it, because they did take unnatural corpses off of there. That must have just happened at the end of yesterday's stream or whatever, because that's one thing you got to be really, really careful about with the unnatural corpse, which follows people around and all that, is... That's what I was afraid of. It is the mutation one. Well, it's a flesh mass stomach. That's actually fine. You 100% gone to Costco just the food? Yeah, no, there's gonna be a non-zero number of people who do that. That they'll go just for the lost leader and then they'll leave. That does happen. It's pretty rare though. All right, so that takes 1 day off from the looks of it. Like I know where there's a company I used to work for way back that their offices were based in West Virginia, just a little bit outside of Washington, D.C. And I remember they had like this big like grocery store, Whole Foods kind of place. Like it's this giant store there. But they had like this entire like cafeteria area in the middle of it. And that was, I don't know if it was a loss leader, but it was one of those things that they expected you to go in, you'd eat the food there. It was extremely inexpensive compared to everything else around the area. But I can tell you, like, a third to half the people who walked in there ended up walking out with groceries as well. Or, like, flowers to bring home to their wife, or, you know, would get some candy, or whatever. The things that weren't on the super discount. Alright. Okay, so it wants us to run another psychic ritual soon. Let's see. What is up with that one fire? Back up late when the power goes? Oh, this one fire? It's for burning apparel. I could put a, Actually, can I switch it over here to the now? We could probably put it over here. Yeah, I can just copy that now. It's a shame I can't just copy it over. Alright, so yeah, we can just switch this over. So yeah, so I need to have destroy apparel, do forever. If it is tainted, destroy apparel, do forever. If it is not utility armor, actually armor's probably fine. And it is below 80%. Because they're chucking it on the ground, that means it's there. That's probably fine. Yeah, so I can get rid of this now. Which I'll just let it go out. Okay, the bricks are fine. We're doing fine. Most of the materials over here. Alright. Yeah, so I did get that suppressed finally. I don't remember. Oh, you know what it was? Right, the end of the last stream, we did another psychic ritual. And when we did the psychic ritual, the unnatural body showed up. And we ended up ending right after that. And we have the Twisted Obelisk here, which we're researching. Okay, we do have stuff researching there. Which we're researching, but it's not gone yet. Was imprisoned, you'll get over that soon. You're upset that your bedroom's nice. I'm gonna honestly just ignore that for right now. Sorry about that. Like we could get rid of that by just getting them a crappier bed. I just really don't feel like giving them their own custom room. Alright, Canahawk is here as basically an unnatural healer. I'm just leaving them shut in the fridge unless they're absolutely needed. So like if I have something that our people can't deal with, they could pop out and take care of it. But otherwise they're not going. Unnatural corpse studies progress. Your investigation into the unnatural corpses revealed more about the body. An architect's shard at its core is psychically linked with Earth Rush Stony. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Earth Rush Stony. Zelyard, for the win, thinks that there may be a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but we need to study it farther. Cool. So basically, we just research it. That one's an interesting one because it's effectively a research to study it. And that you want to make sure, like, the corpse won't rot like a normal corpse. It can be destroyed if you butcher it or whatever, but then it takes several days to, like, reappear. And it's just kind of one of those things that you're on an egg timer there. It basically is forcing you to have someone able to keep up with researching it. Alright, so we got Brain Wipe. Like, I don't actually care about most... Oh, this is actually a better one. I don't really care about most of the ones over here now. We're just researching them to research them. Alright, you want a Psychic Ritual. Do any of you have good skills worth me stealing? So, animals, medical, shooting, plants... Plants. Alright. So, if we go to take this, that requires 1 shard. Who is the person who could use the shooting skill the most right now? So you're 13, 11, so Kalaria so far. Zeliard. Sindari could use it the most. Alright. So we'll go here, we're gonna do this. So Sindari is gonna be the one to actually do the ritual. And our target is going to be... Oh, I can't target you. Well, that kind of messes that plan up. Okay, we'll do it like that. Alright. We're gonna burn a shard here. Okay. Because they're getting upset that we haven't done a ritual in long enough. So we're just gonna knock this ritual out real fast. We're gonna steal a little bit of shooting skill from them and give it to Sindari, because Sindari's shooting skill is very lacking right now. So why train it when you could steal it from someone else? Because normally I would use the de-aging ritual as kind of my go-to, but I don't need it. We're vampires. We don't have to worry about that. Alright, with that, I believe Sindari gained 3 levels in shooting. But that gets rid of the negative debuff that we haven't done a ritual in a while. Alright. Why are we getting dirty spaces? Yeah, Kalarias are cleaner. Alright, so we have Corpse Obsession. There. Just move the unnatural corpse. That's kind of messed up. So, Earth Rush, who has dealing with the unnatural corpse, had a mood break because of the unnatural corpse. And so became obsessed with the unnatural corpse and put it on the dining room table for everyone to look at. That kind of does check out. If you had a corpse of yourself following you around, that you might eventually snap and like drag it in the middle of the room and be like, no, it's right here. I need someone else to be upset about this. We need to have a conversation about this corpse that's following me everywhere. We're not ignoring this. Okay, and then the last stream we had, we also, like, not the last stream, the last time we streamed this run, We did kill off a bunch of our prisoners. I think we got rid of, I think it was 4 of them. And it was just one of those things as having so many prisoners that we were struggling with the amount of time we were just spending just feeding them and bleeding them. That I needed to knock down the numbers because nothing else was getting done because we were just full-time dealing with prisoner stuff. And what are you upset about? You are in serious pain, right, because of sensory mechanites. So the things I got going on is I'm not going to keep the Twisted Obelisk around. We are going to get rid of that. So we're going to keep researching that. The Unnatural Corpse, we're going to get rid of that. I don't need it. The Mind Numb Serum is probably the only serum I'd really do much with anyways. So with our remaining anomaly research, yeah, the Revenant Invisibility can be a an interesting thing to use. You could really abuse that. Ghoul Resurrection, actually. So these 2 here, I'd still want. The Mind Numb there. I don't care about the Juggernaut, the Metal Blood. I don't remember what those 2 are. Death's Refusal can be kind of fun. Like the Summoning, the Pit Gate, and all that, I'm not going to use. Alright, and so we'll do the Dead Life Dust. And we're almost out of basic research. Hey, Infinity Simplex. How's it going? Like, for the moment right now, we've got this mostly managed. I want this dealt with before we do our next ritual to summon things that go bump in the night. Just in the off chance we get the flesh heart thing. Because say we have the flesh heart show up like right here near that, and that this gets pulled into the middle of it, I then am put in this really dangerous spot of having to like fight my way into it to have someone stand there to keep that down. And that's a good way to lose a colony. Because the flesh heart is one of those events that you just can't really speed up. You have to wait for the nerve clusters to spawn. So you do just kind of stand there and just wait. Like, usually I don't even worry about them at all until all 3 of them are up, and then we do, like, one campaign out there to clear out the, clear it all out. Though I am curious if we got our ghoul strong enough, if we could just let the ghoul just run around in circles out there fighting. Like, eventually, you know, it triggers the whole immune response or whatever. But that could be curious. Just, like, put walls around, lock the heart in the box. I'm willing to bet you could do that. I'm willing to bet with enough dedicated people, you could have a bunch of people keeping the flesh down. It doesn't destroy walls. So I'm willing to bet that this, if this is the heart, you could just like carve a box around it like this big. And just trap the heart there. Or for a truly nightmarish scenario, you trap the heart, like I mentioned. Entity Liberator, due to Void Fascination. Alright, well now I'm way less stressed out about that. So I don't know which entity it's going to liberate. They're going to liberate whatever. So let's see. Have a good time, Cookie. We can recapture that. And it's okay, we just took off another limb. They'll learn. Alright. I almost forgot we were building uranium walls and all that in here. They've been working on all that. And Cookie here got a bruise for it. Yeah, because we were slowly trying to get these switched over to using uranium. That way we have a higher containment. So the plan is basically build that wall, knock that wall, build that wall, knock down this wall, build that wall, knock this wall down. Some of these ones along the edges we could probably do a bit more with. I'll do the ghoul resurrection because sooner or later we're gonna have a ghoul get killed. Also, sooner or later we're gonna get the fabrication done, which will be good, because once we get that, I believe we cleared out the space? Yeah, so we cleared out the space to put the fabrication bench down here. So we'll be able to use the fabrication bench to keep the components and all that going. Let's see, so just got done with a match. You had to lock in the game? Just got done with the match, you had to lock in the game. I don't know what we're talking about. Hey, Ins, how's it going? Sorry, brain mush. Also, I'm gonna do this out. That's not how I do any of this. Shout out the Ints. I'm doing a shout out for the Ints. Also does content on the platform and all that. Did some been doing some Kitty Island adventure recently. So if you're looking for that, go hop over there and check that out. Let's see, was playing Your Only Move is Hustle. Turn-based fighting game where it uses TAS. I don't know TAS in the in this acronym. I'm not familiar with the game, so don't know. Disease gutworms. All right. So it looks like it only hit our prisoners. Tool assisted speed run. Ah, yeah, I gotcha. They're doing tool assisted speed runs. Gotcha. Cool. I have a little floof on my screen. I was like seeing a little thing there, like, what is that? It was like a little puff of dust or something like that. Well, it's a fighting game against another player. Gotcha. How's their power looking with all the extra stuff we're adding? Perfectly fine is how it's looking. Alright. Yeah, so we're basically in kind of a holding pattern while we're waiting for this research to get done. That is one thing we've been hurting on this run, is now that we're ritualist as well, our research is slow. Which is fine. But food looks like it's doing amazingly. Alright, let's make a slight change in plans here, because I had this on simple meals forever. It'll go right from that to lavish meals forever, vegetarian lavish meals forever, carnivore lavish meals forever. Basically, we've hit that point. I've got enough meals in the stockpile for even with all the prisoners. Like, no, really, we should be making better meals. And the reason I did that way is that we could have the meals that are split between stuff. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go on to... So, 500 here as well. We've got you set to 500. For the ones that can accept meat. There you go. And... there you go. So basically what happened is once I hit the 500 meals, one of these one of the stoves will effectively shut down. And then the person who's been doing the cooking there can go off to work on other things, so they won't be needed. Hey, a rhinoceros has chosen death. Good job, boy. Or, wait. Good job, boy. You got strawberries and curd again? Tasty late night snack? Nice. We're probably just doing a frozen pizza tonight. Oh, I was gonna slow cook stuff earlier. Well, it's way too late for that now. I told Tim I was gonna do that, and I woke up late and forgot. I forgot to start the slow cooker. So, different dinner plans now. I totally forgot about that. Because slow cookers take hours and hours and hours to cook. So it was just one of those things, like, I meant to start it like when I got up, and just my brain was on taxes and everything else that I need to get done, and it was just fell right out. You had pasta with cheese and wild garlic sauce for dinner. That sounds delicious. Alright. You learn more about the obelisk and its architect machine that transform flesh creatures into different forms. The device is damaged, so new forms would be chaotic and unstable. A person or animal so transformed that becomes something totally unrecognizable. The obelisk energy level rises unless suppressed. If it fully activates, it could transform an endless number of creatures, creating a nightmarish horde of flesh mutants. Things will be possible to shut it down, but will need significantly more study. You can intentionally provoke a response from it as well. Okay, I don't feel like sending an actual group after that, so hey, Luxray, go murder. Good job. Okay. Yeah, for those who didn't see, Luxray is the juiced ghoul with the Glucosoid Rush X4. And we're working on teching him out more. I'm basically waiting till we get the fabrication bench, then I'm gonna make a pair of power claws for Luxray. So that way Luxray, when they get into a fight, can do some serious damage. It's wild garlic season here, and it's very short, so you always have to make the most of it. Yeah, you know how that goes. There's, when I visit my younger brother, sometimes I get over there for their blackberry season, and it's kind of the same thing, that you go out of your way to get blackberries while they're fresh. And we have the same thing here with strawberry season. That it's not super long, so you can get all your, like, really good fresh strawberries. Alright, so that'll be... put you there. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately. They're planning on breaching. They are mostly tribal tech. So, what we can probably do is we could probably bait them directly into rushing into the kill box anyways, by just putting someone out there to, you know, get their attention. If not, wherever they breach, we could just deal with it. We're in pretty good shape where if they want to throw themselves at my line of defense, it's not going to bother me. Alright, so plan here, though, is Luxray here can probably get in position real quick to hopefully grab some attention and make a run for it. Because Luxray is real fast. Hey you see the target? Get the target. Chase the target. Or you can just breach my kill box. Sure, literally just fight your way into my kill box. I don't really know what you're doing right now. Those walls aren't stopping you from anything. You're just breaking walls to break them? Ah, you ran the back line. That's fine. We're still sanguiphage. So... I was gonna say, we're still sanguiphage, so if they want to have their range run into my range, I can live with that. Okay, meanwhile, Luxray, I don't think that one gets to go. I checked my notes, and I don't think that one gets to live. Alright, so we got some survivors. Let's see if we got anything fun here. We've got a misogynist. And so I don't really need blood bags, unfortunately, for them. I mean, I guess fortunately for them. Because... yeah, if you're wondering how fast Luxray is... Even injured, straight up run people down. Let's pop that just in case. That person does have a spear. Okay. Job's done. So you're good. You've only got like 1 or 2 cuts and a bunch of bruises. They should get themselves all sorted out on their own. Okay. Everyone's bandaged up and good. Apparently, a leap second... let's see, a leap second mid this year was dropped or so? Oh, like they adjust it? It is interesting, like, listening to when they have to deal with leap seconds and all that, and doing those little adjustments here and there where it's like, okay, you know, just the influence of gravity from the moon and all that has ever so slightly adjusting time again and again kind of thing. Alright, so lots of food in there again. Kinda wish I could set that to be a higher priority than it is. Right, and they'll start butchering, because the butchering is falling behind. Yep, it's awful if you have to deal with the time data, and you can't use the library. Yeah. Yep. I used to know so many devs who were like, "Oh well, I'll just make my thing here to manage like this time zone day." It's like, don't do that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, like don't do that. Like dealing with time is one of the single most time-consuming and difficult things you can do. Drifters need alms. Getting advanced components. We got fabrication. All right, so first, we'll deal with you in a moment. What research did you choose just to make sure? Yeah, so all I have to do is make sure it's not an anomaly project. Bionic replacements is acceptable. All right, so production. We can go to the fabrication bench. Get that going. All right. So you say you want things. We've got a high mate here. We might want to kidnap. Ooh, okay. Laurel there is being kidnapped. Hard-working jogger, you're getting kidnapped. Nimble industrious is something worth considering. So we've got a genie and a high mate here that I might consider grabbing. I do think Laurel's our big priority, so grab the team. Hey, we're gonna send our envoy out to meet you. Don't be alarmed. We just need to have a conversation about your request. Where? Oh, Bentley's got food poisoning or something. Where are you going? Stop moving. You're gonna, like, time out on your event. There we go. Okay. You. Grab Laurel. And then after Laurel, we'll have you grab... Was it you? You're the high mate, right? Yeah. You grab the high mate. Laurel's a higher priority. Alright, well, get to work, team. Oh, good. We might get to keep the high mate anyways. They're unwaveringly loyal, but that's okay. I mostly wanted the genie and the high mate here, not for recruitment, but for throwing into a machine to get the genes out of them. Because with that, I believe we can get stuff like Dead Calm and some of these things. Does pesto keep well frozen? You're wondering how processed fat keeps. I actually have no idea. The times they made pesto, it's usually, you know, eat it then kind of thing. And there you are. Well, that's good. You're already missing one of your legs, so we're halfway to what we need anyways. So let's go ahead and try and save... Well, actually, we can just save you this way. Cut the corners. Alright. So you almost died. But that's okay. So we snagged the high mate. Entity Slayer, we'll deal with that in a moment. Meanwhile, Laurel here, I do want to recruit. A jogger hard worker. They don't have a lot of passions. They might become my second ghoul. Just because we can. So we're going to start this by prisoner. Yeah, let's make... They're going to be a ghoul. That's what they're going to do here. Laurel here is going to be our next ghoul. We're going to get them all ready to rock and roll. We're going to get ready to make him into a sanguiphage to then super boost them, then ghoulify them. And we'll start building up some of our super ghouls. Yep, so you killed that. Wasted materials. That's fine. That wasn't the right one. Oh yeah, and Laurel's not gonna take much to get switched over. Let's see here. So for right now, we'll go ahead and get Echidna. And we're gonna go ahead and put them in the machine. There's Ghoul Resurrection, we'll get the Mind Numb. Because, like I was saying, it's a high mate. You don't find many of them. But there is some really good stuff in here. We've got Kind Instinct, for example. That's good. Violence Disabled would actually be pretty good. Honestly, a lot of these negatives would be good. Because then we can use those on our prisoners to reduce their food consumption needs. We've been trying to get enough negatives to get them at 50% where I could just make them deal with it. It keeps great. Good to know. I haven't messed with many things that are either fat or oil based, so far as for freezing. Yep. So we're gonna take Laurel. We're gonna turn them into a Sagophage, and we're gonna shove them into becoming a ghoul real fast. Unnatural corpse research complete. So destroy the corpse. Do it now. So we can get our corpse shard, and that's one problem out of the way. Next up, we want to get rid of the Twisted Obelisk, and then we'll be ready to summon, like, the next event at us. Because honestly, with keeping all of these corpses for processing, we are not struggling on meat. Phoenix Fox's 3-year-old child joins. No, we're not helping the 3-year-old child. Alright, meanwhile, ideology. Gonna make a reliquary, and then maybe we'll start going after a relic as well. So when we're in these situations where I don't want to summon the next anomaly thing, we can start tracking down some of these, because we got a ship to hack. Yeah, I've got those two there, and I can't remember if it's like 3 or 5 pieces of evidence you need for a relic. But I feel pretty good that we can do some serious progress on that. Alright, fabrication bench, make components, do until you have 50. And so with that, we can go over to the machining bench. Bills add, where are you? Power Fist, Power Claw. Make 2 of them. Anything else you want to go out our way for? The drill arms and all that are fun and whatnot. I'm not really going to be doing a whole lot with those. And we've got chain shotguns to spare, so I don't really have a whole lot. Oh, whoa, what we can do. Kind Instinct, blue skin. Alright, that's not terrible. What we could also do here, and this has been overdue for a while, black helmet, black vest, black armor, black pants. Do until you have 1 of each. Helps if I actually hold shift while doing that. And it needs to be at least 90% quality. So as we're getting well into the mid to late game, more later mid game kind of area, I am finally just now making body armor of any kind. All the armor we had so far, like where you see the recon and the marine armor, it's all stolen. We've been certainly welcoming people to the colony aggressively. Hey, Zelyard, how's it going? Alright, so you've got all that. So that Ben Lee climbing the machine. So that way they can get their genes extracted. We'll try and get a Laurel here brought into the colony. Then we're going to sanguiphage them, and then it'll be our second ghoul. Did you survive? This is the same run. We're still alive. Yeah, we've had a couple streams since we played RimWorld. We did one stream where we did Planet Coaster. We did another stream where we did Keep Driving. Those were a lot of fun. And then today I was like, okay, let's get back to the RimWorld colony. Because I don't like leaving runs in progress way too long. I've come to find once I leave them for more than just a little bit of time, I'm better off just being like, okay, just never mind, like, new run, that kind of thing. Just between people not remembering what's going on in the run, me not remembering what's going on in the run. The people who were interested in the run, you know, end up losing interest just because. Well, they'll figure out their food or they won't. I don't really care. Okay. Yep, starvation on Bentley. Alright. So we got Naked Speed by itself. Can we make... So Naked Speed's a +2. Right. There we go. Yeah, and it doesn't go lower. So save template, blood bag. That'll do. So save template. Oh, I should give a better name than that. Blood bag. Save. Start combining. Alright. It's time to start converting a whole lot of prisoners into far lower maintenance prisoners. The big thing is the non-baseliners. We don't want to convert them. We want to continue to use them for science. Alright, so let's start working on trying to...
Hello there.
Left leg. Get that leg sorted. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Try and get all that sorted. You're building that, that's fine. Cool, surgery failed, love to see it. Honestly, I'm down to try again. They didn't damage the corpse super bad. Alright. And they killed him. Well, that's fine. It's a bummer that we lost the high mate, but it's not that important. It's a shame they don't have any passions, because otherwise Rual would have been good for, like, an actual colonist. But otherwise I'm just going to take him for Jogger. Combine that with everything else they've got going on to make it even faster pawn. Get our ghoul army that when the enemy goes to break and run away, the ghouls will follow. Alright, you summon a horde of internet trolls that attack your enemies with relentless memes and gifs. Oh no. Not the memes. Alright. I'm willing to bet there's probably mods that help you with, sorting those things. That you go in here and, like... Oh yeah, so you can actually. So we can go in here and kick them out. Alright, so we got the power claws. Alright, Luxray, we got 2 operations for you. Install power claw left. Install power claw right. Over you. You're not allowed to accept medicine. So it's ghoul surgery time. And thank you for the 25 stream streak. Catch the last 25 streams without missing a single one, Ronger. I do appreciate it. So thanks so much for that. Not the memes. You can accept the gifts, though. New recruit Laurel. Alright, before Laurel gets to do anything of substance, we're going to instantly ghoul infuse Laurel. Don't ruin the power claw. Power claws are expensive. You're in a hospital that's well lit, and you're a good doctor. Come on. Just like that 8 components gone. Thanks, man. Real helpful. Get rid of the ambrosia for a little bit of money. It's weird looking at healing mech serum and going, man, I wish that would be useful for us. Skin hardening, I will snag. Can I make healing factor happen as well? Because I am curious on how much I could abuse that. That's fine. Hey, plug that in. And then plug this in. You literally destroyed both my power claws. Are you not? So is Lux right? Do I have someone who's doctoring that shouldn't be? Well, Sindari, but the rest of you are competent doctors. Where are you, Luxray? Why don't I see? Oh, you're just putting it on there. Oh, interesting. When I ghoulify them, they consider the clothes tainted. That's fine. To hell with you. No. Alright, Xenogerm created. Order implantation. I apparently have to wait till you put it down. Alright, first contestant. Recombine, load template, blood bag, start doing it. Gonna be a lot of medical stuff going on. Now would be a nice time to upgrade the prison cell walls, as you have one entry to the cell. I mean, honestly, we could just leave the cell open. I don't, like, they physically can't stand up. They don't really need that. Having only one way in and out of your cell is as much a feature as anything. Because then you don't have to worry about, like, other things going around there. Because the only other place to put a door is over here towards the kill box, and I don't really have a need for them to pass from that side ever. So I should be able to destroy that soon. Lardine needs death rest. Oh, you meant the entity holding cells? As you have only one empty cell. Oh, yeah. You're right. So mine these ones out. We also want to deconstruct this wall. And replace that with uranium. Did you use the tech things? I did. So if we check our research, they should both be there now. So yeah, so we have the... I told them to. I had Lardine queued to do both of them. Unless I... No, I wouldn't have interrupted Lardine. Okay, that's a weird place to put them. Alright. Apply that. And apply that. Okay. So you can transmute steel into other materials. You're greedy and not really good for a whole lot else. We're gonna murder Kay here in just a moment. Hey, Kay. Look. You got a cool power and all that we can make other materials, and it's probably worth me keeping. But then I gotta keep you set up otherwise. So I went to the safe zone. Murder K. Good job, team. I could have probably just said no, but you know. Sometimes the instructions aren't entirely clear. Alright, so Luxray decided to stand blocking the door. That's totally fine by me, by the way. Because if I'm gonna have someone who, like, just holds the door, Luxray is, like, the person to do it. That's the ghoul's job. Ghoul's job is to bottleneck things. Laurel here. I messed up. I didn't do it right. I converted Laurel too soon. I can't sanguiphage Laurel anymore. Boo. We're gonna murder Laurel. Hey Laurel, get up here. Sadly, I hate to be the one to bear bad news of for you, Laurel. Due to clerical error, your continued existence is not permitted. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is while we wait for everything to pop in. I'm sorry, Laurel. Okay. Well, that was a waste. I wanted to take them to do the, like, broken super bonus. And I just messed up my order of operations. I just got myself distracted with other things I was working on. And so, rather than what I was supposed to do, which is I recruit them, I turn them into a sanguiphage, I make them death rest in the super death rest room, and then I ghoulify them. I ghoulified them, then went for the next part. So we, like, done here yet? I'm not getting any more notifications about any of these popping. Okay. Yep. We didn't follow the directions. We made a suboptimal thing. Growth moment, Mark. Mark has become a child. Congratulations, you're going to remain a colonist in the colony. And as all colonists, first welcome to the colony. We're going to need you to go in here and get your state-mandated chain shotgun. It's just the way it is. We can go... Well, Sentry Cookie doesn't need to have as long of a sleeping schedule. What am I doing? Stop that, stop that. And you should already be a sanguiphage if I'm not mistaken. I did do that, right? Yeah, you're good. put in the very end of this list to make sure change shotgun. Do until you have one spare. Because for our ghouls, I'm planning on going and like putting power fists and all that, like really investing in them. And so I don't want to do that unless we've got ourselves a properly set up ghoul. Because if we're going to invest like bionic spine, archotech, well probably not bionic spine, archotech legs, all these types of things as we're going along, I'm not doing that unless the ghoul's like a proper solid ghoul choice. And when learning is done, they can climb into that machine. All right. Clear shop liver? No, that's the whole thing, is you're set up properly. That's the reason you're around, and that's the reason when I messed up with Laurel, we just executed Laurel because we're like, I botched it in a way I can't go back and fix it, so Laurel was not permitted to continue to go through the process. Basically, for those who don't know what I'm doing with that, is I'm looking for any pawn that has any trait that benefits melee. I don't need, like, if I can get multiple, that's amazing, but I'm just not going to wait and be that picky because it's going to be too long to find them. So instead, like, if I get someone who's got tough, someone who's got jogger, someone who's got nimble, someone who's got brawler, any of those skills. So how fast is our ghoul? Right now the ghoul's wandering, so not walking with purpose. But, like, they heckin' move. They're probably like 25-30% faster than my sanguiphages. Which my sanguiphages are already a lot faster than the typical pawn. Get strong melee out of there. Did you put them... Wait, I can put them in there while they're death resting? That feels like it shouldn't work that way. Alright, so we're gonna try this again. Operations. Power Claw right, Power Claw left. And this time, I'm gonna intervene. Okay, Earth, I believe, is a really good doctor. Yeah. So Earth can take care of it. I just don't want Sindari doing it, because Sindari's still learning. It's a Power Claw. It shouldn't be hard. Cool. So, Luxray has their left Power Claw installed. And we got a pair of Power Claws. So normally Power Claws, you're like, oh man, like that's not good. It penalizes your movement speed because it's something like 20%? No, 8%. Yeah, so collectively it's 16% between the two of them. And so normally that sucks. You go with the Metal Blood. There's a lot of options. So the Metal Blood does give you some really solid resistance. So usually I'm going to be sending the ghoul right in the thick of it. So I'll pop Metal Blood so you can just kind of stay tied up on it. So basically, with all these penalties, like, and whereas the ghoul is moving the, like with the ghoul at that movement speed, keep in mind that's with a lot of negative penalties as well from all the armor, and it's still moving that fast. Oh, Mark's gonna need their own digs, aren't they? I mean, they don't need them, but they're gonna get them. I need some of y'all to become couples. So you're already in a relationship, you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship. Shoot your shot. No. Shoot your shot. No. Well, we tried. Okay. Let's see, though, if you wanted to min-max, you just inject them with some genes and then turn them, hoping they up advance. Yeah, that's literally what we got. Glucoid Rush X4. That is, like, normally... You mean Gene A2? Yeah. They're sanguiphage. You can't edit these genes. You can only edit these genes. If I do gene editing on these, then we don't get that whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm willing to bet if you sat there and put, like, a ridiculous several hundred hours into a run, you could get all of these things set up to make your own custom version of that. More than likely, because I know the last, like, 10 times I've had conversations about gene editing, more than likely you're talking about your mod stuff. Because it's come up, like, every single time. They're like, oh yeah, just do this. And it's like, that's a mod. Which is fine. No beef about mods, but then again, we're talking a different entire gameplay and all that. Yeah, I know we did a bunch of gene alteration and all that. Furniture. It's just hard to have a conversation when it involves mods. No, just time intensive. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not going to put hundreds and hundreds of hours into it. Like, we already have put a bunch of hours in this run. But yeah. You honestly never get to the genes as you find it time consuming. So, to clarify your argument here. So you're saying, well, if you're going to work on it, you might as well do the thing that takes hundreds of hours. But also, I'm never going to do the thing that takes hundreds of hours. As opposed to just grabbing Hussar. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Grabbing a Hussar and then making him a Sanguiphage. There's some of the stuff that I'm not sure how to interact. But yeah. I mean, already this is broken as all get out, doing the Sanguiphage thing where we do, like, you know, Sanguiphage, boost them. That's already super busted. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so much more busted things you can do. Normally I don't do even that much, cheese-wise. It's one of the reasons I don't run on the super hard difficulties. I like really pressure in doing some of the cheesier things. Is in a lot of ways I feel it takes away from the game because you get stuck min-maxing everything. You said usually, if you have a long good run, then you're planning. But if you're doing a joke build run, planning other things, I'm sure I forget. Yeah. The pit burrow collapsed, which I forgot was even over there. So that should be going away soon. That's what we're waiting on the rest. You know, we're waiting on that. One thing we are going to change is... don't try for a baby anymore. You think Secret Scroll has a feeling that if they do it, then they have to do it right, i.e. Nearly perfect, and that would just be too strenuous, so they keep their hands off altogether. Oh yeah, no, I can agree with that 100%. Hank is a mod here too? Yeah. You find it easier to have conversations about mods? Mods are great, we love you, Nick. Cookie, yeah. Yeah, Pank's also a mod here. Hey, Allison, how's it going? For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of Product Zomboid, so if you're looking for that, you can find it over there and all that. How's the RimWorld? It's going good. I'm definitely getting the itch where I'm looking forward to starting to get this run wrapped. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, this run has been pretty slow. Like, it's been just an easy run. And I know I can crank up the difficulty and all that, but the slow, like, the part that turning up the difficulty means you get more threats. That's not the part that's been the thing that's making it not feeling as challenging. It's like food is just a non-mechanic in the game. Even when I had the small army of prisoners, I had just an overabundance of mouths to feed that I could easily have ignored. It's one of the reasons I almost never do cannibalism runs. It just gets way easy. Alright, I'm gonna do the risky thing. We're gonna go ahead and get Mark in here as well. They were in breach, right? They were... Yeah, they're just gonna try attacks direct. Alright. You choose kill boxes of crazy sorts instead? Yeah, that's a thing. Like, usually when it gets to the cheesing, a lot of times it's around coming up with not elaborate, but like, interesting kill boxes and all that. So this is the Impid group. This is actually the thing I said is our most likely to be how we wipe this colony. Because very, very genuinely, I'm gonna try to really bait them to try and... They just don't care about the ghoul. So this is what's gonna probably get us killed here. Is our people will panic and run away from fire. So far they're doing pretty okay. But that's because we're not approaching this in a, how would you strategically do this? We're kind of just being like, here's the meme and we're rolling with it. Yep, so there goes Grand running around. So yeah, that one okay. But as you can see, people scattered everywhere. Yeah, you're too late to that party. No fire pump hoppers? I've got one back behind the line. It's too far back, I probably just need to move it up a little. I do need to have... I think we actually have a fire foam popper on one of our people, if I remember correctly. I just opted to not use it because I didn't need it on that one. It was raining and we were handling them. Had we had like a bunch of people like right at the end there where they all scattered, if we had them all pop early, I would have popped the fire foam popper. It just wasn't really needed. Like that one went perfectly fine. We just have enough damage we can get by it. Oh, wait, actually... Fast walker? How's good fast walker? That's fine. We'll let that one go. Yeah, no, it's too far back, honestly. That's the reason you mentioned it's like, yeah, I probably need to move that up. Alright, there's the last of the basic research for anomaly, and that's just done. Let's see. What kind of stuff do you like in your tacos? Oh, so usually, well, there's definitely going to do, you know, like, whatever your protein choice is. Tomato cheese, a little lettuce can be nice, kind of depends. Definitely need some type of salsa. Like, depending on the type of taco and what you do there, like whether it's, you know, chicken or beef or whatever. Carnitas can be really good as well. A lot of time I'll do the chicken tacos because, you know, be a little healthier, and I like, you know, like, the, like, pulled chicken kind of tacos are really good. Yeah, obviously seasoned. If I'm going out to get them like at a good place, a lot of times I'll get a hard shell. If you're talking, they're kind of like cheap street tacos, homemade, I'll usually go for a soft shell. Because a good hard shell is really good. A okay hard shell is pretty sad. Versus soft shell, it's kind of hard to do that badly. Alright, seriously. I need you to actually butcher the things. Who is one of our cooks? Alright, dry thunderstorm, so now we get to watch them put out a little fire, run away and panic, put a little fire, run away and panic. Okay. You're gonna butcher instead, because the room is full. Chicken is usually the safer meat, at the restaurant is questionable. I have no idea either way on that one. But yeah. You know, if you got a restaurant there like, I don't know about this one, it's usually better to get the soft shell. I find it harder to do a bad soft shell taco versus I've definitely had some hard shell tacos where it's like, oh, this is a real terrible shell. All right. They're just trying to clear up the sheer volume of junk left on the floor. Okay. And we are still working on getting Mark's room set up. We'll need to run power, furniture, get the wall light set up over here. And then we're gonna need biotech. And there's your stuff for death rest. Your bias? Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone has their preferences. Like, I do know if I'm going to, like, a really dodgy place, like, you know, a food truck that doesn't seem like it's going to be doing particularly well. Not, like, there's a food truck you go and, like, I'm getting some really good food out of this truck, and then there's a food truck you're like, alright, this is, you know, 50-50 chance of getting good food or food poisoning. That, like, I won't get, like, carnitas or whatever from a dodgy one. I've had some pretty, like, slime carnitas before, and it's pretty upsetting. Alright, recombine, load template, blood bag, start. You. Health, add, implant, blood bag, accept. Because we keep doing that to knock down their hunger. Not, like, it's not about the food, it's about the running down, grabbing a meal, running back up, feeding them, running down, grabbing a meal, running, like, it's that whole thing. It's about the actual process of caring for them. That the more I don't need to put effort into them, the better. The more availability we have for our stuff. And it's already full of corpses again. How are you doing? You ready for another round? Yep, get back to butchering. Okay. Doing a breach raid coming. Alright, so this one is probably going to be more of just a straight up fight. Unfortunately. But actually, before we get into that, well, nah, we'll snooze one more time. I just like, it's like, I should take my break. It's like, no, I'm a little early on that. You think beef mince is probably safer? Chicken be so much unsafe. Yeah. So I got you wait here. I'm gonna duck Mark around the corner. Hey. Right here. Don't worry, we're gonna take care of the melee as they roll in. Why are you rolling in slowly? They seem to be unsure whether they want to rush or not. They're like firing an arrow and then backing off, then firing an arrow, then backing off, then firing an arrow, then backing off. Yeah, so we still got a couple more melee. It's fine. Release the melee. I mean, you look like the leader. The rest of you just go about your day. Okay. Let's just focus on their leader, which I'm assuming is the one in the armor there. Okay. Yeah, so even with all of the Metal Blood Heart and all the other penalties and the Power Claw and everything else slowing them down, you gonna catch him at the last second? Nope, it's fine. They got some speed. Alright, so we got ourselves a little bit more to eat. It's fine. What are you doing? You're cleaning up rubble. Sure, I guess. Oh, you? What is your story? Terrible, that's what it is. Okay. Your favorite way to cook sashita hard shells is to place them upside down on the oven shelf. Then they don't close up. And you can stuff more with them. Yep. Alright, so Sentient Cookie got mutated. Okay, still flesh mass stomach, which we can live with. Trying to avoid the tentacle arms for right now. They technically can add on to the our capabilities for melee and all that, but yeah. Meanwhile, you are still cooking, so please get back to butchering. The food is arriving too aggressively. I need more cooks butchering at all times. What do you do around here, Sundari? You haul and clean. I don't think you'll ever have the opportunity, but I'm willing to set you to also have cooking as a low priority. And details, you need to have 5 cooking. We'll say 3 cooking. And the only reason I want to do that is so that Sundari should, in theory, mostly stick to the bench. So I've got bionic replacements. There's now compact weaponry being researched. And who are you and why are you here? Just random group visiting. There are allies, so I'm gonna not take them because I don't think there's any of the ones we'd want to steal here. No. Like, they got a couple of decent traits among them, but nothing that would be worth betraying them over. That's a lot of food in that fridge. Yep. Well, that's what I was mentioning earlier, where in a lot of ways when you're doing cannibal runs and all that, the game is just objectively easier. Because each one of these raids is just a giant windfall of food that literally I can't process the bodies fast enough. Turn every unwavering ghoul pawn to ghoul. Well, I don't want to do it just for anyone. I want someone to be useful. I don't need that either. Like, that's the thing. We're kind of waiting till we get like properly useful pawns to do that too. Alright, so with that said, chat, we're right around to hit the ad break. It's about time for my my quote-unquote big break for the stream, which is 5 minutes-ish, where I welcome my wife home, I throw some food in the oven, and then I come back up. I usually only have the one of them, but I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Hmm, 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Well, it's spring and summer. Let's get this planted. Because that is the season we are in. That's literally what I'm growing right here as well. That is, it's fine. The tree's gone. We don't get to have this tree. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to as a kid.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know... You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh! How'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was Rita's go. Once I am actually not being dealt with the word. But let's say, you know, I'm getting exhausted, I'm in a bad way, I can't fight what's left, I'm too tired. So what I might do is I might do something like this. I go, okay, you know, I sneak around here, I cut the corner real fast, cut the second corner, and then I go sneak. And the reason you do that is you pull the zombies, they lose line of sight of you, and they lose line of sight of where they're going to, like, last have seen you, and then you sneak and you just try and you know, get away from the situation. You could also do that where, like, if you do manage to... Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right? Literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Like, am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead.
Jesus, that one was torture.
Okay, sorry about that. Pacific Drive is getting a huge update next week? Is it now? Is Pacific Drive getting an R1? I loved Pacific Drive. Are you getting? Let's see. What's next for Pacific Drive? They're doing their largest ever update, Pacific Drive, on April 3rd. New maps, spawning systems, improved tools, and so much more coming. Create a new suspend run feature, something that is requested heavily by the community to suspend and quit while on a trip, mid-junction, and return at any time without losing any progress. Oh, interesting. So some way to like safely quit out. So my assumption would be with that then is mechanically, we can go ahead and unpause the game. Mechanically, the way that would probably work is that, you know, you do your first leg, everything goes fine. You do your second leg, everything goes fine. And then you go, I don't have time for the third leg. I got what I needed, let me leave. And so, because you completed that area, you would be able to withdraw just safely at that point. Because you've already survived. You know, and you'd be easily able to have. And they could have restrictions where you have to have enough of the core energy or whatever to do it as well. That's cool. I do wonder how much that would be a game I would want to revisit. Oh, are you still going? No. All right. I need to keep these bodies processing. And you apparently need to sleep. But yeah. Excuse me? Apparently Baby Mark just, like, usurped poor Sindari and death rested in their death rest chamber. Okay. You haven't needed a death rest at all. Why did the death... Oh, you know what probably happened? They're probably using that as a bed because there was no bed available. So use it as a bed, and because that, it did get counted. It's fine. Those have a weird where they run to the other one's room and all that. Since you haven't played it yet, it was in the recent Humble Monthly. So now it's in your library. Yeah, no, Pacific Drive is really, really good. Certainly not a game for everyone since it's so based around the driving around and all that, and that's just, you know, that's just not some people's jam. But, it's definitely really solid. I kind of wish I could tell this to keep one of those on hand at all times. Alright, so you can go to you. You're a baseliner. And now you got the blood bag gene. And you are a baseliner. You got the blood bag one. Alright. You got a couple hours into it. Didn't have time to play it for a while. I never picked it back up. Yeah, no, it's like, music is really good. I really like its music. That's another game that suffers with the... If you like go streamer mode, it cuts the music back so much. But if you don't have to, like, the music's really good. And it does a pretty good job of having a lot of stuff that's, like, not just handed to you on how things work in the world. You have to kind of figure it out. That you've been heavily considering grabbing Hard Space Shipbreaker now that the bills have been paid for the month. That's another really good one. Hard Space Shipbreaker is another really, really good game. Honestly, very much, while they're all very different genre and all that, a lot of those games do hit kind of in the same rough area. Alright, get back to butchering, man. I know you really want to cook those meals, but right now, the corpse pile is getting too substantial. Well, it's not even that. It's because I'm allowing them to cook endlessly, which is keeping the ingredients from backing up. They just cook the whole time, which, you know, fair enough. I need more people working on it, is what I really need. Okay. And there's just so much stuff everywhere. And it can't really afford to assign you to cooking. Your child Mark is happy. +0. Yup. Yup. Yup, because they're a psychopath, so they don't get the benefits. It is what it is. It's like one of the only negatives of that, too. Just the acknowledgement. Yeah, it's just the parent being like, my kid's happy. I am indifferent about this. Alright, so it does seem we've collected all the bodies that were laying out there. And they'll get processed down. Yeah, so all the bodies got collected. We are falling behind on our crafting as well because we have more and more people crafting. Or sorry, more and more things we can craft now. So it's all getting lagged behind because I only got 3 people really capable of crafting, and unfortunately 2 of them are my growers. The last one was our constructor, so I was like, no, I just need you dealing with other stuff. But who knows what Mark will grow up to be. Maybe Mark will grow up to be our dedicated crafter. Your kid hates me, plus 10. That'd not be good. All right. Let's see here. Give me the components. We've been going through those quickly. You can have that, and that, and that. And this. I apparently ran out of steel, which is concerning in a lot of ways. Alright. We have 2 copies of the same thing. I'll certainly never use that. Or that. Let's see. We have that researched. I don't really care about the toxic filtration that much. Got worn clothes to sell. Good enough for me. Okay. So we ran out of steel. And unfortunately we don't have enough people with the spare time to get the other stuff done. That's kind of what we're trying to work on up here, though. Is I am just very genuinely trying to, you know, continue to get everyone converted over to being the blood bag genome. Just to reduce the amount of labor I have to do. Because we can do that on all of them, they'll only need to eat half as much as they do now. Which will save me a lot of labor. Okay, so copy settings. We can link and paste settings. We're getting a bunch of crap in here. We've been getting that for a while. I've just been letting it happen while we were waiting. There was a shelf right there that didn't get sorted. Can you eat twisted meat? Yes. Our people will get a little bit annoyed about it, but the ghouls will eat it. Your people generally avoid meals made out of stuff they don't like if there are meals made out of stuff they do like available. Yeah, so we need more crafters and a bunch of stuff. Alright, we can go in here. Alright, so next part of this. Finish mining that out and this out. And then deconstruct that wall. Actually, for that matter, we can actually deconstruct this whole area. Alright. Basically, I'm working on replacing this with uranium to make it hold up better. Entity Liberator. We'll deal with that in a moment. Security. No, where is it? Structure. Not there. Secure door. Let's get everyone else, since Sentry Cookie is going Void Liberator real fast. We'll get everyone else who's not them into position to deal. Alright. So you going for the Revenant? Nope. Okay, that's... Alright, everyone else can get out of here. I just need that flagged in the event that Sentient Cookie went after the Revenant. I want everyone in, you know, in position to deal with it. Alright, where's Sentient Cookie's room? And you recapture it, because apparently it survived again. Sooner or later, we'll end up killing them, or, either killing it or knocking its limbs off to the point where it can't escape ever. And you're almost done with the Shamblers. Alright. We still have... Oh no, I'm out of uranium. Well, that's not good. I thought I had more uranium lying around here. Alright, well, unfortunately that means I'm gonna need to go here and cancel that. And I'm gonna need to, yeah, just cancel all of this. We're wasting materials here, unfortunately. Because the reality is, I still want that enclosed. We did improve it a little bit, but I'm gonna need more uranium to get that. What I need is I need another spare researcher. This is the only downside with this, is these are just a maintenance nightmare to keep the blood in, and that's a vampire thing, not a cannibalism thing. The vampire thing gets to be very labor intensive as the run goes on and you get more people. That you kind of end up getting a lot of people who they don't... Oh, they keep not having anyone working on it. They keep just not getting stuff done. I think what we got right now is we got too many people death resting. Yeah, so it's all sealed up again. You can put your light back on the wall. Alright. And everyone's starting to get their flak armor and all that, so that's good news. But that's where all our steel's going right now. Is all that flak armor.
Thank you, wifey.
You enjoy. I love you. Alright. Yeah, I've actually gotten a couple of days tombs flying out. That's actually part of what led the break to being long, is kind of hashing out some of the details in the travel. Just got a work thing. Not gonna get more details than that, because don't dox yourself. Alright. So we need components and we need steel. I've got a drill, and we've got the ground penetrating scanner, which will reveal metals. What I don't have is spare researchers. And a big part of that's actually over here. What I should be doing is switching the basic ones to maintain only. Honestly, with this, what do we got going for advanced stuff? Yeah, so I don't even care about that. So I'm gonna set you to maintain only, and we'll just let the anomaly research trickle in from the various events they've got going on. So after this, we'll do the Revenant Invisibility. Yeah, so we'll get a little bit of study from that and a little bit of study from this. And we won't worry about much after that. I'm surprised this thing can't be destroyed yet. So Pronger needs death rest. Where'd you go? There you are. The awesome structure. Okay, that is actually a pretty absurd price tag you got there. So the people we've been at war this whole time are like, look, man, if you build us a momentously large structure, we will give you, like, literally jump all the way to neutral and a pile of money. I'm honestly tempted to break that. So you're talking 25 by 35. That is big. That is this big. I've never seen one that large. I'm honestly down to do it just out of, like, curiosity, because if I fail it, who the hell cares? If I fail it, they send man-hunting rhinoceroses after me, which I will eat. So we'll do it. We're going to need to delay it a little bit, though, because we have the block on the map. There's no shortage of those. We just need people to... Entity escape on the Gore Hulk. Alright. Luxray. It's time to get paid. But your fridge is so full. I know, that's the thing. That's if I fail it, though. Imagine eating a rhinoceros. I have no idea. It probably would honestly not be bad. It's an herbivore. Generally speaking, the bulk of what we eat are herbivores. Oh, you actually survived. I didn't expect you to survive. Please actually tend to it. Alright. Not IRL. I mean, our characters have eaten plenty of rhinoceros. Anytime a rhinoceros is self-tamed or attacked us, we've cooked it. I mean, I feel like we're eating all these things in here. Rhinoceros is the least concerning of them. Okay, so we have another one of these is breaking out. Hey, Luxray. Apparently the rent's coming steep this month. Gonna need to go back in there and deal with the uppity neighbors. Well, that's the only downside of giving Luxray those power claws. Is Luxray is going to kill a lot more of stuff that when they break out. When you can hit a torso for 38.5 damage in one hit. There's not a whole lot that can put up with that. Looks so wrong to you? I mean, they're Gore Hulks. They're supposed to look wrong. I'm assuming this means the spine cluster can't... No, it can still escape. Yeah, if you knock off their legs and all that, they can't escape at all. But we'll see. Alright. Yeah, so the other good news is we are cutting brick at a good pace right now. Because we're out of steel. So the why we can do it is not great. But it does mean we are getting brick cut. Oh, there is steel out there. Okay, so we still have steel on the map. They just haven't had a chance to haul it home. That's okay. They will slowly get it sorted. And the freezer's still not full. I got 2 tiles available. It was full, but we are working on it. Okay, it must have been... Oh, it was probably way earlier. We produced a ton of meals and the kitchen got... thing. Too busy butchering every creature ever. Exactly. Yeah, so we have that on there. Masterwork Flakfest. Cool. What's this? What's the highest food meals you can make currently? Oh, we have lavish. Generally speaking, I don't need many of them, so I'm producing a really large number of lower quality meals, and then a handful of really high quality meals. Because it is kind of just one of those things that I do just really need a very large number of meals, and I don't need to give them anything nice. Alright, so we do have a blood bag thing. So are you converted yet? Nope. Operations, add, implant xenogerm, blood bag, accept, confirm. And go up here, recombine, load template, blood bag, start. Oh, that's not actually auto mod. That's my bot. Basically, it became a regular occurrence to the point of like genuinely annoying. That when we were playing games that weren't RimWorld, we'd have people endlessly bring up cannibalism, even when it was not relevant in any way. And you know, it's fine as like an occasional joke, but it was definitely a point where it's like, all right, look, you know, you'd have some, like, it would rain in City Skylines. People like, oh, guess you got a cannibalism. Haha. And it's just like, okay. The way I said it, it was kind of like the equivalent of when you have that friend. They once told a your mom joke, and people got a good laugh out of it, and they redefined their entire personality around your mom jokes. And you keep asking them to stop, but it just keeps happening. So I didn't want to go through, like, the whole, you know, being like, hey, I don't want to go and, like, set it up in Automod to be a whole thing, and, like, seem, like, super heavy-handed. So it's kind of a nice halfway of, like, making into a joke where it replaces the, because if you see the message it replaces any reference to cannibalism with tacos. So it's kind of a fun way of being like, yeah, we've heard it, man. Oh, no, you're good. Like, that's the thing where the reason I set it up that way is I didn't want it to seem like some big thing. It's like, how dare you? But at the same time, it was getting pretty tiresome. It was getting real tiresome. Alright, so I've got just shy of a year to build this thing. Let's see, you only got one your mom joke? It is a good one, yes, yes. But that's the thing. It's fine that people would tell them, and like, don't get me wrong, there was a time that people were always doing your mom jokes. But I did have a high school buddy that we're talking, it was 10, 15 years later, and he'd be like, oh no, I'm like, nah man, I don't think I'm going out, I'm just way too tired. It's like, haha, your mom's too tired. It's like, dude, you're in your mid-30s. You've got to find new material. Alright, so let's go ahead and hit the button. As a big old structure, by the way. As a big old structure, by the way. It'll be interesting. There you go. Oh wait, you're all restricted. Oh no, just you're restricted. Why are just you restricted? Yeah, it's like some people never stop, even when you ask nicely, but take that as a challenge. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there's definitely a point where you're like, no, you know, this is my house. We're not having to. Would you? Okay, look. I see you there. I want to build. A little box around you. Doesn't need to be fancy. Yeah, that'll do. Alright. Let's get the little box around all that. Let's see, your next rerun one, you'll only expand your base by those quests to build structures. Oh, that sounds terrible. It'd be an interesting challenge. It'd be terrible. Really, you can make Robot talk about catacombs. Yep. See, but in real life, your struggles and frustration are slowly decreasing as you learn to play Sky Factory 5. After 5 days, you worked out how to make iron ingots. Yeah, some games be like that. Let's see, we're building a structure in your settlement, but we need cash now. Call Randy Random 877 right now. Let's see. You know, only one that computer science is programming, your mom joke, and you already told it here, but barely anyone understands that ways. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a whole big thing, like, early 2000s, that, like, your mom jokes were the big thing, and then before that we had stuff like Psych and Talk to the Hand and all that kind of stuff. Like, you had all that stuff, but those were all ones that, after a while, a lot of those jokes kind of fell off. That, like, you know, people had their fun with it, but you eventually are like, nah, I'm pretty over it. Are you building stuff? What's going on here? Oh, you're still building Death Rust accelerators. That's fine. Okay, advanced fabrication. That's a good one for us to get. I mean, to be fair, it's now running out of anomaly stuff to roll. So we're good here. We got that all set up. Let's see, the Barons chat and Chuck Norris talk. Yeah. Chuck Norris stuff was everywhere as well. Yeah, even the best jokes get boring after you hear it like 5 times. Oh man, but this buddy was like 20, 30 times a night when we'd hang out. You're done with mom jokes? But you'll admit you thought of a Gore Hulk mom joke? Yeah, no, they sit there, they pop in, and you're like, no. Oh, for those who watched yesterday with Keep Driving. So, I made the comment at the beginning of stream, but I know a lot of people have come in since then. So, good news is the game does continuously get more and more stuff in it as you play. I may or may not, after I said I really need to call it a night, may or may not had tabbed back over after I raided out to the game screen, and you know, went to hit escape to get out, and it didn't just let me go straight out, and so may or may not have accidentally started another run, purely by accident. Definitely was not intentional, and played super late, but after we had done the inheritance ending, like, I have thunderstorms going on and pouring rain going on, and there was a convict who showed up and a whole bunch of other stuff. A whole bunch of new events going on. I'm also very curious if, as the run goes on time-wise, that's the event escalation. Because I noticed with the next run, the very beginning of the run... Alright, destroy this thing immediately. For the very beginning, the run is already getting stuff that are like 7 or 8 threats and all that. So if you are worried about going, it's like, alright, I'm gonna knock this out in no time, and it'll be bored of it or whatever. It does actually have a lot more goodies under the hood that they don't really give you right from the get-go. So that's some solid stuff going on there. Archogenetics. I mean, those books are dirt cheap, so I'll grab it. We already have like the giant screen TV and everything. Grab the advanced components. Money has just not been a problem. But yeah, so that's been a really fun thing. The really fun one is I now know, I haven't gone to jail, but I now know how you get there, and I won't spoil it. I'll let those who actually want to check it out learn the different endings on their own time. But I now know how to go to jail. I'm now on the run from the law. But the important thing is there's way more there. The one thing I will say... So, the things I said that was like, the one big thing that I would hold against the game is it has so many decisions on the accessibility side that they took extra time to implement, you know, the screen shake, the parallaxing, and all that, that they didn't offer a way to turn it off. Oh, if you did, I didn't particularly notice. Like, there was some mentioning of stuff, but I think at that point it already done like 3 or 4 rounds. Or sorry, like 3 whole rounds or whatever. So, like, I had kind of already got a feel for it. Depending on when it was. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that very much, with the game, that accessibility stuff, like, for as good as the game is, there's some strong accessibility problems, like... The screen shake is very aggressive. It's got smooth cam, which is like where you move the mouse, the camera shifts a little bit. That really serves no functional purpose in the game. Like, it's not like you can look ahead and that does something mechanically. It's just like weirdly decided the camera should float. It's just like a very odd decision. The only one all of those things, there should just be a toggle off. The only one I'm like, I don't know, is the parallax, which is where like the background moves at a different speed than the foreground. Because that does give a lot of the aesthetic for the travel, and I don't know the best way to handle that where it doesn't take away from that. That's the only one of the accessibility things. Like, all right, they could definitely tone it down through a setting, like to be like, here's the normal parallax, you know, motion sickness mode, and it like really mitigates that a lot or something. I don't know. Maybe just like fog out the background or something. I don't know. But that's like the only thing I'll really hold against them. Another thing I noticed, which is a content creator problem, even though I was playing in streamer mode, the YouTube video got absolutely blasted across the board where it's like, cannot monetize copyright, cannot monetize copyright. So the whole thing where I deliberately chose streamer mode to avoid copyright issues, it just got blown up anyway. So if I do play it again, I'm not going to bother, and we'll just accept that the VOD will get muted and everything. Because that's the whole thing. When you do play it with the stream mode off, it's got almost double the music. It's got a lot more music to it. Really good stuff too. But yeah, but the big thing was it does seem to increase the difficulty, and the events that you run into can get stronger and tougher as you go through the game and you beat your endings. I do feel like it could be a little bit better about being more explicit that's happening. Because I think that's one of the negative things I heard about the game. People saying is like, oh, you very quickly exhaust the content. I'm like, it feels like there's more there. The other thing I'd hold against it is while you do have that continuation of content and all that, One place I feel like it kind of falls short is you don't get more equipment options. It does feel like, or at least not that I've noticed. Maybe there are more, but I've just didn't get tempted by them. But it does feel like the game would benefit a great deal from having more of the introspective events, because those get a little repetitive pretty quick. And that, you know, instead of just like you have like your 4 or 5 engine upgrades or 4 or 5 tire upgrades or 4 or 5 whatever that you could get later, and that maybe instead of like right now all the ones are like, hey, this is a positive one, it eliminates one of these threats, this is a positive one, it changes that event to this event, like that kind of thing, that maybe they could benefit by having something like, hey, I go a step farther and I give you like 2 things of armor but I add a threat, or like I add a threat but I add a musical note, like, you know, one of these things that you give like a positive and a negative out of it, so you can build some more min-maxy silly builds where you're like, well, I'm gonna lean into this negative thing that's gonna happen to get this other thing that happens. And thank you, Sandra Cookie, for the 415 stream streak. Catch the last 415 streams without missing a single one. Absolutely absurd. So thank you so much for that continued viewership and support and all that good stuff, and I appreciate that. So basically, first I'm getting this boxed in before I build this. I've had once or twice where I've started building something like this. I get the one tile up, and then someone destroys it, and it counts it as a failure. That is a lot of Chimera. That's a lot of Chimera. Alright. So everyone back to the safe zone. I'm not going to actually do this quest, but I'm curious. Alright. Space drone hack. Appear over here. Nope. I was curious if we get to land here, where the mech raids would keep triggering on that again. I've had that happen before. The Chimera are beginning their attack. Okay. For those who don't know, the Chimera are one of the few really different units in how they engage in a fight. They will attack and then retreat if you give them the chance and all that. To try and give themselves an advantage. So they'll like wait till you've got a bunch of pawns down and that kind of stuff to make another push, that kind of thing. Yeah, you're not going to be in this. So right now we've got rain, which is going to hurt our accuracy a bit. Need 2 more volunteers for empty cells. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind keeping a Chimera. This would be a little rough because that is a lot of Chimera. Do we want to hold the door? The full melee group. Slight adjustment. We're gonna hold the door. We're not gonna Death Star. Well, So if I hold the door, I can bottleneck them to be 1 by 1 by 1. I think that's the more correct decision. So you go there, you go here, because the Chimera can make themselves really, really, really tanky. You go in the center formation, small child. I'm basically waiting for the wall to give, and then when the wall gives... Alright, let's go ahead and pop that. Because that damage is starting to stack up on Luxray. Yeah, it's actually going fine. I do think this is the more correct decision. Had I been back here, we would have probably piecemealed the first couple And then would have been a matter of trying to hold our own. We probably still would have won even with the other strategy. But it would probably have come at the cost of some limbs. I'm also not super worried. Well, all the Chimera are dead. So cool. Handled. One other thing we're gonna do is zone. We're gonna do that here as well. We're definitely gonna want to add this area to the safe zone when we get there. For right now, I'm gonna unrestrict you again. And this I'm just gonna let go. I don't actually care about it. I do like when you get the research boost and everything, that you go up here, you do like the work boost on a researcher, and you can actually get that fully researched before the first raid shows up. I've done that a couple times on stream. It's always fun to watch. So the first enemy runs up to the ship as it's exploding. Yeah, so literally the ghoul was the only one to take any hits there, and did as the ghoul does, and just tanks it. Well, the freezer's full again? Oh no. And here they come to destroy the ship. Have a lovely time. Are you just staying there? What are you doing? Oh, wait, what? Okay, so they're not actually going to deal with it. They're going to, Alright, so this is a little bit of a problem. Weirdly enough, does this not mean I could just farm the mechs with the ghoul? Because Luxray can handle them for pretty much ever. And they are a small source of steel and plasteel. Who is my best researcher? You, how are you doing? Okay. Yep, so we're just gonna have Zeliard work on that. Go get it, Luxray. Do your thing. Alright. So I guess we will get the first research towards our relic. Just because we're running in this weird situation where they're supposed to attack the ship and won't for some reason. I low-key... You know what? I low-key kind of want to not finish the ship here. And see if we can just keep Luxray down here, killing the Militars again and again and again. Because that's components and plastic. I think it'll be annoying because we'll be constantly getting, like, literally almost 5 times a day the raids attacking. And then we just push for it. As much fun as it would be to cheese that, I think what would ultimately happen if I did that is it would just be aggravating because the game would go so slow from all the slowdowns from combat and all that. make a colony that runs entirely that way. No making your own stuff, just killing militers that show up again and again. Alright, so you're saying that we don't have anything dangerous that needs researching right now? Alright. We're having our raid here not too long. Let's get Luxray in position. Yeah, so B-Will's ones that get really tiresome after a while. Okay. So you're working on that. You want to go play the harp. Nope, you are not going to play the harp. You've got things to butcher. There's another military, another 3 components. I do also wonder, I know some of these events, like there's a, I want to say there's an event that'll be like, you'll be raided by 2 of whatever, you know, until you destroy the camp. I believe eventually it'll start, increasing the severity of the raids if you just let it sit there. I think eventually it goes that, like it doesn't indefinitely keep it that mild. Interesting that you're grabbing those and hauling those up and not the other things. Okay, and how are you doing? You're doing fine. Alright, so you've almost got that closed off. Which will be good. And we are slowly cleaning up all of this crap in here. The corpses are once again piling up faster than anyone can process them. Oh, do we have another one of these ready? So... You're blood bag. You're blood bagged. You're not. Operations. Okay, so I need another one of these made. Recombinator, load template, blood bag, start. Alright. Cool. And a little components and some uranium. Cool. So we did get one of the research things towards our relic. That's good. We've almost got that enclosed. Once we get that enclosed, it'll be time for us to queue up the actual building. Because that's going to need to come along a great deal. And that's going to be a lot of resources. Luxury still drafted? No, they're not. Nope. Luxury's just standing down there because they don't have anything else to do. And draft them and run them up here. Unlike the colonists, the ghouls really don't have a lot that they need to do. So if you don't lock them into certain zones, they will just kind of, like, just meander around. I probably should keep them in that. Yeah, they're a ghoul, that's what they do. Ghouls do 2 things. They murder stuff and they eat stuff. That's all they do. They're really good at both of those things. They're savants at both of those things. But those are the only things they know how to do. You can technically force them to put out fires. Which still to me feels like it's unintended. I don't think it's a big deal that they need to go out of their way to fix it or whatever. Implant. Try that again. Implant that. It's because the person was carrying it. Alright, so... Got 2 more baseliners, so we can Recombinator. Blood bag. And as I mentioned earlier, the reason we're doing this is we are reducing the amount of food they need by a lot. The raiders intend on breaching their walls, they have relationships, and yada yada. Oh no! Griff! Griff's ex-wife is here. And it would seem she is displeased. That is a lot of Molotovs. If you would have waited just a little longer, you could join in. So yeah, so it looks like they're packing mostly ordnance and up close. They got a mix of mid-range weapons. I'm a little concerned about the Molotovs. Like, it is raining, but we are weak to fire, and it is a lot. But considering the number of groups they have, having like 4 of them dedicated to Molotovs, more than half of their, like about half of their group, sorry, is ordnance. I do think this is a case that we go out and meet them. Because we could probably initiate on them in a way we can kind of scatter their aim. Get our melee people up front. So my hope is to try to draw a lot of their stuff into each other. Now this is one of the few things that has a risk of actually killing our pawns in a way that we lose them. Because that much ordnance, we do run the risk of them destroying a corpse. And while we are deathless and everything else, if a corpse is destroyed, the corpse is destroyed. Alright, let's spread them out enough that... Let's pop it on this one. Okay, so you're aiming for this one. Alright, you pop your metal blood armor and keep doing your thing. Alright, nicely done. I also like how Luxray the whole time is like, nah man, it's good. Alright, is there any of them that we want to go out of our way to target? Fast Walker's okay. We're looking for tough. Yeah, I mean, very neurotic would be nice, but they are... Alright, so you keep on that one. Yeah, you keep on those ones. Just kill who you can. Alright, the rest of you get out of here. So that went relatively smoothly. And what's your deal? An erratic psychopath, but you're not good at crafting. Yeah, just go after Slick. Nicely done. Alright. Hey, you got a good gear on you? You actually do. Hey, go strip that person. Alright. New blood bag? Nah, I don't need more blood bags. Like, that's it, is I really don't need more blood bags. The thing that's kind of setting us back in so many things right now is how much time we're spending dealing with the blood bags. That genuinely it might be in my best interest to kill a few blood bags and be done with them. Which is what we did the last time we played, is we killed off 4 of them. So unless they're like a pawn I'm specifically after, grabbing a blood bag is a mistake. Just by the nature that I really need more people going on here, so alright. So get another one of these going. It gets labor intensive. And unfortunately, that does mean we need to get you working on this stuff. So I'm going to wait till you get your recreation done, then we're going to get you butchering. Once your recreation's all sorted. Alright, get to work for a long time. Okay. So with that, we can go to Griff here. Implant the Xenogerm. And I believe that leaves me only one more person to make into a blood bag. Because it should cut down the labor a lot there. Alright, so we're good here. We've got that enclosed. So, place the walls. We're going to choose granite block. Place the flagstone. We're going to make that marble. Place the columns. Granite. Place the art things. Marble. 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 Granite. Marble. Okay. So you've got a hell of a lot of work to do. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so I am going to need a colossal amount of brick cut. They're doing our best to catch all that up as well. And that should be the last Xenogerm, which goes to you. And with that, I believe all of our prisoners are now blood bags. Oh, nope, wait, we got one missing. Yeah, because you still need to have done. So I got one more to blood bag. We've slightly moved towards goodwill with the people who keep attacking me, who I keep bleeding them and doing all sorts of awful things to them. Oh, never mind. Goodwill's gone. Did a harmful surgery. I like how Sindari has been working on butchering all this stuff. And there's just so much that they eventually had to stop. Because there's not room. Rare Thrumbo. We can't tame that, right? We can. Hey, you know what? If we manage to tame rare thrombos, I'm okay with it. I don't think we have anyone set particularly high. It'd be hard to keep thrombos on this map, but I figure we just let them outside and let them do whatever. So many corpses. Yeah, so it keeps it keeps being a problem that keeps canceling Sindari working on it because the whole area is getting full of their junk. Exotic goods trade ship. Cool, let's go ahead and, you know, call that in. I will take your components and your advanced components. And your glitter world. I can't afford all that. Let me see what I've got for you. And we can take it from there. You really don't want hardly anything I have to offer, do you? Alright, we'll take your regular old components, okay? Xenogerm completed, and it was you who needed to be changed? Which one? Rogers. Don't worry, buddy. I didn't mean to leave you out of getting your, getting you all blood bagged and everything. Alright, you need to go do your recreation again. And I probably need to let them haul and clean, because Sindari is my hauler and cleaner that I've just been intercepting and being like, please butcher everything for a minute. Our cooks are trying, but the supply of food coming at me is far too generous. Okay, so running out of brick already. Contract workers. No. Why would I accept this? Why would I accept that? Go away. Get out of here. You're offering me nothing for far too high a price. Okay, so work. Can I get some people to help out with the crafting? I could set you all to 4 here. That won't help anything get actually done, though. What I need is someone who can dedicate more time to it. Food we're doing really well, and that's how we're going to deal with this. So we're going to go ahead and bump this down real fast. So that's a 3 priority. So we've just switched Earth over to now being a dedicated crafter as well. I really kind of do want to do that with Bentley as well. We're going to do that with Bentley as well. So we're basically going to let our crops go to heck because we're sitting on plenty. Gray flesh near Sentient Cookie. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Alright, new plan. Turn these off. Step 1. Flick the power switch in that, flick the power switch in that. Okay. So the ovens are handled. And Sentient Cookie found that where? On the door-to-door break room. So basically the one place where it doesn't matter at all. Because literally everyone goes here. Actually, is that a true statement? I don't think that is a true statement. Process of elimination time, chat. So, who do we have that goes over here? And the answer is, researchers go over here, and cleaning people go over here, and handling people go over here. So in our list of whodunit, it could be Grand and Ben Lee, because they handle. Oh, everyone has clean on their priority. Never mind, it could be anyone. What are you doing with you? We were checking because we're trying to come up with a list of suspects of who done it with the flesh. So in the meantime, we're gonna take everyone off doctoring for right now. Because one weird thing we can do as vampires is we don't have to worry about actually bandaging people. We can just coagulate. So I've got enough meals on standby, and we can eat raw food. That's fine. It now means we'll actually have our doctor or our cooks dedicated to just butchering, and I'm pretty sure butchering you don't have to worry about that. What's going on with you? You're supposed to be analyzing that gray flesh. Why are you not... Go analyze the gray flesh, please. That wasn't... Alright. Okay. So, we have finished analyzing the gray flesh sample. The sample carried the biosignature Viridium 0F. You made progress in learning the identity of the biosignature in living subjects, but needs more samples to complete their work. Until then, surgical inspections will not detect the Viridium. Okay. Unfortunately, there's too many candidates on my list that if I just start arresting and interrogating people again and again, most likely things aren't going to go well with it. But we have removed all ability to spread the disease, well, spread the metal flesh, other than if it's a couple. The couple will be able to spread it amongst the two of them. But we stopped all cooking, and we stopped all doctoring colony-wide. Obviously, eventually, we will need to bring a doctor back on board, but that's fine. Well, on the upside, a bunch of our hauling and cooking, hauling and butchering should get done now. As well as research and other things. So unfortunately, the Gray Flesh event is a event that just takes time. Now, I do have the option that I could arrest one of my people who would be a doctor and just interrogate them and interrogate them and interrogate them and interrogate them until we're confident that they're not. That wouldn't necessarily be the worst plan. Because if we did it to someone like Grand here, we could keep doing that until we feel confident that they're vetted and they would be able to cook and doctor for the whole colony. I'm going to choose to just not bother with that, and we can just keep it going right now. Probably getting close to, 3 more advanced monolith things. Yeah, so we can just let them continue to build that. We've isolated all ways to spread things, and we're just going to leave it. Because it is one of those things that will have enough human meat that will be able to consume those. We already have our food that's made to handle prisoners for a long time. Okay. Alright, so you can have the side tea. Or not, you can't afford it. Here, take all this junk that is piling in here that I don't actually want. It's fine. What is our reputations with people? So they're still pretty happy with us. They're happy with us. They're very not happy with us because we may or may not have been routinely capturing and consuming their people and using them for blood. And they're just like, they're really not into that for some reason. They really get pretty upset about it, actually. All right. Yep, so we're just going to end up having to probably wait until the gray flesh is sorted. But the other thing we've got going on while that's happening is we'll have our regular raids if anyone gets messed up too bad, we don't need to worry about doctoring them. I'll just hit him with a coagulate and be done with it. I've got 461 hemogen bags just laying around waiting for their use. We've got 400 and something meals in here that we could just go ahead and feed to our prisoners and all that. And even if we do end up having to start feeding the prisoners like raw meat and everything, what are they gonna do? Get up and throw a fist about it? Prison break? Oh, right. They can't. We cut their legs off. So, you know, that whole thing. Evil runs be like that. Basically just queuing them up to haul all of the brick. So they just keep cutting brick and trying to keep it moving as much as possible. Because we do have 45 days to build this thing, which is a long time if we look at the awesome structure. We've already burnt almost 10 days out of it. We've got a lot more work to go. So I do need to stay on top of it. And the big thing we're waiting on is just brick cutting. That's fine, because we got a lot of people queued up to do it. And honestly, with so many people taking off their other tasks, there is a good chance we're going to suddenly see, like, a lot of things getting done. Like, we can already see that the kitchen is getting cleared out of all the corpses. So that's good news. But as they start running out of stuff to do, we'll have people drop on to lower priority tasks, like hauling and cleaning and all that. Alright, second instance of gray flesh. So Zeliard standing right there is certainly suspicious. Doesn't necessarily mean there. But needs more sample to complete the work. Attend those surgical inspections won't do anything. So right now, Zeliard is our primary contestant. Grand is definitely on the list as well. As would be Ben Lee and Earth. And that's because there are crafters, and so these will be an area of crafters only. Yeah, basically that'll be crafters up there. Technically we can have non-crafters and all that have to like weasel their way up there. But most likely it's going to be one of our crafters or researchers now. Which would work out for the researchers because the research... Well, no, I took those off research, didn't I? Yeah. So the researchers wouldn't go over here. Still pop them in there for the gene extraction thing. All right. Shouldn't matter, but this way, even when they're not doing medical, if they need blood, they can just go in there and get it. You weren't set to the, Imogen farm. Yeah, so our raw food score is just going through the roof. Orbital drone hack. Murderous animals. 22 man-hunting cougars. The infinite chem fuel reactor would be a really big one. Like, certainly one to consider. The only hesitation I have right now is the gray flesh thing. But honestly, we could probably handle that with minimal injuries. Yeah, and an infinite chem fuel would be good. So let's go ahead and get everyone restricted to safe zone for a minute. And we will be accepting the cougar thing to deal with that. Yeah, because we don't have anyone down that we have to worry about. So we can deal with the cougars really quickly. Like I said, I think that Infinite Chem Fuel is going to be our big winner here. The anti-grain can be fun, but also a liability. Alright, so everyone's restricted inside here. What we'll probably want to do with the anti-grain is, like, shove it in a wall or something. Until we get ourselves a mortar or whatever that can fire it off. So let's plan to go like this. Oh, we can make this out of limestone or slate. And the reason I'm saying slate is just the fact that I need to not be using those other materials. Yeah, so that'll be the wall we seal the stuff I don't want. You know what, I do want to seal it. I was gonna say, so the thing I'm being torn about is I do want to seal our ordnance away from things that I don't want to get exploded. Because that is a thing that happens. So I'm not going to seal it, but we will make a storage room for chem fuel and ordnance and all that in there. So mortars, all that kind of stuff, we'll just shove it in that. We can add shelves later, that's fine. Okay, so anytime now we should have the animals. There they are. There come the army of Kitty. But everyone's up and ready. Ghoul's taking the point. Get our people in position. And honestly, with the number of chain shotguns we got going on here now, we can pretty heavily thrash just about anything that rolls up. Also, another food delivery's coming in. Back you off one. Okay. Getting work done. Okay, so you're the only one who took injuries. You got some bleeds. So the advantage here is because they're vampires, I don't actually have to doctor them. Sentient Cookie just run up here and coagulate, and they're doctored. Okay, so the infinite chem fuel, that's a 2x2. I don't really know where I'm shoving that. But honestly, we could probably shove it in that closet over there. Yeah, so what I'll probably do with the... Oh, you know what? The infinite chem fuel could just be shoved in here for now. Install that. Right there. Did you find who has a metal horde? No, so you have to wait for it to analyze 3 times. I could start resting people systematically and then interrogating them, but even then, getting it to actually pop out a lot of times is unreliable until you've done enough research of it. So we've had 2 instances of the research and it requires 3. My best guess right now is Zelyard is our most likely candidate. If not Zelyard, anyone who's a crafter or researcher would make the cut. Because we had the first one right here at the door. That's too close to anything to matter. And then the second one is like literally at Zelyard's feet right here at the research bench. Technically, the people coming in here and out could run like that. Or like that and maybe, drop it off that far. I don't think that's super likely though. So the next question with all this is, that's getting really, really full. We are gonna need to deal with that. Okay. Yeah, so they should move all the corpses out of there. You can all be unrestricted now. Oh, it's set Mark. Mark is still a child. So Lardine needs death rest. That's okay. They'll give the people cutting bricks some time to catch up. That's fine. Revenant invisibility. And go here, zone, stockpile, storage, clear, critical. Like I said, chem fuel can go in there. And mortar shells. Because what we're going to do is we're going to make that our ordnance storage and just, like, leave it in there. That way, at least if they go up, they don't blow up the entire middle of my base. Slowpoke, who is frail with a bad back and a torso injury. You may genuinely collapse from starvation trying to get out of here. All right. Got tattered apparel on you, which is your shirt. We need more of them. Yeah, and I still don't really have spare steel. It wouldn't be the worst thing to send a caravan to, dump a bunch of materials in someone. We can make a drop pod. How are we doing on steel? So we still got 800 down there. You're cleaned out. I've got about 800. Oh, actually, I got about 2,700 steel. So we're actually in not that bad of shape with steel. So miscellaneous. We'll go ahead and get the drop pod launcher. I'm gonna put it right out here. Because we put the drop pod launcher out there, that's relatively close to that. That's fine. The dromedary died of malnutrition. I actually don't really care if we lose the dromedaries anymore at this point. They'll figure themselves out. Or they won't. Cool. So it did save, like, one of the males that way. Even if all the other ones die, we will recover. Oh, right, and that's probably because we got the people deprioritized on farming. Oh, you jerks, don't do that. Don't ever leave stuff in the door. I was like, why are these corpses rotting in here? I understand now. Oh. Solar flare, of course. So very last Lardine. It's 2.7 days left. Who else can do construction? Oh good, you're already taking care of it. Alright. At least we're getting some of these corpses out of here. She'd probably have one job. Yup. So solar flare shouldn't stay much longer. Alright. I would like Lardine to get up soon. Because we are getting the brick cut enough that shouldn't be a whole thing. Right, and Mark is idle because Mark is a child. That's fair enough. I also just realized I never assigned you those things. Metal horror is emerging. Oh no. Okay, so we had the metal horror with us for a while and we already had a whole lot of meals that had it. Implanted during surgery. Oh no, okay. Okay, so it's just the prisoners. Alright, okay, that's not that bad. No, wait, it's more than the prisoners. What's going on here? So you're death resting. Okay, so it's just... Alright, yeah, alright, so this is not as bad as I thought it was. So the only two who went down were granted, I think, their spouse? Yeah, so they contaminate each other because they were sleeping together. Lardine is just death resting. And then a whole lot of the prisoners were the issue. So let's start by grabbing you two. Let's get you to Grand real fast. The rest of you, get ready to throw down. Alright, slight change of plan. I'm gonna need you to deal with this front first. And then we'll go for the one in the room. Never mind, we're gonna split... Oh, don't do that. Don't. Mark, run. Mark, run. Okay. That'd be a really sad way to lose a pawn. Meanwhile, 1, 1, 1, 1. And then when you have time, turn those back on. Okay, so we've got those done. Ooh, you lost a leg. I am not a fan. So we can coagulate you, and coagulate you. You get out of the way for a minute. Okay. And with the rest of that, we got all those sorted. Oh, there's still one metal horror down there we gotta deal with. And there's over there. You're fine. Yeah, so we did lose a leg. That's not my favorite. So you three go up here. You start working in that. Mark, go be a child. We're probably gonna lose the prisoners here. Alright, instead you start working your way down there. Oh, you can't capture. That's fine. Okay, and with that, coagulate you. Alright, grab all of them. Because we want to deal with that metal horror and get Zelyard going. You can go coagulate them. Marco's like, I got him. He's like, everyone says I'm just a little kid and I can't fight. I'll show them how tough I am. Well, involuntary death rest for Mark. Because you just got so far ahead. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and have you cannot coagulate. You've already used too much blood. You coagulate Mark. You coagulate Zelyard. It's okay, you're immortal, so you just get back up. So we will rescue Mark. Capture and put that one there. Below the minimum? Alright, well in that case, instead of capturing it, just kill him. I don't need him that bad. Alright, Bentley, rescue them. Sponger. We'll never do hauling, of course. You are all tending to people. All that. All this. Medical emergency on the prisoners. Apparently having a thing burst out of your chest is pretty rough. Pretty hard on you. Major break risk on Ben Lee because you're starving, because you have insatiable need for food. Alright. So I've dealt with all of those as well. Okay, so everyone should be taken care of. Was Bay? Yeah, so it was, Grande Clay, so infected their spouse, but they infected most of the prisoners by feeding them. It's actually like the most widespread I've had that get before. Normally it's just like 1 or 2 people most of the time. Okay, so go grab your gun. You got involuntarily death rested because I ran you out there to grab people, and you beelined ahead of the group, and then is like, oh, I was gonna try and have them jump back, but then... Oh, I bet you I had to draft them to have access to the jump back. It's fine. Yeah, no, it made sense to do that. As well as things I couldn't not do it, so it's like, eh. I wasn't too worried about it. It went perfectly fine. Let's see. I have so many things in here. We'll leave it alone. I could clean out a lot of this stuff, because a lot of it does have duplication. Alright, so can't afford what we bought. Cancel those. That's I can afford. Yep, okay, so a whole lot of them are going to take time to recover their blood. Alright, Hey, Sindari, I need you to let our living heal mech serum out of the freezer. We got a leg to replace. Gadok's like, my time to shine. It's like, how many years has it been? Oh, it's been about 4. Why do you keep me in there? You scream in our brains and it hurts. And you're good. Alright, well, go back to sleep. Actually, the thing we should check. Okay, so it says 5.9. Yeah, we got some, like, toes and whatever missing, but that's not what I'm going to worry about. Serious pain. They're serious pain because they still have lingering agony from the last time. But the question here... is it won't show me what the cooldown is on that. It's fine. Yep, that's what we're going to do, is we're going to let him sit in there for like a day, and we're going to let him back out, and if we notice it's dropped down from below 5.8, we'll just assume it went down 1 tick since then, but if it's below 5.8, then we can say with confirmation that the cooldown continues running while they're frozen. I don't know if it does or doesn't. If it doesn't, then you get to be out for 6 days, and then we put you back in. Because that's just a free healing mech serum we got there. Alright, so that's anomaly thing. Pulse munitions. Cool. So we're almost at the point of being able to like, build the ship in not too long. So let's go to the fabrication bench. Because now I want to do the advanced. And keep 10 of those on hand. And we will be able to start making bionic limbs and all that. Lingering agony sounds like they're faking it. That's... people deal with chronic pain. It's a thing. But no, lingering agony is a thing in the... or sorry, agony pulse lingering. So basically what this person does is periodically they scream and it stuns to knock down everyone around them and causes them pain for up to 4 days. And it just happens like randomly. And most of the time it's not that big a deal, but if you're in the middle of like a really nasty raid or whatever, and it happens, that can be the thing that takes a raid from its, it's well handled, I don't have to think about it, to oh, we are proper screwed kind of thing. All right. You know, someone's continued existence literally caused you physical pain? Caused you physical pain as opposed to themselves? That is a whole lot of melee. Alright, they are bringing in all the melee. Alright, so everyone to the safe zone. And more so. It is another time for the same old strat. I need to get defensive positions mod. I used to run it. All defensive position mod is where every single time we get in the fight, I have to take the time to set everyone's locations like this. It just, you hit a button and they go back to where you assigned them the last time. Oh wait, are they prepping first? Did I misread that? Oh, yeah, they're prepping first. Everyone disregard. Just get into the safe zone and do that. Also, zone, expand, safe. Now includes this area. The area inside here. And also that door should be left open. Hawk is a person. They exist in just pain. Yeah. That's the reason we keep locking them in the freezer, though. Is because if I have them... what does Luxray do? Fist Punch? Luxray runs up and uses Power Claws to destroy enemies. It's a lot like the Power Claws in Warhammer 40k, where it's just... they're big, they're cumbersome, you know, they don't get up to you very easily, but if you get close enough, they just peel through armor like it's nothing. Alright, so now we gotta get everyone back into position. Since the attack is for real now. Yeah, like I said, I need to get the defensive position mods just to save time. Which is part of why I think so many people like to the no-pause runs and all that. Is this is the kind of thing that you see the player do again and again and again after a while. You're like, you know what, I don't need. Watch this. To watch them spend, you know, a minute getting everyone into everyone's positions, and then the enemies just get shredded in like 30 seconds. This is a lot. You the Neanderthal group? Am I mistaken? Yeah. That's a pretty chunky big Neanderthal group. I'm gonna pop the combat bonus. Let a couple into the box. Flare them to slow them down just a little. That's getting a little faster than we need. So Predator got downed. Why are you not defending yourself? Okay, so as you can see, that was a colossal mess. So let's check on you. You just got bruised. You got cut up pretty bad, and you got cut up pretty bad. So we'll coagulate you, and we can coagulate you. How are you doing? I'm honestly just gonna keep coagulating to deal with the bleeding. We can go orders, allow. Alright, so undergrounder. Anyone else downed? No, everybody else died. Alright. Yeah, mind-shattering pain. So you're back up. Go grab your Masterwork sword before it has a chance to rot. You're back up. Go grab your Bioferrite sword before it has a chance to rot. And we're all back in it like nothing ever happened. That's fine. And the freezer continues to lose the war. That the rate in which the food come, we cannot handle. So I might have to have you assist. We'll keep going, but we might have to have you assist with the actual construction of the building. Because you've already spent 1/3 of the time, and that is not 1/3 done. Recruitment inspired, we don't need that, so that's fine. Mark here. It's going for a while. Alright. So let's do our little test. If I pop you out, will you be below 5.8 days left on your recharge? Like, we should be sitting at like 4 or something like that we see. Yep, it does recharge while they're in there. So get back in the pod. Because that was a full day and a half lower than when we froze them. So literally we could just thaw them out every chance I need to do a heal. And just leave them in there otherwise. Alright. Keep you in the safe zone. These corpses are going to end up rotting. That's just too full. It is what it is. We're trying to process them as fast as we can. It's just too many. Where are you going? Oh, you're still hauling granite and all that. Can I get any of you working on other stuff? Yeah, so you're getting the brick cut at a decent speed now. I'm going to need another person on construction. So for right now, we're going to have Grand help out with the construction real fast. Just to play catch up on that. And that should help a lot. If we start getting low on the stone, we can switch them back. Oh, also, zone. Do not build a roof over it. That way, if I go to tear it down way later, I don't have to worry about collapsing on my people, because I've killed so many characters over the years forgetting to remove the roof first. Because it's just something I don't... Like, it's very rare I tear down a building, that I'm not just replacing the walls little by little. Alright. And Jakal on their 7 stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 7 streams. Not miss a single one. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright. They're making good progress in building this monstrosity. Which what this is doing is we've had the one group we've been just farming for all our food and all that. They offered this quest to literally take us all the way from maximum hating of each other to being neutral and giving me like 5,000 money, 5,000 silver on top of it for building the building. It's like, you know what? I normally would never take that, but because of the sheer size it was asking for, I'm like, I'm kind of curious. We're still not giving them their people back. We're still going to use them for blood bags and just chipping away at our relation the whole time. Defeating most of the point. But hey, details. Okay, so we get mortars, they go down there. Why is marble flag... Oh, you're building sarcophagus. It's like, why is marble flagstone taking so long? You should be knocking that out in seconds at this stage. Okay. And Proner's just doing their best to get the meals made. I'm gonna need more dedicated haulers and crafters and cooks. They're literally leaving some of the meals just laying on the ground outside because the freezer's full. At least on the plus side, that should sort of solve itself as they pull ingredients off the shelf. Alright. I'm not going to worry about maintaining the gene extraction for right now. And as they're freeing up one tile in there, they bring the next body in. So where I said we weren't going to process the bodies, okay, so we will have 1 or 2 that rot. But otherwise we got to all of the rest. I also need more dedicated crafters, more dedicated haulers. We just need more. Earth's gonna need to do their death rest. Honestly, this could be an argument for the Mechanators pretty badly. Just get a bunch of the lifters and the aggro-hands. Get like a bunch of those running around. Because that would free up the R2 people who can craft. They were doing all of our growing. And I've honestly just basically unassigned them so they can keep the crafting moving for the moment. Which I'll likely need to get them back on task, unfortunately. So Bentley's going to need to get back, because right now we have the entire thing is going to start rotting, because I've had them tasked in other things. The good news, they do have a lot of brick already cut. Oh, except the marble. Yeah, so you're going to have to get off of construction again and back on to the crafting. Right, Bentley, as much as I want you to do that, right now the crafting is actually more important. Even if we let the entire field rot, I've got so much Medical emergency on you. Why? Oh. They blood fed on him and pushed them to extreme blood loss. That's fine. They'll get over it. Or they won't. I don't know. I don't care. I don't need them all. Shoot frenzy. Yeah, most people are restricted. Oh, good. So you're back up. Alright, I need someone who's willing to take a lot of this crap off my hands. Because, seriously, I need someone who's going to be taking a lot of this crap off my hands. We don't really need any of that. Cryosleep casket for cheap we might grab. And unfortunately, they just don't want any of the things I have to spare. Alright, meanwhile, chain shotgun. Go get your gun back. Not gonna worry about the distress signal. Shield user. Oh, hey, 1 second. Assign. Sorry, Mark. You're on the work team. You don't put on the shield belt. Did you huck that on the ground? No empty storage. New lovers between Ben Lee and Kalaria Star. Heck yeah, consolidating bedrooms. Love to see it. And also I noticed on my managed apparel worker mask, face mask. Okay. I didn't realize I had that turned off. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing that many people wearing the face masks. They offer a little bit of protection against damage of various kinds, but more than that, they offer a lot of protection against toxic. I don't really need to worry about toxic with the Sangophage, but even then, it is a thing that you look at this. Sure, it's not much, but 7.2% reduced sharp damage and 3.6% reduced heat damage. That's not nothing. That's easily a hit point or two on a good hit. Or more, so like that'll save your pawn's life. So we could build the transport pod. Because then what we could do is I could load up a bunch of the junk I don't want and launch it at someone. Get myself free reputation. Mysterious cargo. Okay. We'll do the psychic reader. All right. World. We got the golden cube of bad times. Oh, I think they have to drag it back to storage first, maybe? Form caravan, go to one tile over, accept items. Yeah, so I gotta wait till they get into storage. New research is available. Pods arrive with the psychic reader. Okay, Sentient Cookie's getting the psychic reader jammed in their head. Install psychic reader. Okay, so you get that taken care of. Cool, I was waiting for it to be like, failed. Brain damage. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cheese this a little bit just to get this sorted. So I can go right there. It's now in a stockpile. So I can go here, go form caravan, do that. Over, accept, items, cube, bring it with you, and for the moment, Claria will do it. So I'll have Claria run down there, grab the cube, and get the cube off the map as fast as possible. There's a couple different ways to deal with the cube. One is you deal with it on your tile as you research, and your people slowly become obsessed with it. And when it comes time to destroy the cube, you knock everyone out who's going to go murderous rampage. So you just go up to them and, like, anesthetize them or whatever. And that's one way of dealing with it. The other way is the way that I've come to accept, which is honestly a little bit cheesy, but frankly, the cube is a pain in the butt otherwise. Is the moment the cube arrives, I go, nope, and I go chuck it on the ground someplace else. And the way that pans out is we go over here, we go, hey, items, screw the cube, get it out of here. Okay, we're done. So, is the cube a crisis equivalent? I'm not sure what you mean by crisis equivalent. Are you talking Stellaris terms? It's just an encounter. It's like there with the like the gray flesh and those kind of things, where it can be very dangerous if you let it get out of hand. But what we've done by chucking it off the map is, if we look, one of our people will have I can't remember if it's under their health or their needs. We'll have one person who was cube curious or whatever. Yeah, cube interest curious on Grand here. So what's going to happen is when that maxes out, they're going to get knocked unconscious for a couple of days. But yeah, no, RimWorld doesn't have the equivalent of Stellaris' Crisis. There's not a, oh, you're getting near the end of the game. Alright, we're going to go ahead and take a crowbar to your knees. You know, sink or swim. They don't have an equivalent of that here. The way RimWorld works is behind the scenes. Every so often, it's got like a hidden tally that's going on that basically says, okay, you haven't gotten a bad time, so we're going to keep building up these points. And then the game behind the scenes spends the points to do something. And so it goes, okay, you're going to have a raid. I have this many points. That tells what magnitude that raid can be. But it does have like a cap to it and all that. But it doesn't escalate the events based on a lot of things. The things that primarily determines how bad the events you're going to get hit by is, if you look at this graph here, your wealth graph, the higher this goes, the worse the events can be. But yeah, no, it's not like Stellaris, where it's like, oh no, we're watching the robots do weird things. We don't know what's happening. Oh no, they've become sentient and sapient and are now trying to take down all of life. There isn't a gathered thing. But that's just because RimWorld's a very different game. When you look at like Stellaris, you're trying to conquer, unite, whatever, the entire galaxy. In RimWorld, you basically got thrown in the butt end of nowhere and go, this place sucks. I don't want to be here anymore. And your goal is to not be there anymore. And that's pretty much the main part of it. So set the fuel gauge to max. We don't get much fuel. Hardly any at all. Donkeys join. Okay, so we say, I do not want the donkeys. So have a good time. Oh no, the robots have discovered capitalism. That is the thing that happens in Stellaris. It's a weird vibe. Are you relaxing socially at a put out fire. I mean, okay, man. You do you. Alright, that's an anomaly thing. That's an anomaly thing. There we go. Right, so we've got to wait till we've got some chem fuel. But then we can start loading that up and launching crap at our neighbors to make them our friends. Alright. So we can load this up with items. Okay, so let's see here on the crap that I don't want that we can get my friends to take. So we've got lots of slightly used clothing that weirdly we are really all about leaving our slightly used clothing everywhere. You know, the tainted ones, they won't give me anything for. Even a lot of the not tainted ones, they won't. I'm mostly doing this as a way of getting a bunch of this out of here. We've got shield belts, so hold on to that. So I'm not going to use the smoke pap thing, so we'll get those. We'll keep that marine armor. The recon armor is basically spent, so we'll get rid of that. We got a bunch of hats that are worn. Face mask that's worn. There's so much tainted clothing. Okay, there's the frag grenades, the Molotovs. We're not going to use the SMG. Even though they won't want it as well, we're going to send them the bioferrite guns. We could send them all these junk weapons we probably will never use or care about. There's the club. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. If I get one of my mods to give a shout out, I'd appreciate that. I'm just trying to get through the inventory stuff here real fast because we're trying to get junk off our map. And so what better way to do it than to say, hey neighbors, that's a you thing now. But thank you so much for that. For those who don't know, Warren, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of RimWorld, has also been doing like Product Zomboid and other stuff like that. Definitely good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend checking them out. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. And I'm most known for my exploits in Product Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, Jeffy talked too long. What? Let's see, stream on fire, go. Talk too long. But with all that stuff, but definitely again, check out Warren. But yeah, so I do play a variety of games here, Twitch. Been playing a bunch of RimWorld. Also been doing a lot of Product Zomboid, though I'm taking a little bit of a break before I burn out on it again. Oh right, that's the one where Mark ran up there and took your room, and you're gonna go take the other one. It's a whole complicated thing. It's fine. But yeah, it was a 68 raid, one away from the number. It happens. Yeah, almost had the good number. All right, so Grand Ecclesia is dealing with the cube withdrawal, so they're gonna get knocked down not too long, but only after they rage out against everything. We have the awesome structure, which I'm only doing because it is like 20 by 35. I was like, go on. How big? I've not actually done one that big. But yeah, so I normally, when I play RimWorld, I play RimWorld as a fairly, if you're a generally normal person kind of thing in the world. Have a great rest of your stream. Oh yeah, no problem. You get your sleep. Thank you again for the raid. You know, you do yourself care, all that good stuff. But I play RimWorld like a generally decent person. We don't cannibalize and hack off limbs and Oregon Harvest or anything like that. I've played RimWorld, the, you know, haha meme we could do the evil things way for years, so this isn't me judging about it. But I found the game is just way easier when you allow yourself all those things. And so I found the game to be more enjoyable when I take away all those tools. And again, try to approach it like, hey, if you're like, you know, if tomorrow you find yourself in a survival situation, you're not going to immediately be like, all right, sorry, Steve, I'm hungry, and immediately kill your buddy and eat him. Not unless you're dealing with some pretty messed up stuff. But yeah. But that said, you know, it's RimWorld. People meme about the whole war crime simulator, all that stuff. So I had a subathon, and one of the goals was if we hit a certain amount of money, I would do an evil run. And we've been doing that. So if you want to know who in this colony are sanguiphage, it'd be that one. All of that one right there. Pretty much everyone up there. Even the child as an infant was too sanguiphage. So we do have a lot of people who are missing legs. We had more. We actually culled down the number of them because it was getting too laborious. Oh yeah, no one likes Bob. Yup. You gotta watch out. You don't want to be disliked in the cannibal colony. That doesn't go well for you. But to demonstrate that stuff, like where I talk about, you know, playing evil is easier, food has been no problem. Like literally the problem with food is preventing the food from overfilling and becoming a wealth concern. Just because every time a raid happens, I have food. I don't have to put any effort into it. It just shows up. Alright, so we got a bunch of crap here that I don't want. Where am I sending that? So you'll give me 34 standings, 20 standings, 80 standings. Alright. I hadn't planned on doing that. Ooh. Let's make the pigs like us. They've been blowing up our walls, and I'm getting a little tired of it. So we're gonna get the pig something. Uber Eats on demand. It's not even on demand, it's Uber Eats. It's showing up. You don't get a choice. Uber Eats has arrived, Hello Kool-Aid style. Or not Hello Kool-Aid. Hey Kool-Aid. Just smashes in your wall delivering food. But yeah, so literally all of the tainted clothes and processing that and all that is the thing here. And there's ways to deal with that. Some people have like a storage room that's enclosed, that's a fridge, and they'll put all the bodies in there. They'll tell people to strip all the bodies, and that'll also be a burn room so that, you know, you strip all the bodies, all the clothes fall out. Once they get all processed, you just Molotov and let the room burn. There's ways. I've not been doing that. It's not been necessary, but certainly that's eating up some production time to just process all the tainted clothes and all the other various things. We also, because we are playing an evil run, I have been doing unethical things such as, you know, a 4x glucoid rushed ghoul who's a sanguiphage, who's got 2 power claws and all that. So the ghoul is tanky as all get out, and then walks up to someone and goes, die 70 damage, you know, well not 70, like 50 damage worth of damage per swing with claws, and just ruining people's day. And I'm down to make more ghouls. I'm not looking for anything perfect, I'm looking for just any one melee trait. So nimble, tough, brawler, I'm gonna call jogger a melee trait in this particular case. Any of those like melee traits, if we have just one of those and I can get a hold of that person. They also need to be not unwaveringly loyal because we are using this to abuse, to do the Death Rest Casket thing where we super juice them, make the, you know, super juice them as a sanguiphage before we turn them to a ghoul, and then just start absolutely pushing things to 11. Alright, so you're gonna probably get downed in not too long. Oh, no, you got a while yet before you'll get downed. Sentient Cookie needs death rest. But yeah, I have predicted that this colony will ultimately die. And my prediction for that is it will be either a large Impid raid, or we will have a really bad mech raid with Scorchers. That's my prediction for the end of this colony. I'm gonna fight it out, and we've actually had some pretty rough Impid raids that we handled okay. But all it takes is one or two of them getting some pretty solid burns across there. That it's not even the fire itself, so much as just the panic it causes Sanguiphage that is the real risk. Oh right, we were gonna verify that I wanted to make sure one of my people had... Alright, Mark, so what we're gonna go ahead and do for you, champ, is I'm pretty sure somewhere in here... Oh, I thought I had a Fire Foam backpack in there. I want to make sure one of my people is rocking a Fire Foam backpack. Why not make Impins Fred? You can't. RimWorld has decided that some people are not human in any like, they're not people. And what I mean by that is people can actually experience some level of emotion and empathy or something like that. The Impids here, the Impids and the, that's fine. The Impids, the Wasters, and the Yatkin are incapable of anything but rage and hate and disgust. That they are permanently set to violence, and you are not allowed to do anything to change that. Which I consider to be an entirely unrealistic thing, because I hate to break it to you, if you are just funneling resources into someone, they're not gonna kill you. Not until those resources stop. Because they're gonna be like, well, hell yeah, free ride. And that's just not the way default works. Now, they do it in RimWorld because otherwise the game can get boring or, like, broken when you make absolutely everybody your friend. So there's a game reason for it. But it does irk me. And so, as far as I'm concerned and how I treat those characters, is that basically all the factions you can never befriend, those groups, they're zombies. I treat them like that. They're zombies. They're machines. They're not anything. Because again, people actually have some level of something going on in their head versus, what are you? Violence. What else? Rage. What else? Hate. You're like, cool, man. Good talk. Okay, so we're gonna load up another one of these pods just to ship out to do that. Like, the pigskins, at least you can have a conversation with, and, like, I don't mind that, like, for the record, they can start out despising me. That's fine. I think that's entirely reasonable. But, like, the idea you have a group, that literally you can't do anything. There's a mod to make them friendly? Oh, no, you can just replace them with other factions that you can make to make it so they can be friended. I've done that before, and it can be fun. Pit gate opening. Alright. That's unfortunate timing, because one of my melee literally just death rested. The other one is literally right about to, any second now, go down due to the golden cube. They're just robots, it's okay to shoot them. It's a figure of speech, Morty. They're bureaucrats. But yeah, no, it's a thing that kind of annoys me. Again, what happens is, if you do get rid of the factions that you cannot befriend, and make it so you can befriend them all even if you stay hostile, you do eventually reach a point where you have befriended literally all of the factions, and you'll get nothing but, like, mech raids and that kind of stuff. And it does get stale real fast. So there is a reason for it. That said, you know, it's the same thing when people talk about the NPCs getting added to Project Zomboid. People ask me, it's like, oh man, I can't wait. it'll be great to deal with the raiders. And I've been very vocal that I think NPCs in Project Zomboid that just immediately assault and try and kill you, I really hope they don't go that way, because that's like, cool, it's a zombie with a gun. It's not a person, it's a zombie with a gun is what you've made there. Like, you've effectively created a character devoid of characteristics. Alright. So, the pit gate's gonna pop. We're gonna have to deal with the stuff popping out. It's gonna be a little rough because I'm gonna have only one melee pawn available for it. Do I want any of this? I mean, normally I would actually go out of my way for a Zeus Hammer. Like, I really do like Zeus Hammers. In this particular case, it's in 2 days, I already got stuff going on. And also we're leaning on Bioferrite Longswords, because those are broken as heck. Alright, so the pit gate's open, it's gonna trigger a Flesh Beast, whatever. Lux right here is going to get themselves all in the door, ready to rock and roll. And this is going to be a little bit of an annoying fight. The good bad news here is because we're Sanguiphage, literally everyone in our colony is capable of doing relatively well in melee. Mark is the real question here. Well, you are deathless. So I am going to bring you in. I don't like it because there's a really good chance when these pop, we're going to get stuff behind our line. And what I was saying is, because we're Sanguiphage, everyone is at least somewhat capable of melee. What are we... Hey, get in here. You get there. So you've got 1.5 days. You're gonna be down for a little while. I'm gonna have you stand farther back. Alright, so let's be ready to drop a flare. So lock him in that door. Okay, you're gonna pop your Metal Blood. Small child. It's time for you to retreat. Okay, so they've completely overrun the line, forcing us into melee. The child going down surprises no one. That's actually pretty bad. Because while we all have a couple points in melee, that's a lot of things that got past the line. I really should have blocked the door. That's okay. We got this going on. We're all deathless, so it's not the end of the world. We're still going to win the fight. It's just going to take me longer to heal up from the fight than I would really prefer. And meanwhile, Lux right here is like, why is everyone down? What are you, like, what are you babies? Okay, so let's go here. We're going to immediately coagulate you. Coagulate you. Coagulate you. Coagulate you. Are you already coagulated? Coagulate you. Coagulate you. Okay, so it's just Earth and Bentley. You got pretty scratched up, and Bentley got pretty scratched up. So there's you. And you get Earth. Alright. So that was an aggressive amount of where's Hey, I want you to finish off those, by the way. Good job. Alright. So you're tending to Bentley. Just coagulate them. We've got way more than enough materials to do all that. So we can just go ahead and deal with that. For the moment, though, I don't think we go down below and start fighting all that down below. Until we've got everyone else sorted here. Poor Mark. Oh, never mind. You got yourself sorted. Alright. So basically we just hold this up till we get you, because you got 2.5 days to pop out. You got 3 days.
Thank you, Sir SC_the_mage for subscribing for 31 months. Hello, finally got home from work. I hate working this late anymore, but well, at least I get tomorrow off. Anyways, why does dealing with people have to suck?
Hey, Sarisa Mage. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, the 31 months you've been subbed to channel. And yeah, no, it's I definitely remember like working late customer service kind of stuff and how draining that can be. You know, especially if people are just kind of jerks about it kind of thing. Alright, so we gotta wait. I mean, don't have to wait. Yeah, major break risk. You're intense pain a lot. Yeah, so basically we're trying to ride this out long enough to get at least one of our 2 other melee up, so it's not one ghoul trying to hold the whole thing down, because even as tough as the ghouls are, they do have limits. Okay, we're having a party. That should help out with moods. Yeah, normally I would not have fought that way. I'm being pretty overconfident to a point of my own detriment with the fact that everyone's a sanguiphage, just because the sanguiphage lets you get away with stuff you really shouldn't be able to. Yeah, so you got 2 days left on yours. You got 2 days. Yeah, so it looks like they should be both up at the same time, and we'll rush right back in there. We'll rush in, not back in there. We'll rush in to deal with the pit gate the moment that happens. There's a good chance we might need to do another wave of the Flesh Beast thing. Granted, with super fast healing on most of our people, they should be, for the most part, back up and ready to rock and roll by the time that goes down. In the meantime, everyone else is still healing up. And you're upset about serious pain. That's fine. What's the worst and the best part of retail? The humans. Well, I mean, that's always the joke is like, what is the resource you depend on the most that is the least reliable out of everything you have at your company? The employees. It's just people are complicated. You know, they all have to live their lives, all got their stuff going on. I also forgot that Sentient Cookie was also down for that. That's fine. We're working on it. So Sentient Cookie should be up soon. Furniture's about a day and a half. You're about a day and a half. Exotic trade's good. Depending on where they position, that could also be nice. I hope... looks like they're going to go down. I was hoping they'd position up here, so if we did have another wave, we'd basically be able to use it to kind of clear them out first. So Sentient Cookie's not available, so Very Last Lardine's got very high social as well. Alright, so... can I get you to collect some of this crap I've got piling up? No. No, I cannot. An Architect leg I unfortunately don't think I can make that happen even if I want to. As don't have enough stuff they want to buy from me. Take a little money to do something. So Bentley's gonna need death rest soon. That's a problem. I don't want to start another death rest right now. Because we're getting that rotation of death rest that never ends. At least, we don't want to get into it while this is going on. Alright, I'm delaying too much. The moment Sentient Cookie gets up, we're running in there. The other melee people play catch up. It is what it is. I am starting to worry if we just keep delaying this and keep delaying this. Yeah, we're gonna get in the treadmill of death rests, and that'll be a problem. So I'll send Sentient Cookie down there and start working it, because I don't believe it'll trigger another Flesh Beast whatever escape thing. Unless you literally leave, like, as long as someone's down there, I don't believe it'll trigger again. Let's see, they're complicated, but you expect that. The part that always gets you complaining at too is, oh my god, behave for some of the people who are worse than little kids. Oh yeah. No, it's definitely, you definitely run to people who, honestly, their behavior is pretty inexcusable. Okay, Sentient Cookie's up. Please eat something. One thing I would like in the next version of RimWorld, and I know there's mods that do this, but one thing I would like for a feature of RimWorld is just having a button for when you're getting into these situations to be able to hit a button and say, everybody eat. Everybody go to sleep. Like things you can do already mechanically in the game, but be able to trigger immediately. Well, that's a weird entrance. Okay, well, we already found the thing down there. Doomsday launcher. Yes, I will pick up the Doomsday launcher. Okay. So we don't have an amazing bottleneck spot we can work with, but we do have a bottleneck spot we can work with. This is a little aggressive for me to do this while we still have a lot of people not able to get engaged. All right, come on. All right, Luxury made a friend. The good news is that thing isn't very fast. Okay. So once again, it's an absolute shooting gallery as the flesh beasts pop out everywhere. The good news is, again, we're sanguiphage. We can handle a lot in melee. Okay, and instantly revealed all of that. Okay, is there anything good here that we should grab on our way out? Grab up the shards. So no shards. And a little bit of bioferrite. And handled. Alright. Yeah, so that went fine, mostly because it was just by itself. So it's really easy to pop in there, deal with it, and leave. A lot of times I get into its room, there'll be like 4 or 5 things down there. It's like, okay. So the only one who took any hits there was Sentient Cookie. Got a little scratched up from some of the stuff kicking over the side. That's part of the reason they have the flesh beasts that do that. Is that's a way of beating a lot of our old strategies for defensive lines where you could tie up the frontliners and just not have to worry about it at all. So they have a way of effectively jumping past your line. Alright, so you should be up soon, as should you. Meanwhile, you need death rest. And you need death rest. And we should be good. We can go here to the schedule. Unrestrict everything but the child. And how are we doing on our building? Like, how much longer do I have left? We're 2/3 the way through our time, and the building is honestly-ish in that same realm. We are getting a little bit worried here just about the fact that it's not getting constructed fast enough. We need more people on the crafting side. So we do actually have the crafting prioritized. So we can hopefully get the marble dealt with. And the pick gate's gone. As you expect a 2-year-old to throw a hissy fit, but when a 50-something-year-old man comes in and stomps out the door screaming and yelling after throwing stuff at you just because their pizza was 5 minutes late, you're like, dude, grow up. Yeah. I was fortunate that when I sold tools, I didn't run into it too much, but I did have more than once where someone walked in and was just right from the get-go. I don't even know what they're upset about. Like, we haven't gotten that far. And they're, you know, screaming and yelling and raging. And the worst thing is sometimes when it comes down to it is they basically got themselves already worked up to like this huge degree. Because they've kind of preset themselves into assuming you're not going to work with them, that you're going to give them a hard time and all that. And then you're walking in and it's finally like, hey, let's start over. You know, I'm Rual Storge. I would like to help you. Like, what do you got going on? Like, right now, I can't help you because you're just yelling and I don't even know what you're upset about. And I've gotten once or twice a person like kind of gets taken aback that you're like, you know, you've started off screaming at them and they don't yell back at you or whatever. You're just like, hey, I'm trying to help you here. But unless you can tell me what's going on, I can't do anything. And the worst thing is, a lot of times, it's been over something that's like, yeah, you know, I bought this yesterday, it wasn't the right size, I just needed to bring it back, I have the receipt, and I know you, it's like, no, like, you've got the receipt, you bought it yesterday, it's in the package, what do I care? Like, we're gonna return this. But just the person just expects to be given such a hard time that they kind of get in their own head that they're gonna need to go to war right from the get-go. And make, like, literally if they just would have walked in and been like, hey, this is the wrong side, I'd be like, cool, let me take you out of the register, we can get this squared away. Now that said, sometimes they come in with stuff that is BS. Like, one of the people I had scream at me, he screamed at me about, like, this weed whacker and how it hurt them and did all this stuff, and I'm like, alright, hold up, wait a second. And I didn't call him out on the spot, but he has this weed whacker, and there's a cast iron end that attaches where, like, the shaft goes up, and then you have, like, the rest of the pieces attach onto it. And it had all these weird white chalky marks all over the one side of it, where clearly the individual, I don't know why, struck it with something a lot of times and eventually broke it. Because, like, those white chalky marks were someone banging on it with a hammer or similar blunt instrument. And so they're starting this conversation, they're basically yelling at me, and how, like, all this stuff. And after a while, I'm kind of like, part of you wants to call them out on their BS, because it was, again, very, very clearly they had, for whatever reason, damaged this thing. Like, you don't... If you opened your box and you saw that, you wouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna use it anyways. You'd be like, what the absolute hell? Plant cut is 1. I'm telling them to please cut the harvest. Don't... This is still, to this day, one of the things that comes up, and we're fine, like, I've got enough food, it doesn't matter. That Blight's still being such a shit state that it is now, after 10 years... There is times that I've been playing off stream that we get a Blight and I get into the whole fighting with it where you got, like, and for the record, I already know how to solve it. You put a zone over it, you zone the person into it, you take away their, you know, make so they can't do the other responsibilities, yada, yada, yada. And it's just one of those things. You know what I want this to do? Tynan. Right click. Prioritize. Cut. And it should literally do nothing but blight until the character breaks, collapses, or the blight's gone. You see this person going up here doing something that's not that? It's not what I want. That's what I want. And there are mods to do that, and I'm tired of using mods to fix all game design problems for RimWorld. Because this should just get solved. As the player, when I've gone out of my way to say, hey, cut the blight, I've made it clear what my intentions of what I would like the game to do now. See, going to sleep right now, I don't want that. Cut the blight. I'm gonna do one tile and I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna let it die. This is the micro in RimWorld that drives me up the wall. I like the micro of deciding my defensive position and going, that guy there is really bad. Send the thing there. Okay, jump my Sanguiphage behind their line to grab that. That's great micro. I love that micro. But this crap here, where the player clearly has a specific intention of cut the effing blight. Don't make me queue it up. Don't make me do this, because this is how we fix this. We go here. We go manage zone, new area, you rename it to blight, you delete that, you choose expand zone, you put it there, you go schedule, you go to the person you're going to have deal with it, which I got to check my people here, so that's going to be Earth. So you go schedule, we go to Earth, we put them in the blight zone so they can't leave, so I take care of it. So I know how to do that. This bothers me. Because it's one of those things that, as a person who deals with stuff like ADHD, it means I gotta go, okay, well, I gotta sign this, do all this pain in the butt, then I gotta go to the other side of it afterwards and make sure I unassign it, and it's really easy to overlook that you left someone there, and then they're sleeping on the ground out there, and then they throw a hissy fit and murder someone. When the way this should work is I choose, hey, right-click, remove blight, keep working on it till you're done. And again, where people are like, oh yeah, it's supposed to stay that way. That's a 1 priority. I can't make it higher. And I don't want to have to, like, reset all these things every time. And again, there are mods to solve it. I acknowledge that. There are mods that solve that problem. My argument is it shouldn't require a mod. Mods can do all sorts of nice quality of life stuff. I use tons of mods for quality of life. But I'm almost stubborn on that one thing that, like, fix your game. It's been 10 years. It is one of the things that people have brought up literally thousands of times, if not more. You always keep 1 or 2 tile gaps just to contain blights. So, in order to actually prevent the spread, I believe it's either 3 or 4 tiles that you would have to set it up like this. There you go, like here's your one field, and I believe your next field has to be that far away, because it'll still jump 1 to 2 tiles. That still slows it down, so it's better than nothing. But yeah. Oh, you don't need all that home zone. It's been a while since I've checked our home zones. Yeah, it's very similar to fire spread. It still does help, for the record. What you're saying, where you put a gap in between, does help. It will slow down the mitigation or the spread. Just by the fact that it has less tiles it can kind of roll to spread to. It's kind of like having a not good fire break, like an incomplete fire break, still does mitigate. But to, like, fully prevent it, you'd have to have, I believe it's 4 tiles gap. I believe. It's 3 or 4, it's something like that. Alright. I'm debating whether or not I want to do a midstream switch like I've been doing. Because on one hand, like, it's funny. That blight was nothing. Obviously, we knocked it out in 10 seconds when I actually took the time to do it. I'm just annoyed that I have to do like a 10-step process for something that should be a right then left click away. I'm really trying to delay putting Grand into Death Rest so I can keep cutting brick. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. Because we do need to get this built. And time is quickly running out. Alright, that's too long to keep you up. So you're gonna go to sleep. Like, I also kind of wish for the Sanguiphage, since it'll be over here that there's a prompt saying, hey, Death Rest, I kind of want there to be a Death Rest button here. That I don't have to be like, alright, grab the person, where's your bed, right click, Death Rest. That it could go here, and there'd just be a Death Rest button. Once they're like, they've gone long enough or whatever. You just hit the button and they'll just go their way. Okay, so we are learning Starflight mechanics, or basics, or whatever, so that's cool. We are working our way towards the ship. We're probably, aren't you like, yeah, so 2 more advanced away from that sorted. Everyone's allowed out there. We need a meditation spot. Oh, it's just because it's in use, that's fine. Yeah, so we could definitely get this down in 15 days. Because we got 1 large structure there, 3 there, and then the floor. 4 there, sorry. But that's actually a lot. That's a lot of brick I need made. Okay, so good news is you're doing that. Let's go here and change the bills a little bit. Make marble block. Do until you have 1,000 and put it in the higher. So we focus entirely on the marble blocks right now. Because we've got both our growers are now crafting entirely. I'm gonna obviously need to get them back to growing. We had plenty of stuff. Oh, our animals are gonna starve to death. That's fine. You know what, honestly, animals? I haven't used you to caravan in forever. Just get out of here. Because then we can just delete this hay grass zone entirely. And not worry about it. I think honestly at this point we'll just stick with RimWorld. I was on the fence going, alright, do I want to go ahead and switch and all that? We're pretty late in the stream for a switch. I should have done it earlier. And then also, if I'm being entirely honest of what my brain wants, if I were to do a switch, to play Keep Driving. And the issue there is I did start a run I haven't finished off stream, and I'd be picking up in the middle, and that won't be good content. I also don't even know if it makes sense for me to play more Keep Driving on the stream. Like, I had a really good time with it. You not enjoy the caravan RimWorld? That's another one of the things that's been complained about 1,000 times. Yeah, at least when it comes to, you know, the pushback on the devs of, like, working on that and all that, at least that one I can respect as a more complicated problem. That's going to take more to fix. Whereas, if we're talking about just, again, right-click, delete, blight, that is a way, way, way easier problem to fix. So while I can accept the fact that caravanning requires a significant order, you really enjoyed Keep Driving, but you can understand having the concern about being a good game for stream. Yeah. I mean, for the record, with the Keep Drive, so like, genuinely, if I didn't have a run already in the middle of it, I would jump over to Keep Driving. Like, I would say, to heck with it. You know, it's a really good game. I'll play more of it. I mean, you know what? The hell with it. Let's do it this way. Poll. What are we doing now? Just because we'll sit there. So RimWorld, just keep doing RimWorld to put up there. We'll put Farming Simulator 25 up there. Keep Driving, which that will be continuing a run that I'm basically wrapping up the run real fast, so we'll be able to start a new run. We probably could get one more run. We could probably get a whole run in on the stream. Cities, Skylines 2, since they had an update very recently. And it's supposed to be a good place. And SnowRunner. I'll put SnowRunner as the last option. Okay, so we do have a poll going, so you can go ahead and vote on the poll. So what we got doing is, if you vote for RimWorld, we just keep doing what we're doing right now. If Keep Driving goes, that's it's like a modern take on Oregon Trail. Really good music and all that. We're not going to bother putting it into streamer mode if we play that, because that VOD got absolutely lit the hell up for copyright kind of stuff. So if the streamer mode doesn't prevent that, to hell with turning on the streamer mode. Farming Simulator 25, we will pick up on the run we've been doing to get the keys and all that, which will be basically getting, like, we'll put down the cow pasture, that kind of stuff. City Skylines 2 will be a brand new city in Skylines 2, and then SnowRunner we pick up on our hard run. I kind of expect RimWorld to win, but you never know when you're going to have an upset there. You really enjoyed, yeah. But, like, Keep Driving was really, really fantastic. But yeah, no, very genuinely, just like, that's been 100% the thing. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. RimWorld's absolutely killing it. It's a category we're already playing in. We had a raid for RimWorld. And generally speaking, a lot of people have kind of the game they're into, their comfort game that they watch on stream and they keep coming back for. You also have RimWorld as a very large and established name. So people know about it, and people do tend to tune into and watch things that they already know they like. It's one of the things that's very difficult for a lot of indie games when it comes to having much presence on Twitch. Unless it happens to be one of the really big breakout games, it's really hard to get yourself noticed. And a lot of games, when they do get noticed, they do only manage to sit there for like a week. It's very fun to watch, and you definitely watch it again sometime. Tonight another time. Yeah, I think it's one of those games that if I am going to play more of it on the channel, it has to be soon. Or when, like, they have their first, like, DLC, or if that, I don't even know if they're going the DLC strategy. It's just the reality with so much on Twitch. If your game is not in the immediate public attention or whatever, it's just one of those things that, like, Twitch as a platform completely won't see it. It's just it's very unfortunate that it's very, very difficult to stream stuff that isn't getting lots and lots of traffic and mileage on the platform, unfortunately. I'm gonna also get rid of these because we're never gonna use them again. Like, that's the reason I always make the discussion that there's games that are good and there's games that are good for Twitch, and these aren't necessarily the same thing. They can be, but one is not required for the other. And 16 maybe? That'll do. They give me all that money and components and all that, and steel. Alright, so right now the vote is 7-4 in favor of RimWorld. We also have 1 vote for Farming Simulator. I do know my intention is we will definitely be doing 1 more Farming Simulator stream in the not-too-distant future. We do have those dare drops to finish. I'm mostly waiting to finish that to see if I can't make a collab happen with it. Because there is a dare drop tied to collabing. And then on top of that, it'd be nice to... the other person's community is very into Farming Simulator as well. And it would be nice to be able to get them keys as well. But, you know, it's one of those things. Like, right now, what is the game? It's Atom something. Atomfall. Like, right now, Atomfall is doing, like, a lot of numbers, so a whole lot of people are into that. Because as content creators, that's honestly the way you have to approach a lot of these things. Alright, so we got refugees showing up. Do we have any refugees here who will be staying long-term? Nimble, beautiful, fast learner. So we're looking for good crafters or people who we can ghoulify. And honestly, Walter here, being nimble, you are looking like you might be a ghoul in training. All right, so get in here, friends. We would like to welcome you in and teach you a few things about the colony here. Don't worry. We do have a drop your weapons upon entry policy. Yeah, so the final vote was... I missed it. The final vote... I saw that RimWorld won. I was trying to see. It was 7-4, which is probably where it left. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are lurking right now. Okay, so the plan here is all the refugees are going to line up here. 7-5? Gotcha. Yeah, honestly, that's closer than I thought, but it does seem like we've hit that hour where people lurking pretty hard, which is not unusual. This channel ends up being very, very lurk heavy because I do go super late. So a lot of people very genuinely, they wind down for the night watching. Oh, you're death resting. Alright, so the plan here is Walter here. Walter here is an excellent candidate to become a ghoul. So we're gonna go ahead and arrest Walter right now. Okay, so they seem to be chill with it. They haven't turned against us. So Volatile Delicate's pretty awful. Abrasive Depressive's pretty awful. And Meandrous Dull is pretty awful. None of them have... Well, I mean, the Volatile Delicate one has... Oh, wait, Robust will override that. Oh, but you're a pigskin. Why do you have to be good at crafting but also take the penalty? So next up, hey, Hall, kiddo, I think you should stay here. Your parents and guardians are not very smart and shouldn't be trusted. So you shouldn't stay here. Why are you not turning against me? Well, I don't actually want the rest of you, so... Luxray feed. Luxray feed. Alright, well, I'll just open fire. Okay, so Hall, we're gonna go ahead and prisoner convert Hall. Walter, we're gonna skip right to recruitment. You love Yakin ghouls? We're taking a step farther. We are. Oh, you're a teenager. That'll probably be fine. Like, honestly, this character here, if they had passion in crafting, they would be staying. In a not horrifically altered form. Your birthday Florida Man headline, you have to say it was very morbid. Okay. That's a weird thing to look up, but alright. Wait, you can only hold 83? Oh, you're basically full. Okay, I didn't realize. So, 6, 11, 21, 21. Do that. Alright, so we made it so the pigs are now neutral to us. So that's gonna be good for us. No more having them run up and grenade the hell out of my walls. You wanna go ahead and get about dying already? Thanks, Pumpkin. Alright. Oh good, and you're up so we can go to Hull. Wait, you're already my ideology? Oh, that's okay. Join, small child. Are you already? Oh, those people are already our ideology. Okay, I mean, my bad. Little friendly fire on that one, but okay, you know, it is what it is. All right. In the meantime, we have these quests for getting our orbital drone hack. Yeah, we could do that. And just like that, you start hacking. That's why they didn't turn against you. They knew the deal. That's what it's like. It's like, man, like, because usually you mess with one of them and they go hostile or they try and run away. And this, they're like, no, it's fine. We understand. You're just doing your thing. We can't hold that against you. No. We're gonna respect the fact that you're murderous. Ho. Alright. Well, I wasn't gonna turn you into a ghoul, but it's gonna happen now. Alright. So. Ooh, alright. I can only have one. I feel like melee hit chance. We're gonna... it's fine. We'll do it. We chose one. Hey, Hull. Keep growing up that way. Keep growing up that way, small child. Inspired recruitment. Where are you? There's a hole in what? Who's the other one? It's fine. Recruit them when they get up. Luxray. Get ready to feed. Yeah, no, if we roll, like, tough on the next one... Oh, okay, bring more than Luxray. Okay, hang on. I have underestimated what they're going to send after me. So, that ship might be getting destroyed here in a moment. Because the last time they sent, like, two like, the little shotgun mechs. And I was like, whatever. Is that actually what's responding to that? No, that is. Okay. Are those impids? No, they're baseliners. Just trying to hold their attention for a moment. You know what? Never mind. You can have it. Never mind. I've changed mine. You can have it. I don't care that much. That is a proper group to just run in and get in on it. It's fine. You could. That's your ship. I don't want to deal with it. If I was in position at the beginning, that would have been fine. But in this particular case, that's a lot of people to be running in on. And I saw at least 2 of them were rocking great bows there. Because there was no cover for me to go in there. Thanks for the components and the uranium. Yeah, we have had like a proper defensive line here or everything, where it's like open to open. But me running into their position like that, it's like we probably could have done it okay. But it's just, it would have been messy. And I have this thing we need to get done, and we're running out of time on it. Alright. Alright, Walter's the one. Yes, I've got... Proninger here is Inspired Recruitment. If Walter stops having a break, we can do that. Those mass ones. So usually, this is like the large... Like, normally I just ignore them late game, because half the time the prize are like, I will give you a small, somewhat soggy tuna sandwich. Build me a whole base. Alright, so we got 14 of them. Again, schedule, safe zone, drop them in. I'm actually kind of hoping they'll wait because the foggy rain will be annoying. I feel perfectly comfortable. These 3 honestly by themselves can probably handle that. Just locking the door where we do it one by one. When it opens up and they do that first stun, they'll just shred them after that. Okay, Proninger. Strip Walter? You should be recruiting Walter. Oh, you're already doing it. Hey, Proninger. It's fine, I actually don't care. Take your time recruiting it. We're in no hurry. Half the people in our colony have so much social. Yeah, like knocking him down like three points per attempt. It's fine. Because if I recruit Hall, there's a good chance we can get up to the point where we get the choice of 3 traits. Because opening up with Brawler, if we can get tough after that, that'd be a real fun one. I'm honestly really hoping if I can get Hall there, if I can get them to be like Brawler, Tough, Nimble, or some ridiculous nonsense, we're gonna keep popping this till we can get the cloning tower up. I have unnatural healing on the map. You get where this is going. That would be not rolling credits. That would be going, okay, but how far can I take this? How many super juiced, ghouls can I get on the map? Can I get to the point that my vampire army just stays in their doors, like just handling the bodies, while the ghouls are just sent out to destroy? Because that would be both fun and comical. There, so we can guarantee the recruitment on Walter. Alright, before people get attached to Walter. Okay, So, step one, before anything else happens here, Walter here is not intended to stay an actual colonist. So what's going to happen here, we're going to grab one of our people whose genes are not currently being replaced, Pronger, and you're going to implant Walter right now. Cool. So rescue you. And then once they've got that, they get to death rest in the pod, and then we make him into a ghoul. And we got ourselves a another strong ghoul for the army. That will continue to start giving them, you know, the armor, the power fists, and all the other stuff. We're gonna make Walter into a proper thing. We will name them once the ghoulification process is set. Just because there's the off chance that they go ballistic because we are just rushing them through this. And if they go ballistic, there's a good chance we accidentally kill them and that kind of stuff. So you're all restricted to the safe zone. And we did get that resolved here. Yes, they should keep building it. Quest-wise, we still got 10 days on the awesome structure. It's the Chimera entity escape. Oh, that's not... Okay. We'll see if we can't get over there to intercept it. I suspect the Revenant is just going to get out of here before I could do anything about it. Okay, we did manage to catch it on its way out. Get on it. That's fine for right now. Okay, range team. Okay, so we got the disruptor flare back on it. Alright, cool. So we got it dealt with fast enough. I was really worried if it actually broke away from this whole thing, that I was going to run into problems where, I would need to deal with it while all this other crap, like while the Juggernauts were here, or Chimera. And being in that weird place of going, well, I can't really run out and deal with the Revenant properly because I've got the Chimera here. And I can't really deal with the Chimera because I got the Revenant here. You get the idea. But we're good. The Chimera is supposed to try and wait till you're at, you know, at kind of like a moment of weakness, if you will. And so you could definitely see if the Revenant did get away from me and knock down one or two of my pawns, making it a bit harder. Honestly, with the amount of damage we can throw around, I'm not... We could probably get like 2 or 3 people knocked down and not worry. Because what I could also do is, honestly, if I just stayed inside the perimeter, we wait till one of those pops up. Position all the people into a corner so Revenant has to roll into me. And we would probably get the opening stun for Calaria, chain shotguns the whole time. If it did manage to go away, we'd drop the flare and probably get another stun out of Calaria after that. You just like the mortar them when they show up. You turn the tables and give them a moment of weakness. Yeah, we actually don't have mortars built. I probably should have at least one. But I do have a, I do have an anti-grain we got stashed. So if we get a truly nasty encounter, we can pop an anti-grain on it. Okay, items. Because once again... Yeah, so you could take the whole amount if you wanted. Basically what I'm doing right now is just trying to send a bunch of junk over for our neighbors to have. To keep our inventory a bit clear. And honestly, the Doomsday Rocket is good, but we probably won't end up using it much. Yeah, apparently I have a little bit of Mega Sloth leather. Alright. Yeah, so I'm basically trying to deplete a bunch of this crap building up in this room. Alright, so Chimera are attacking. Let's do it the same way we did last time. Let's actually bottleneck him at the door. So versus using like the actual defensive line, by bottlenecking him at the door. You love the anti-grade storage warehouse. Well, I'm going to put other explosives in there. We just don't have any. Let's get the child in center formation. And the reason I want to do that is if one runs around the outside, at least that gives them a little bit of cushion before things go south. Alright. This shouldn't be too bad. So these one reason I'm doing it this way. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I'm doing it this way as opposed to using the defensive line normally, is that shout they do makes them real tanky, so that they will tend to not go down while the shout's up, unless it's like fatal. So it's kind of one of those things that they are really good about if you have a defensive line, about running through the open area and getting to your actual ranged pawns. But if you know, choke point them like this, it's a good way of dealing with them. You also want people who can take a hit, though, because they can actually do some pretty good damage. But as you can see, we can take hits pretty well. So you took a hit, just some bruising. Luxray got properly scratched up a whole lot, but even that wasn't too bad. We did enough shotgun damage to deal with all that. And we're good. So unrestricted. And Chimera are still on the menu, not back in the menu. We still have the other pile of... Oh, you know what? Chimera. There we go. That's why they never butchered you. And you still have 9 days. Yep, and our Sanguiphage is already fully healed. You'll be up and ready for phase 2. I apparently have a dead Gore Hulk in here for some reason. Okay. I mean, sure. Oh, I bet you it was in here. And when the power went out from the, what's the word? Sorry, when the power went out from the solar flare, it was just enough that it rotted. That's probably how it ended up there. Yes, we're down to that last big thing there. We got one there, and then floor. So we're looking pretty good. Pretty soon, we could have Grand help out with the construction if needed. So we're honestly on pretty good track record for getting that all sorted. Alright, loading complete. Launch. 44, 31, 113, 69. Sure. I think that'll make the Neanderthals friendly. We are now neutral with another faction. Because I just have crap laying around everywhere, and we're just throwing it at our neighbors to get it out of our hair. Which is fine. We'll end up like Oryx cultists. They're going to do a teleport abduction. So it looks like they are showing up as one big group, which is nice, because a lot of times, sometimes they'll show up scattered everywhere. We are not going to wait. Mark will be staying out of this one. So anytime you have any of the cultist events, it really is like, get out there and deal with it. And you are packing nothing but melee. Which is, I think, one of the things that a lot of people, when they first start messing with this, struggle with, is just the fact, it's like, no, you're not ready for it? That's too bad. You need to get in there. Alright, so you're just gonna be late to the party. That's just the way it is. So let's get you over here. Get the ranged line here. So we don't get a whole lot of time before they'll kidnap someone. Okay, we will run over here and coagulate you real fast, get you back on your feet. And you're just bruised, and you're fine. And there's only 2 left. So grab all of you, start moving. And the last one. And sorted. Okay. So you should... Oh, wait. Lynn's gonna get back up. Okay. Are you dead this time? Cool. Alright, so you got some bruises, one cut. There, and you're back up. So where is yours? There's your sword. Orders. Allow. And now I can go to schedule. Unrestrict. And there's more food. The forever thing of always having more food. And it's also going to result in us having, once again, clothing that needs to be burnt en masse. That's honestly one of the biggest things of late game RimWorld, is just, for all the things you kill, what do you do with all of it? managing the bodies becomes a full-time job. All right, time for Walter. Wait. I'm too slow. It's fine. The tree eats all. Yeah, no, in our case, because we're doing an evil colony, cannibal colony, we're dealing with all this nonsense. All right, so you're gonna wake up automatically once you're fully death rested. I'm gonna have you drop your stuff because we're gonna make you into a ghoul. And then Walter will join up with Luxray on Team Scary Ghoul. It does mean I'll need to go here and say yep on all those. And yep on that. Alright, so I'll take you 4 days. After which we ghoulify you. Lardine needs death rest. I'm going to try to delay that, because Lardine is our main construction person, and I really need the construction here to get done. We're not at the point where we're, like, at risk of failing it, really, but we're not sitting in a whole lot of wiggle room either. Alright, so I made the ghoul barbs. How much are you per tile? Is it 1 per tile? 4 per tile. So we still need more. Okay. Okay, so Bentley's already working on that. Keeping the marble rolling in. But so you like to actually use the buildings from these quests, like that one you built as your main tomb. All the dead pawns that go in there, and you get to look all fancy. Yeah, my problem is we actually haven't lost any pawns yet, I don't believe, in this run. Like, I actually do think we have kept every single one of our pawns that we care about. We had like 1 or 2 that we banished or whatever because we brought them in, went no, and then kicked them out. So I'm not counting those. But I don't think we took any deaths, did we? If we did, it must have been like, no, I don't think we did take any deaths. We got some people who got pretty messed up a good couple times. But that's because honestly, with these all being sangophages, most likely the way this is going to go is either everybody's going to die or nobody's going to die. Like, that's just kind of the way it's going to end up being. Yeah, so you're getting the last of these done. Alright, so that's all ready for surgery, you know, once you're out of that. Yeah, Grande is still getting that done. Alright, how are we doing on time? About just under 7 days. Like I said, we're trying to hold off having Lardine sleep. If it does come down to it, we can have Grande take over construction, but Lardine is my main construction person. And so that will cut into the time we spend on a lot of this, so we are down to... Oh, I got another one down there. Ugh. Yeah, it's part of it's they're having to run so far to get the brick to cut now. It's really slowing down the rate of being able to cut the brick. War Merchant. Cool. What ending are we going for? I have been debating. The anomaly is usually the one I go for, one, because I really like the anomaly ending a lot. It's also one of the ones that's like, you know, when you're ready to do it, you can kind of hop in and go for it, like, anytime. We actually have most of the stuff we need to go for the ship, too. Like, building the ship. We're actually in really good shape for that one as well. I'm gonna give them the Doomsday, I don't need it. There's stuff we want from you? Not really. Nope. Because like, we actually already have the persona thing from the ship. We would just need to build the ship and start the event kind of thing. And honestly, this would be a really good group for doing the ship event. They heal really fast between a fight. We could death rest a bunch of them. Well, that's... Alright, so there's a baby on the way. That wasn't really planned for, but we're here now. That is the way children be sometimes. Like, well, this wasn't the plan, but, you know... Now it be. Hope you're ready. Alright, so a bunch of tiles there. 6 days left. Alright. We're gonna have to death rest Lardine very soon. Good on you, Mark, for hauling those bricks over there. The marriage is on. Alright, well, cool. Bentley and Kalari are gonna get married. But yeah, so I could either go for the ship or the anomaly. Like right now, the anomaly stuff kind of happening on its own. We've got 2 more advanced to go, and then we have the anomaly stuff locked in. Pregnancy followed by proposal, a classic panic moment. Yup. We're like, well, this either needs to get real serious now, or it needs to go the other way. Like this is no longer just for funsies. Like, we gotta make some adult decisions here. Going too long without death rest cause death rest exhaustion, which massively degrades a person's physical capabilities. Alright, so Lardine is cut off. We've kept them awake as long as we can, but they just cannot do it anymore. So Grand is gonna step in and take over for Lardine. The good news is we do have a bunch of other people crafting stuff, and Grand themselves can craft stuff. I still have 5 days left. Yeah, so we should be fine. We've only got the 1 actual building left, and then just a handful of marble flooring. Alright, Starflight basics. And it rolled Anomaly, and the same Anomaly. Uranium Slug Terminus is what it rolled next. Now, if we were to build the ship, more than likely I would shove it in this spot. Like, we can make enough food happen without even growing anything that it's just not an issue. Proninger can also help with the construction, if they find time around cooking, which is a big if. There's no one else who can really do it. Oh, lovely. Your favorite color is apparently puke. Yeah, it's like a yellowish green. I think olive is the color. It's like, yep. That's certainly a choice of some kind. Alright, I'm going to have Proninger also help with construction. Just trying to keep that moving as fast as we can. Never mind, Proninger's not going to be able to do much. Okay, so you're still doing the blocks. Getting pretty worried about not getting this done in time because of cutting blocks. So you are doing poker. You are praying. What are your needs? So you're pretty fresh right now. I'm gonna have you just be set to cut bricks. And keep that going. Alright, so Walter here is done death resting. We're gonna go to your gear. We're gonna make you drop all of these. If we ghoulify you while you're wearing them, you'll just complain. And, well... Oh, you didn't have the... Alright, so Walter actually... Alright. Walter will eventually become one of our ghoul people. Unfortunately, I came to the realization just now that we have to have Walter take a bunch of the death serum stuff first. So Walter's gonna try and fill in the gap in some of our needs here. I don't know what that gap is going to be. I guess you're going to help with... I mean, you're going to botch it, which is going to get the bricks gone. Sure, you're just going to help craft when you have time. Well, I didn't intend for Walter to fill in this part, but here we are. So chain shotgun. So I guess Walter gets a name here that they're not going to be immediately see ghoulification like I had planned. So I gotta go to your schedule, get all that out of the way. You have sleep here and recreation with everyone else. And Walter gets a name. And so Walter's name is going to be Cody Husky, who will one day be a ghoul. Cody Husky. But for today, you help out where you can. Oh, and you need to be assigned to worker. Mark needs death rest. Work drive. And I'm pushing Earth as hard as we can to have them keep cutting brick. Just to try and keep this moving. You'll need food soon. So once Bentley eats, We're kicking Earth off the bench, and now Bentley's taking over, so that way Earth could take care of themselves. I'm worried we're not gonna make it now. Then we're gonna trip right at the finish line. Just because I won't be able to get the brick done in time. Because I still got that one down there that's like 100 brick. Just waiting for Bentley to finish the next brick. And then we'll swap. Bentley. Okay. So now Earth's taking back over on the brick. 3.5 days to go. Yeah, you can just keep hauling stuff. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Cody will just be a dedicated hauling person. Hauler cleaner. That's what they could do in the meantime. Because you were nimble, beautiful, fast learner. And same plan as before. Once Bentley has had a chance to sleep and eat, then we will get them back on it so that Earth can take another break. We're just gonna keep ping-ponging back and forth to keep that bench being worked the whole time. Okay, you're eating your meal. There you go. Alright. Medical emergency on Griff. That's because too many people blood fed them back to back. Which is fine. Alright, we're so close here. We're down to 3 days. Hospitality for a night. We would get a healing enhancer. Well, I can already do that. I don't care about that. I'm not gonna worry about that. We're focused on something right now. Alright, so next time Bentley finishes one, we're gonna think, what happened to Canahawk? Canahawk is just chilling in cryostasis. They have the Agony Scream thing. And I really just don't want to deal with the Agony Scream thing. So what we do is we keep them in cryostasis, waiting for them to, waiting for when I need a unnatural healer. You know you're living in luxury when your colony's cleaner is a jogger with dual arco legs. Yeah. You get some pretty fun, silly stuff going on. You should be waking up any time now, which is good. We are getting close to... 4 people are idle. What? Oh, we must have finished all the hauling and cleaning. That's not supposed to actually get done. What do I even put you to work on? Also interesting that we... Oh, it's because the zone's full. No, I mean it's too late for another bench. I only need the bench for this. We can go here. Clear. Chunk. Do it. Low. So that way some of these people have nothing better to do can hold up. Ah, there we go. So Lardine's back in action, going right to building the big thing. So that's good. Because we're down to 2 days, probably? Yeah, 2 days. But we already have enough stone to do the big thing here. And we're just finishing the last little bit of floor. So I just need them to not botch this thing, because that'd be the only one that'd be a big setback to potentially cause problems. Oh, how are you doing? You are doing poker. Bentley is cutting brick. So we're going to keep you cutting the brick there. Yeah, so we're under 2 days, so we're going to get it in the last minute. By the time that's made, it's too late. Yeah. It's going to be... Well, that's the thing. Is by the time we put a stone bench and everything, it'll be too late. What we're doing is, I should have done this earlier, we're just making a new hauling point that's closer so they don't have to go quite out to the extreme edges of the map. Alright, so literally it's just floor tiles. You take over for Ben Lee. Home stretch. Your lack of actual dump zone is deeply upsetting. I mean, other than stone chunks, I really just don't have anything I need to to dump at all. That's been kind of the catch here, is we're using everything. Because the corpses that rot, they go down here. The corpses that don't rot, they go in there. The stone and the steel stuff, they get cut into brick or thrown away, so they don't end up laying around. Quests 1 day. A little over a day. Secret computer, we can worry about that later. Probably more than enough brick now. Alright, and those are the last couple tiles there, just in case. It's fine, we got plenty of time left. We got 1 day. We got a full day. It was never that close. Where are you doing, Lardine, and why aren't you working on it? It's all the prisoners needing to eat. Work Frenzy, Manhunter Pack. Oh, that's a real bad Manhunter Pack. That is a real bad Manhunter Pack. Oh man, I didn't put a door on that? I should have done that ages ago. Okay. That is... Alright. Everyone but Lardine. We got work to do. So Lardine stays out of it. Okay, and Lardine, you are already building the flagship. Get the last bit. So we're gonna make sure Lardine stays on this, because we're down to 23 in-game hours, and Lardine should be able to knock out these last couple tiles. I just gotta wait that Lardine doesn't like step away and start playing poker, or, you know, take a nap or whatever on this home stretch. It's done, right? Yeah. Pods arrive with 5,000 in cash. Alright, Bentley, you go eat real fast. Lardine, you take Bentley's spot up there. Meanwhile, you don't worry about the marble. Just cut any brick you can. So monument is completed. We have to protect it for basically a year. And now we're no longer enemies with the other faction. Did we literally just become neutral to friends? Yeah, we literally just became neutral to friendly with every single faction in the course of like an in-game month. Not really. Like an in-game year. Was that just a straight cash reward? Yeah, it was a cash reward and 1,000 standings. Or not 1,100, sorry. 1,000 would be even more ludicrous than it already was. That's a real dangerous Manhunter pack, I'm telling you. That is a real dangerous Manhunter pack. Trying to look through our ridiculous menu to see if we got the Fire Foam Popper in there. It's fine. Okay. So with that, first thing I want you to do is get that sword saved. Second thing I want you to do is rescue the actual people here. Alright, now that that's done, just do what you want. Yeah, so Luxray would have died except for their Sanguiphage. So that didn't happen. Alright. Is that one tile in the middle? Oh, there we go. Alright. Yeah, Grand is still using the sword from right at the beginning. It's getting a little dicey. It's gonna not be with us a whole lot longer, but for the moment, still using it. And honestly, I think we're doing relatively okay on a lot of these things. So Earth needs Death Rest. That's fine. Give me a break, game. We just did this. Stop bullying Lardine. All right. Okay, start your death rest. Alright. They're just all running away from the one extra scary tile of fire for a bit. Yeah. You're surprised no one fled during that fight? I mean, they did. I'm surprised it took that long for them to run away. Because yeah, no, that's what, like the big negatives you run into with Sanguiphage. As the moat fire gets involved, they just scatter. Oh, work. Meanwhile, get you back to actually farming. As much as I want to keep you on that, I realistically can't. Alright, so we got another merchant showing up. Love to see it. Okay, so you're back up. A sword. Yeah, so your masterwork longsword's on its last limb. I think the next time it drops down, we're just gonna get rid of it. Otherwise, it's just gonna end up going mid thing. Alright, so we got a combat trader ship. So we want to get more of the death rest serum. That's something we want more of. We got the death rest serum here. I want at least 2 more of it. But I was gonna say I need more money. I'm lying. I forgot. We just got a payout of 5,000, so we're pretty okay on money. So we're good on all that. So you didn't have much for me. What about you? Can you make this money happen? You do not have death rest serum. And your offerings are pretty meh, if I'm being honest. Disease gutworms, basically only affecting a handful of our prisoners. Oh, I fully forgot we were still recruiting Hull. Oh, good. We're actually finally getting a little bit of other stuff found in the map, so we could maybe move the drill there. Unfortunately, we have plasteel and uranium on the far end of nowhere, but soon we'll be able to get some more done with that. You know what? So uranium slug. So that's going to give us archogenetics. Cool. Is there more stuff we just want to huck in one of these and get it out of here? Put another 1,000 of that in there. Got the medicine. That's all fine. Take some of the more worn stuff here. And how would you like a pile of twisted flesh? There you go. You can load up the transport pod and send a bunch of twisted meat at a neighbor. Clear up some of those shelves. New recruit Hull. Alright. So, the good news here is Hull is going to be our newest addition to the melee team. Right now they are a toddler, so they're not going to do a whole lot, but they are a brawler. So very unfortunately, if I do equip them with a ranged weapon, they're just going to throw a hissy fit about it constantly. So they're not going to get that. We should also go to your schedule. Let's change this here. Oh, yeah, you keep your schedule the way it is. Your schedule. And get all the rest of this to be recreation so a kid can learn. Okay. So you can help with that. And right now you have no other passions other than violence. Understandable. And welcome to the colony. Our brand new kid is going to be Conrite. depending on how you develop as a kid, you may end up being a ghoul, you may not end up being a ghoul. There's a good chance you got ghoul in your future. But if you're really lucky and you turn out well enough, we might get the cloning pillar to show up. And you, the original, won't become a ghoul. But you'll begin a long lineage of ghouls. Let's see, it's risky due to theft potential, but one thing you love a little is volumetric power cells, powering drills on the far up. Yeah, no, you can do that. I usually don't need to worry about that too bad, because it's easy enough to just run a wire down there, and then as time goes on, you can kind of fill in like wires, because you'll end up with like a wire that shoots off down this way, and then you have like a spot over there, so you shoot one off that way, and you can like slowly end up like wiring like a hidden grid of wire underneath the whole map. Not super worried about that. Yeah, so you're already 7, and you're 6. Ooh, I'm gonna wait till your learning maxes out, and then we're gonna sanguiphage you. And Dick Butte and their 10 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for catching the last 10 streams, not miss a single one. Now, with that said, I've got to use the restroom. So I'm going to go ahead and put up a away screen and grab myself a new drink, go use the restroom, all that good stuff, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Intro, the Wilhelm scream. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Once I am actually not being dealt with the word. But let's say, you know, I'm getting exhausted, I'm in a bad way, I can't fight what's left, I'm too tired. So what I might do is I might do something like this. I go, okay, you know, I sneak around here, I cut the corner real fast, cut the second corner, and then I go sneak. And the reason you do that is you pull the zombies, they lose line of sight of you, and they lose line of sight of where they're going to like last have seen you, and then you sneak and you just try and you know, get away from the situation. You could also do that where like if you do manage to ho. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, well, great, the bot's busted. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature?
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. Alright, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Just need to go and grab myself a new drink, use restroom, you know the drill. Let's see, Manhunter pack. Alright. Oh, I mean, it's only 8. At first, it's like, oh no, elephants. It's like, oh, but it's a small group of elephants. That's fine. Alright, same as always. Get everyone to their defensive positions, do the whole thing. We all know the drill now. One thing I might actually do is I genuinely might let go the handful of, other faction people I've had here this whole time. You know, honestly, just keep you two out of it. Yep. So, let's see. For the other faction, who were the ones that are here? From that group. Right. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to do something controversial for this run. You can have your legs back. I know. Because I really just don't need more hemogen. Like, really don't need more hemogen. And I've got enough people who aren't part of that other faction, and we have become their friend. So I'm kind of like, you know what? They are more useful to me now for their reputation than it is for that. Because we'll still have, what, 6 people in there? And if we get more refugees, we can kidnap them. So if we slap a leg on them, they'll be able to crawl off the map. Actually, inch you in one more. Nicely done, team. Oh, one thing I should also do. I forgot I started doing that in the past. Which is setting them all to priority 1 hunt. Because you usually don't assign anything to be hunted. So that after the fight, anyone who's not busy just runs and deals with it. So I don't have to babysit it. So you took a couple of hits. And you lost a toe. How about you let someone prevent you from actively bleeding before you get too caught up in those surgeries? Cool. Alright, so with you, congratulations, you've been in here for 4 years, but you get to leave. You have fulfilled your requirements as a prisoner of this colony, of giving us copious amounts of blood, and your services are, however, no longer needed, so we are going to be letting you go. And while we can certainly eat you, let's be real, I don't need the food. I've got like 500 meals here, another like 3,000 raw food in there. Growth moment on Mark. So Mark has like no stats, whatever. We're gonna give you tough because those are all not great. So you can only have one thing. Now charge them for therapy. Oh yeah, no, we should have business opportunities. Oh right, we don't have a dedicated mining person. So Mark is going to be our dedicated mining person. Congratulations, Mark. Let's go to some of these ones who don't have a passion for social and take them off taking care of stuff. Oh, you'll probably want. We want to keep your social going up. That's fine. All right. So that way, once we get something to drill in here, hey, would you look at that? The faction likes us even more. See, this is a lesson to the rest of you. If you all behave, maybe we'll let you out. We're definitely not letting any of the other ones out. Neural calculator, love enhancer. That's fine. I'm just gonna take the faction thing there. You two, go murder the hell out of the Gore Hulk. Okay, I'm pretty soon I'm gonna need to run down there to help. All right. Cool. So get that all sorted. They're gonna get off the map just before this goes down, because usually I'll run down once it's 5 hours, because it's just about right. Hey, would you look at that? We gained a whole lot of standings. We're almost allied with them. Imagine the idea that you've got like this colony here, and they've captured and they spent literally like the last how many years with your people locked up in it. And just one day they're like, yeah, but like, no, man, I sent them a bunch of leather. We let the 3 people we had locked up go, so we're besties now, right? And we're like, yeah, man. Forget the fact that we've been basically torturing your people for however many years. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so they're packing some pretty respectable firepower. The good news is they might be coming around this rock formation. And if that's the case, oh yeah, that means they might be dropping right into our chain shotgun range. So get you 2 in the front. The Empire's going to apparently run right in front of us. Perfect to get wailed on, where we won't be able to help them out without friendly firing, as the Empire do. Okay, so the Empire got downed. Alright. So, I'm going to chase a little bit, but my plan is to jump behind there and jump behind there when they go for the cover. So you're going for the cover here. That'll lock those 3 into melee. And you... Oh, nope, nope. I mean, it's already committed. It's fine. So I'll lock those 3 in melee. And now we shirk any safety of the wind and just rush right in there. Wait, there was an impet in there? Don't do that. Grab him. Okay. Alright, I think we let the Masterwork Sword go. It's been good for us, but it's not been doing so good. Meanwhile, Cody here, go coagulate that person. All right. What's its name? Bloodshed. All right. Medical emergency on Russell. Yep, okay. Meanwhile, we do have Grand will be making their brand new replacement sword. So it's Draw Shambler, so literally there's no more basic anomaly research to be done. It's gone. Oh, hey, you're down here. Hey man, I thought you were dead. There you go. Alright, so you got that set up for planting. Yeah, and they're actively working on it. Cool. Yep, they're taking all the goodies. So once we've got Grand here is free up, they're going to be working on getting that Bioferrite longsword. If we're lucky, they can go ahead and knock that out, and if they just make that a masterwork, that'd be great. But honestly, we debated whether or not making the Bioferrite longsword would have been an upgrade from their steel one anyways this whole time. So it's fine. Meanwhile, you're still working and getting your learning up. Because we really want to get that maxed out if possible. They want to do nature running and lessons. Oh, you know what I realized? This whole time, we never made a school desk or anything because we just didn't have that many kids. And I should have built these forever ago. That's fine, I can get them now. Alright. So you need the death rest. Cool. Vagabonds 1 resources. Hey, anyone want to stay? We're accepting new people. Alright, so plan for this is straightforward. We grab all but the children, run them out here, and we're gonna go ahead and see if we can replace some blood bags with some neutral parties that won't have to worry about, you know, all sorts of interpersonal relationships and all that kind of stuff going on. So we don't want to have any consideration to any of the other stuff. Any survivors? Oh. Well, one survived. you are moving very... food poisoning. That'll do it. Oh, wait. Get back over here. Hang on. That was my goof. Sorry, didn't mean to let you go. Alright, so prisoner, we'll work on converting you. And then we'll also look at the... Oh man, there's a scar on that leg? Ooh, we better take that off. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Alright, good thing we got that scarred up leg off of you. That could have been serious. That was actually really serious what we just did there, but that's okay. We'll definitely make sure you have plenty of time to heal up before we do it again. It's been, I think, 30 seconds. That's probably good enough. In case you figured, I'm not exactly entirely worried about the safety of my prisoners here. And we remove the peg leg. Alright, meanwhile... I have a very long sword of excellent quality. Go get your new sword. Cool. And welcome to the colony. May your stay be productive for me individually. Masterwork chairs. That'll be good, because I'll use a bunch of materials, we get a bunch of chairs so people can rest and feel comfortable. This whole place is a nightmare. Bentley's taking care of all that. We're doing good on our research. I think maybe we go for the ship. Because I do the anomaly ending a lot. Like, if I have the opportunity to do the anomaly ending just passively, it happens, that's fine. But maybe we go for the ship this time. We already have you on maintain only. Getting plenty of bioferrite in here. I just don't do the ship very often. So plan is I could wedge the ship in down here. And that'd be good. Alright. Yeah, so the anomaly's fine. We're not doing the one where we cross the planet. You know what? I'm not gonna say we're not gonna do it. We'll see. Yeah, no, we'll probably just roll credits once. Because I was also thinking, like, no, because, like, caravanning with this would be annoying and all that. I do like the meme of going that. But so you could go over a ship and Dracula your way off the planet. But that's what I'm thinking. Is we don't just do the ship to be like, hey, roll credits, send one person off. We are bringing everybody. If we do the ship, we are bringing everybody. That way we may bring the army of vampires to a new home. It'd also be interesting with the ship, if I built just the one main part, I believe you can tell it to start spooling up anyways. I'm curious if I did start spooling it up right from the get-go. Like, you put down that main piece, you say, okay, start powering on the reactor, even before, like, any of the other ships built. I do wonder if you kept that thing running, would you be in, like, the end-game's rate of raids forever? Or would you eventually, you know, finish powering it up and then it'd be sorted? I've never tried to just leave it running longer. Yeah, we'll go ahead and accept them. Because you have one. And I'm down to just take more Psylink just because we can. We also last time had one of them join us. Well, offer to join us. I don't remember if we accepted them or not. A tough body purist pyromaniac. All right. Sanguiphage Hunters. A group of Sanguiphage Hunters from Gas lineup are approaching. They'll attack the meeting of Sanguiphages, as well as those who hosted them. Alright, so this is actually... Okay, so we do have a Doomsday Launcher. A pretty good mix of weapons in there. A lot that could do fire. So that is one that can always happen. I believe they will respect the rules of how you normally target. If not, we're going to have a rough time. I mean, we're going to have a rough time either way. Oh, I have a lot of people death resting. Okay, we might have done goofed on this one. Everyone into the safe zone. You know you can power up the ship generator and use it base power until, you know, use it for base power without ever flying off. Gotcha. So one of them has a mutating lance. Alright, so Oresh is our target for the mutating lance. I don't remember who has the mutating lance though. Do we have the mutating lance in this group? I thought it was Kalaria. Kalaria has it, right? Yeah, the Insanity Lance. So we want to target Orish with the Insanity Lance. This is probably going to be a colony wipe here. I have too many people death resting. So there's Orish. They're the ones we got to worry about the most. Come on, peek the corner. Alright, that apparently wasn't necessary. Hey, we're not done here. We're not done here. Get back here. Oh, no. Alright, well, they're gone before we get there. Okay. So considering I had like 4 people death resting when that all kicked off, honestly, that could have gone worse. Meeting completed. I don't know why you put that all the way over there, but that's okay. Alright, so you need a little medical treatment. Yeah, so the only injuries we took... So I think what happened was because so many of them were ranged, like long-ranged, they got in here. They couldn't go back where the people had followed in behind. They're trying to get over here to cover somewhere. And as neural heat dump, that's not useful. They couldn't get like to cover around here anywhere, so they're trying to run over here or over there. And so they just kind of fed themselves into me. Because if they had stopped and just started opening fire, there's a good chance they could have done some really serious damage. All right. Yeah, so that I gotta watch for, because Luxray is also down. They should be up soon. That was, from when was it Impids we were fighting, and there was all the fire? That, Luxray would have died in that fire, but because they're Sanguiphage, Sanguiphage Ghoul, instead they just went, to Involuntary Death Rest. Juggernaut Serum. Pleasure Pulse. So 24, 25, 42, 69, all right. Cool. Game of Gift got some more reputation out of it. Gonna build another transport pod for whenever. Now, downside is building the ship's probably gonna take us a while just because of components and all that. So we got archogenetics researched, and now it's doing vital monitors. All right. So I'm gonna need to shuffle these around a bit. Yeah, let's shuffle these around a little bit, just for the better benefit of all this. So now about doing that's. I'm not gonna do the bar doing the thing that's like the really min-max thing. Instead, we're going to get this all set up to at least be slightly more efficient here. Now wait till you get those moved and we can go on to the next one. Now we can put the vitals monitor here and there, and you get the idea. Cool, you're up. So you can go up here. It's fine. It'll look a little weird, but that's okay. I don't really care. Alright, so you keep working on that. Progenitor needs death rest, so we've got all but one of the others back up. So let's go ahead and get you in here. Alright. And suddenly we're having an influx of crafting materials again. And beavers. 10 beavers. I really just don't want to deal with it, so we'll just go out here. Grab all of you. Run out here. We're going to deliberately provoke the beavers and just fight them straight up. So get those in the way, in range. Grab all our range stuff. Oh, you don't need to be here. And you also get out of here. Alright. There we go. Cool. Have a good time. Cirilo took hits. You're fine. Alright. So that way we went ahead and just annihilated the alpha beavers before we... You know, like, so I didn't have to, like, chase them down and have to worry about someone hunting them on their own getting hurt or whatever. Granted, at our levels now, if I put them on hunt and someone just ran out there with a chain shotgun, even if they went manhunter, a lot of our people could probably just solo them even in, like, melee now. As Sanguiphage with, like, all the perks and all that. And even if they went down, the beavers won't eat the person. So, not really that big of a threat either. Alright. Begin all the beds shuffled around. There, it'll be inefficient, but I don't care. Alright. So, since you're sleeping on the floor anyways, it's time for you to become Sanguiphage. Okay. And there'll be another room with death rest stuff needed. Since everyone's stuff is just getting mixed and matched now, I don't care, it's fine. How's our power doing? Honestly, not great. If we're actually looking at our power, it's not too amazing. There is another geothermal I could exploit down here. Don't build it yet. We will want to get that all squared away. Oh, wait, not slate. Don't do that. I don't have slate on the map, so we'll run out of it, and then they'll stop repairing it. Plus, granite's more durable. And go security, granite here. Zone, do not build the roof. And power. Okay. So it's a bit of a trek out there. Let's turn off auto home zoning for right now. Because that's going to get obnoxious if I don't. Yeah, so we get another geothermal on here to help us out. We've got the materials, we've got the time, we've got the means. So it's Kalaria's Star and Bentley need death rest. We can pop Bentley in for their death rest. You should be popping out not too long. I imagine that's the reason why you'd want like a death rest room with like all of the coffins in one room. Just so at like a glance you can look and be like, okay, here's the 4 here. Like, keep up with it where you don't have to fuss with it too much. We will assign you to be a home zone. So that they'll repair the walls and all that. Oh, right. You need to be genetically changed. Load. Blood bag. There you go. I forgot. You're a new person here. I should probably do something like... Actually, let's cancel that recombine. We can load the template blood bag. Do I have... So you can give them kind instinct. And... nearsightedness? Yeah, so that would still give them that. And with it being blue-skinned, it would make it way easier for me to notice. So it's a little wasteful. But with that, we just watch for all the people with blue skin, and we know the people with blue skin have already done it too. Little late to be doing that, but if I got extra time, I'll just shove that into more people. Oh, hey. Do I have more ship chunks on the map? Just the two in the corner there? That's fine, that's stealing components at some point that dropped. Still not sitting at hardly any chem fuel because we're using it all to launch stuff at our neighbors. Entity Liberator on Sentient Cookie. Okay. Let's get in position just in case they let the Revenant out. Alright, nope, we're good. Everyone else can go back to what you're doing. And an Argor Hulk knocked out. That's fine. Okay. I like the idea how you let the thing out and then you cower in fear afterwards. They're like, I released it. I really wanted to. Wait, never mind. I'm scared. Right, and you're waiting on steel and a reinforced barrel. I should have a singular reinforced barrel. I don't think we traded away. I could be wrong. Now that I think about it, we haven't had a single siege raid in this colony. Like the other colony we had, we were just dealing with them pretty perpetually. And this one has been almost entirely regular straight up raids and breach raids. Like we've had no shortage of breach raids. Is there more stuff worth loading up I can throw at you? Alright, pretty good pile of dread leather we can send. Some drugs. A little bit jade. Garland seed. A book. A bunch of junk weapons I don't want. That's good, we could do that. Some bio-coded weapons that I can't use even though I wanted to. Keep the chain shotgun. I'm even gonna send the Doomsday over. It's not a thing I plan on using at any point, so... It's fine. Alright, other stuff we could send over. Basically just want to get a full payload here if we can. If it's going to take too much or we don't want to send all the things over. Yeah, the fact that I have almost nothing but like really good medicine is a weird thing to have. I've never been in that situation. That's fine. We'll load up the transport pods, bribe them into giving me more reputation. Because honestly, at this point, just grabbing all the random people coming by that aren't aligned to the faction, I don't have much use or need for more of them. Implant, blood bag, yep. A rat has self-tamed. Cool. There, so Marina is blue. We know they're a blood bag. Keep you in the safe zone. What I need is some opportunity to trade for the death rest serum. That's the holdup on converting Cody into a super ghoul. Is without the serum, I can't take advantage of all the buffs we got going on over here. I've got one, but I need 2 more. Because you get 1 for free, and then we can go up to 3. Alright, so let's launch that. It's fine. So 30, 20, 21, I see. Alright, so we've got Shamblers assaulting. So we've got 38 over there. Tried to see the name that came by. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. For those who don't know, Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Unfortunately, the timing is when an ad's going on, so I do apologize about that. It's just the way it works. For those who aren't familiar with Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing some RimWorld, Voice of the Void, and Split Fiction. Ooh. Split Fiction's a really solid one. I've been meaning to play that. I've been playing a whole other thing. Classic ad timing. Yep, that is how ads be. Pre-roll's not on. Gonna get them anyways. But yeah, so thanks so much for that raid. Again, go check out Italics. Absolutely amazing content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good times over there. We are doing... Well, first I should actually introduce myself. So I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,120 zombies killed in one character in one life. That didn't involve mods that changed itemization or vehicles, yada yada, sweaty tryhard things. You get the idea. Big number big. That record has been beaten, but I do play a whole bunch of games, including RimWorld, and all that's been playing, so like Auction Not Included. Just got wiped by Randy brutally. Yeah, Randy will do that. But again, thank you for all those files. Normally when I play RimWorld, I play RimWorld like we try and be genuinely like good people, as good as you really can be in RimWorld. But RimWorld's got this whole cannibalism, be awful memes or whatever. So for our subathon, as one of our big milestones, we said, hey, I'll do an evil run. So we've been doing that. So if you want to know who in this colony are vampires, that would be all of them. Actually, I'm sorry, all of them. This is the only one who's not a vampire because they're a waster locked in the fridge. So that's been a whole thing going. We are eating people. We are doing everything imaginably awful, and it's been fun. It's been not particularly difficult compared to a normal RimWorld run, because once you go cannibalism, like, food's not a... You just don't... you don't have to do anything with food. It's just... Food just feeds itself to you. You do have to deal with some, like, mood stuff, and then, like, the sanguiphages. Like, right now we're a little bit low on blood bags. I got rid of a bunch of them because maintaining the blood bags is costing me too much effort. And I'm sitting on 500 hemogen packs, so something had to give. But as you rated in, we're getting a Shambler Assault of, I think it said it was like 58 or 57. Not a big one. I'm not super worried about it, because one nice thing about everyone in my colony being sanguiphages is sanguiphage gives everybody melee skill. So even if I have a problem of like, oh no, they got past my melee line and into my ranged can hold themselves up in a melee. So we're a little in not a great shape though, because we do have 3 people death resting, because that is the problem with having this many people. You do have to overlap. Oh, you only have 3 hours left? Okay, so we'll try to delay a few seconds for Proninger. Ah, no, it's an assault. They're just going to go for it. It's fine. Yeah, it's child mark. You're getting in on this. But yeah, so my plan right now is there's 38 up there, there's like 24 down there. So we hit the softer target first. And then we'll go to the other. Grab Poacher and the group as soon as possible. Oh, and our ghoul is super juiced. Our ghoul is unethical levels of juiced. We did do the stacking of the glucoid on them, so they were a sanguiphage ghoul. They do have their armor, the heart, power claws. They don't die. And they absolutely obliterate anything that comes after them. Yeah, so I'm gonna go and just run out here. That is a lot of ghouls, but at the same time, if I don't go out here, this is the one where they will just start pounding on my walls. And we are rocking an army of chain shotguns. I'll be putting the small child in the middle of my formation. That way the ghouls can't just skip by and deal with it. Yeah, so we're gonna... Oh, we're gonna get rhinos on us. It has not been long enough for that thing to be safe. You are doing nothing to this, and that's a problem. Well, that's not going at all how it's supposed to. You two deal with the one in the middle. Free up that shotgun. Alright, so we don't have time to wait. Proner's still down. So the problem is, this here, if any pieces of that gets destroyed, we're gonna get 15 rhinos on us. And realistically, I think that's a thing that's happening. Okay, how badly damaged are the walls here? We'll go from the inside. Anyone bleeding badly? Some decent bleeding there. Okay, nothing catastrophic. So they're all patiently waiting. So I think we're gonna go over to this group, because they're weirdly taking their turn. So we get up here, we can probably deal with that. You should be up anytime now. And once we get into position, assuming we have the time, we won't, because they're about to break that wall. Stop hitting it. I don't, like, the rhinos are fine. It'll be the back-to-back that's a concern. Okay, so I got close enough that they're all flagged as in combat. Stop trying to put them outside, please. I need you to get over here, and I do need you to not be in the front. Alright, so let's try and deal with that before we have that get breached. Okay, Proner's up. Get over here, because they're going to pop through there. You two get on that one. Okay, you go ahead, and while we got a moment, coagulate. 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 And coagulate. Okay, it looks like they're all coming around to try and face me on this side. Let's try and get to the other side of this real fast. So we can't draw them into the area. So this wall's gonna fail because we're gonna hit it with enough of our own chain shotgun ammo. Looks like we may have prevented the worst case scenario, which is destroying this. So that would be dealing with stacking problems. Alright, so we got just the handful up there. I do want to try and draw them outside of there, just again so I don't accidentally destroy this. Get out of here, small child. Small child all the way out. Okay. So we still got that stack over there. Tim, the kids or the vampires? What do you mean, or? I mean, oh. Yeah, no, we're gonna... The kids are vampires. Alright, so that's all sorted. Oh, hey. You're not actually captured. Oh. Just go. Go kill him. I don't need it. Alright, so orders allow... Get rid of all the bodies. Schedule... We never bothered restricting people, so that's fine. Selector can go out there and finish the Shambler. Smash its head with its power fists. So we do have some people need treated. Nothing too dire. And because we're sanguiphages, even if people bleed out or become infected or anything like that, even that's not a concern because they just collapse. And it means I'd be without them for 7 days, which is pretty bad. But that's whatever. And a medical emergency, you can ignore that. That's just us feeding on the prisoners. Alright. And also because we are sanguiphage, like, they heal really fast too. Alright, so you need death rest. So it's the next one popping in here. Because as you can see, that's the problem, is we're keeping almost like 2 people death rest at a time. I do have the upgrades to make death rest faster, but it does only go so far. Yeah, so it wasn't super close, but we did take a pretty good number on that wall. If they would have broken that wall, we would have had another, like, we would have had 15 rhinos on top of it. The 15 rhinos by themselves would not be an issue. But again, if I'm in the middle of doing that, and we're pretty shredded up, and then 15 rhinos, we probably would still be fine. But we would have a lot of people get knocked down and be into involuntary death rest. And that would put me in a really bad shape for potentially the next event. And if we followed it up with something like an Impid raid or something like that, that'd just be the end of it. So you've shown up with almost nothing. You can have that book. Got a couple... That's all you can afford. That's fine. I have predicted that this colony would die, and my prediction at the beginning was we would either A, die to a pretty big Impid raid, because being all sanguiphage, fire is terrifying. Or B, we would get a mech raid that's mostly Scorchers, and same deal. Is they'd run up, they'd spray fire into the group, and my people would scatter, because sanguiphage are afraid of fire, and just trying to reorganize and rally, just start picking us off. But we're getting pretty close to being able to do the ship. I think that might be what we go for. I've done a lot of the anomaly ending. It's my preferred ending in the game. I really, really like the anomaly content. But we did the we were doing an all endings challenge a while back, and launched the ship, did the anomaly ending and all that. We've done Arco Nexus recently, so it's like, you know what? We'll just do the straightforward build the ship. I'm planning to rip up this field and just like make the engines in the back part of the ship there and kind of bend it to the left, and we will bring everyone with us. So instead of the normal one where I'd put like 2-3 people on and be like, cool, roll credits, it'll be everybody goes or nobody goes. I mean, not counting the corpses. If people die, they get left behind. Alright. Getting a little bit low on steel. That is what it is. For our blood bags here, basically you just take a pawn and you cut their legs off. And the reason you do that is so they can't prison break, but we've taken this a step farther. We did change their xenotype. That we did genetically alter them to give them as low of a hunger rate as we possibly could by just giving them a bunch of negatives. Because we were just losing way too much time to running back and forth constantly trying to feed them. Like, it wasn't even about the food amount. That part was fine. It was the sheer amount of labor from just running food back and forth into there. We can lock that door open again. None of them have legs. We had a prisoner not long ago that was not yet delegged because we acquired new talent. Yeah, so you're still restricted there. Okay. And pretty soon Larding should get all that rebuilt. We are running the random research mod, which means technically I'm not supposed to have control of my research. We have to turn it off and back on when we do this because it doesn't work properly with anomaly. But the idea is whenever it chooses the research that's non-anomaly research, I just let it go. If it chooses anomaly research here, it breaks, so I have to, you know, kill it. Yeah, delegged. Yep. You gotta do what you gotta do. Like I said, when you're doing an evil... Like, that's... One thing I would love to see them do, and I don't think they will because I don't think they're going to circle back and revisit Sanguiphage to change them in any way. I would like, without mods, I would like there to be a way that you can kind of give your people the go-ahead and say, hey, this person here, this person, they're available for, like, either hemogen farming or for, like, you know, blood drinker. So you could have, you know, sitting back at home, you could have your genie just crafting away, and your Sanguiphage getting a little thirsty, runs back to the kitchen, gives the genie a little bite in the neck, gets topped off. That way you could have, like, a non-evil Sanguiphage run, where you're trying to be, like, good Sanguiphages. We're only willing volunteers. Because you can mechanically do that. I can go blood feed and click on it. But it's really, really obnoxious to have to do that manually if you don't want to do it. So I almost never play Sanguiphage because I don't typically do this kind of stuff. Like, I try to have my colonies run like, you know, real people might run a colony. You know, you got dumped on this planet, it doesn't mean everyone becomes an absolute maniac in the first 30 seconds where they try and murder and cannibalize each other. You know, you're just trying to survive to get off the planet. And, you know, all sorts of maniacs attempt to kill you. And you defend yourselves and all that. But the Sanguiphage as it is, to not want to rip out your hair with all the micro. Alright, baby is on the way. So gather around for that. But yeah, so you get the idea. I would want there to be a way that you don't have to micro it, that it's not strictly blood bagging people. Because we have means without blood bagging that work, but they require lots of micro. And that's the rub. It's just like earlier we had a blight that hit over here. And I showed, it's like, I know how to handle, you know, zone it, all that. I showed like all that. It's like, but this day and age, the fact that we need a mod to be able to right-click and say, hey, work on sick child. So here is a weird question that I have not tried before, and I'm down to figure out. If we immediately make that sick child into a vampire, thereby making them immortal, even if they die to that, in theory they should be fine. We're still going to tend to it. Cool, we got Vitals Miner. Now they're doing the Cryo Sleep. Then go to Misk. Nah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. We'll have one bed that doesn't have one. Also, you should still tend to the baby. I would very much think we should still tend to the baby. And honestly, with how much medicine do we have now? Genuinely, I have more good medicine than anything. I have almost 700. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering how many people we've gone through, look man, a lot of our furniture is made out of human leather, and we've been wearing almost the whole thing. Your friend Lewis did that. Not worth it in your opinion? The little girl was a real monster? I am missing a reference. Okay, so you got converted. Maintain only, because you're a blood bag. Starvation on Clara Star. Interview with the vampire. Gotcha. I haven't played that one myself. Honestly, that door could be left open as well. Okay, so you're still cutting the brick. We apparently have a lot of it. So something else I mentioned earlier on in the game is if we decide to do the anomaly ending just along the way, one thing I'm going to want to do here is give ourselves a relatively safe passage to and from it. Because I have found having like a corridor that goes to and from the anomaly, or the not anomaly, the monolith can make it really easier when you're in the middle of like that whole end game event and everything is going sideways because there's just the whole thing is going down. That just having a fast in-out kind of path so you see, like, we have that path to run up there. Can make it way, way, way safer. Because you just have your person run down here. And, like, even if the entire colony is falling behind them, usually they can get out there alright. We will want to go on here. And put a couple of doors on there. Put a door here as well. Basically give myself a couple places to get in and out. I will smooth out these two tiles. And then we're also going to need lights. Because if we do the event, that'll be in the nighttime, like where it's pitch black, where we take damage for it. Alright. So I've got the big outcropping for the monolith getting built. It's just because I have a ton of granite laying around. That's like, alright, let's just go ahead and build that. It's not necessary. But it is those things that, like, if the entire encounter starts going south, you have at least some level of defense to run down, where you're not just trying to run down between, you know, devourers and everything jumping at you. Because the anomaly ending can get real sloppy towards the end at times. It escalates pretty rapidly. I'm honestly surprised they're still finding that stuff. Yeah, so we still just got the plasteel and all that. Because we don't have many researchers. Usually end up with like 3-4 researchers in most of my colony that are able to work on stuff. But we just haven't ended up having that availability. So no one's getting over here and actually working on this. But at the rate we're going, we'll be tapping out of the research we can do soon. And we're honestly getting pretty close to tapping out on being able to research literally anything for anomaly either. Gotcha, it's a book series and one movie. I thought they had a book series, a movie, and a game? Or is the game someone else? Either way, I've heard good things. It's not what I've seen myself. Had the Lion Court, played by Tom Cruise. Back in the old days, Tom Cruise cool as what? Yeah. The book were good up through book 5 or so. Never finished the series. Gotcha. Alright, so we're about to get that built. And then we can go ahead and get the generator going. Honestly, I don't normally do this. We could put a door there. Because why the heck not? Put a door here. We'll have all that sorted out. This will need to probably go. But to get the idea, like, actually attach these things. I never do it, I just have the material, so whatever. Alright, so it chose an anomaly thing for random. We can't do that. Chose the same one. Vacuum crypts, cryosleep, so we can do that. Alright. Put a door there. Okay. And so the idea with all this is to have choke points, where if things get bad, I can, you know, block the choke point kind of thing. Or I can hold up at the choke point. Honestly, it's not bad. We have the spare brick. It wouldn't be bad for me to put the doors in all those places. Like, we could lock them open. But again, then if we're in trouble, we run back the door with it set to close. It slams the door behind me and buys time. Not that I think I need any of that, but it's like, eh. I got brick piling up and I got nothing to use it on. Let's put to some use. And I'll double layer and all that. So I never read the books, but you felt sorry for Claude, Kirsten Dunst, who made a vampire at a young age. Never be to grow up. Yeah. There's interesting considerations with that. Like, that's one of the questions that people asked with RimWorld when it's like, I made one of the babies a vampire, and they're like, oh, does that mean they're gonna stay a baby forever? It's like, no. Nope, just not how RimWorld wants to do it, which I think is honestly a good choice not to do it that way. People already go out of their way to be like, how over the top awful can I be in RimWorld? Let's see how far I can take this. And already with some of the stuff people come up with, it gets pretty wild. Make all of this home zone so they'll repair it, even though they'll annoyingly clean it all, but that's fine. Alright. man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Claudia. Cut all her hair off and it grows back to her curly hair. Oh man. Yeah, no, if you have like the young, like baby curly hair kind of thing. Or like, you know, little kid curly hair. And you know, you're a vampire is like 200, 300, 400 years old. And you're stuck looking like a little porcelain doll. Yep. But if vampires are real, the sun would disintegrate them? No, they clearly sparkle. She was 9 for like 50 years. No. Big ol' no. Big ol' no. No, definitely the vampires would sparkle if they were real. Let's be honest about that. Sunlight hurting people? Come on, that's just weird. Like as in disintegrating, you know, Buffy the Vampire Slayer running with the cloak on him and watching the like wafts of smoke going off of it. So pleasure pulse. We can provoke the pit gate. And honestly, we're almost at the point where there's nothing left to research on the anomaly side. Which point we'll just turn that off to stop studying it anymore. Wayne Roll would be like, no, the Twilight vampires aren't the real ones. For the record, I think the Twilight vampires are just ridiculous. But still. So a 60-year-old with the emotional capacity of a child who wants to grow up. Oh, so they also have the emotional capacity of a child? I was thinking in my head they would still mature like a normal person, but basically be trapped in a child's body, which in some ways would honestly be worse. Because, you know, you would, like, we're not going to go into any details on it. I imagine your romantic life would be very difficult if you look like a child, even though you're 50-something years old. Because it's probably one of those ones you don't want to engage with at all. And we don't need to elaborate on that farther. There's some people we don't need to elaborate farther. Because also, if you were a person who's not like okay with that, and you're like a child or whatever, it's no matter what, it's going to be creepy and uncomfortable. No, you don't want to spoil it, but it leads to problems for everyone involved? Yeah. Which, fair enough, it leads to problems for everyone. That's one of those ones like, there is no way to make this okay. Yeah, she wanted to grow up and, you know, love people and all that. Yeah, no, I could understand that. Like, especially if you are aware, like, you are conscious of the fact that, like, in a lot of ways your maturity has been held back. And it's not, like, you know, it's a brain chemistry kind of thing. You can't just will it to be, you know, farther along than it really is. That sounds awful. I mean, I got a mountain of money. I'll take the flesh shaping just because. I need the death rest capacity serum. That's what I need. I would really like you to start stocking the death rest capacity serum. Usually that's like super easy to come by. All right. You highly recommend the books? Yeah, I mean, I'm in the middle of a series right now, but eventually I usually catch up because silly authors needing to take more time to write a book than it takes me to read it. So, hey, maybe I'll check it out at some point. I've heard good things about it. Now, granted, I haven't had too many conversations on it, but I have heard good things when I have talked about it. I'm also observing there is a big... Oh, never mind, I got the door right there. I was supposed to say there's a flaw that there's nowhere to get in this area without having to, like, go the whole way around, but that's fine. Yeah, so kind of just, like, spider webbing this thing around. So you have to get your brother to download the books. I think the books are so much more in-depth than movies a lot of content. Oh yeah, I mean, that's normal. I mean, you consider the fact that a book, like, you know, you can have several hundred pages worth of like it all depends on the book. We can have like 400 or 500 pages to a book, or even if it's only 200-300 pages to a book, that you can cover a lot more material than even if you have a movie that goes like 3+ hours long, like, you know, really a long movie. Even then, it's just, you can only do so much. And in a lot of ways, when you're doing a movie versus a book, sure, the movie, you get the visual aspect of it, where you can, you know, instead of having to try to imagine what it might look like, they can show you, and there's a lot to say about that. One thing that most movies can't do is they can't, like, step back and give you, like, the character's inner thoughts and monologue where it doesn't get kind of weird. You know, doing the whole thing where it's like, you know, what is he doing? I don't understand. Like, unless he talks through his entire thought process of his brain. And the only way I've seen that done well in a lot of movies is when they're dealing with someone who, like, the character themselves, you're supposed to be, you know, you're supposed to be presenting them as, like, someone who's psychologically not well, to have such a weird internal monologue that, you know, they use that as the excuse. Because you take most people and they have that internal monologue quite to the point where they're having a conversation inside their brain, you're like, you doing okay there, buddy? You, there's talking to yourself, and then there's talking to yourself. And you're definitely getting to the talking to yourself side of it. Like, everybody has, like, a little bit of talking to themselves, like, man, that was dumb, you know, should I do that? Like, that kind of thing. But, like, the whole thing's like, I don't know, she might betray me at some point. I really have to watch out for her. But, like, all of this is happening in your head. It gets weird. But in the book, you can present it all and it's fine. Like, you'd be like, oh yeah, Jake lost confidence. You know, Jake saw whoever smirk, and he knew there was more behind those eyes. Like, you can do that kind of thing. But in the movie, how do you do that? You have the guy smirk, and they have to go from Jake's perspective and have him, like, make a face like... Which, of course, would make no sense in the scene, because if I'm the person smirking at you and you're sort of like... I'm gonna be like, alright, hold up. So it's tricky and a mess to do that. That's also one of the reasons why, like, game adaptations between movies, like, books, I feel like game and book, that adaptation works better. Like, going from book to game. Going game to book is, I've never seen it done well. I can tell you the Borderlands books are real bad. We had, I believe Tomb got one of them as a gift. And I was like, wow, this is really not a good book. But like going from game to book, I've not seen work. I've seen book to game work plenty. The Mist books are surprisingly good. I haven't read them, so I actually have no idea on that one. But when it comes to like the movie to game and game to movie, the challenge you run into there, especially game to movie that you run into, is with a game, you have a whole extra layer of how you interact with the medium. I can physically go here and say, hey, this guy, I'm gonna go dump you over there. Like, I can physically interact with the medium, versus the moment you make it a movie, by its nature, it's no longer interactive. So you're taking an entire layer of consumption of the media and just grabbing and saying no, and getting rid of it. Which means a lot of people are into the game. It's a little trickier to sell that. Not that it can't be done. Like the Warcraft movie was actually pretty decent. But then you look at like half the other half the other game, like, movies of games that have come out, and a lot of them have not been a good time. They have not done well. Not never, but it's a pretty short list of stuff that went well. Let's see, the new Doom movies were good, missed a lot of content. But do you think waiting for so long for the weirding module, Sonic Beam Weapon, was there want to see? Yeah. The League of Legends show's alright? Yeah, so I'm not into League of Legends, so I haven't seen that one or the other. So it could genuinely be amazing. I couldn't answer that one way or the other. Where's your bed? Hey, X-Ray. I want you to go punch a rat for me. Or random person shows up, that's fine too. But yeah. I think, so shows, I think I've seen better shows for games and all that. And books for that matter, than movies. It's the fact that movie, like, really kind of the point you hit around 3 hours, you're hitting a pretty hard limit of what someone's gonna sit down and watch one movie for. That's a big ask. So it has to be shorter than that. And unless your book is like a short story, it means you're cutting content, and it means you're having to like not only juggle the medium flip, but you have to start paring back in content. And there's like so many of those that they have to just cut so much that you're like, why are they fighting? What's going on here? Why is this happening? I don't really understand. It's like, oh yeah, well, so this guy, it didn't show it, but this guy actually meets with that other guy, and they have this whole conspiracy they put together. And this guy witnesses it, but he starts to try to run, and he gets part of the message out, and he dies. So they kind of know something's going on, but they don't know what's up, and it's just like none of that's in the movie. It's just somehow they, through omnipotence, just know this meeting is happening or whatever. You're like, oh, right. They probably actually recorded that scene, but they looked at that schedule and, oh man, we're at 2 hours and 45 minutes. We gotta cut that back more. And so they go from cutting, the little joke that wasn't that important to like this one action scene that wasn't important, until they finally go, all right, well now we're cutting stuff that maybe's a little bit more important because we have this arbitrary time we need to cut that down to. Because again, through data, they do see if they make it too long or too this or too that. It hurts the reception of the movie. That was when I authored courses teaching software development. That was one of the things we actually had ourselves was we made it a point that we didn't let our courses be longer than a certain amount of time. Like, not never, but there was a very, very heavy pressure that said, hey, a course shouldn't be longer than this, because once you reach a certain length, you start having significant drop-off. And for our goal of actually helping people learn the material and all that, that, works directly against the success of the project. Time equals money for both parties? Yep. How much are you hitting that for? He was chunking that thing. It had like 500 health. He's chunking it for 20-something% a hit. Oh, it was the scanner found that. Right. The scanner found plasteel. I was confused for a second because it was like, wait, you said a plasteel meter? No, it was the scanner. Someone actually got some time, so we got a plasteel spot here. We're doing really good on plasteel, so I'm not going to bother moving the drill out there. We really need regular old steel is what we're getting to. But at least they're actually getting here. Because we've amazingly cooked all our raw ingredients, finally. We've enjoyed a nice quiet spell without a raid, so we've processed all our people. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And there's times you make exceptions to a lot of those rules, like, okay, well, this course we could really just, you know, we have to cut too many important things that this does need to be long, but it's usually one of those things you have to kind of really sit back and justify it. Oh, you're still grabbing stone chunks because you're cutting all of it. That's fine. You had books 1 through 3, it was hard to read. You didn't start reading books until you're like 20 years old. Yeah. I never got into the Dune books. Like, I understand it's a cool universe. It was just not one of the ones I got into. You know, there's no shortage of material out there. Like, just, it's the same thing as, like, nowadays. People be like, how did you not play insert name of, like, cult classic game? It's like, well, yeah, there was 12 other games that came out that month. Really need to cool down the baby room? No. The baby really needs to cool down the baby room. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, and you're through that. Alright, so who gets to be the baby? Marcos, please, gets to be our brand new baby in the colony. Because they did get through their, like, whole sickness, so... Marcos, please. Welcome to the colony. We will see what's in your future. Oh, you're never gonna get into a RimWorld colony again? Oh no, I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, part of the thing is once we get this far along in a run, I tend not to take that many new colonists, because not even like difficulty scaling kind of thing, once you start getting to the point where it starts shrinking the portraits more and more, or even worse, where it gets up to the second row, it can be just kind of annoying to try and look at and interact with that kind of thing. So I don't have like a hard rule of like, oh yeah, 12's my cutoff. But for me to take on more people later on, they gotta be really, really strong. So we got an army of Scythers. Alright, so we might be losing some digits today. Can I... Don't we still have the ship? No. I was wondering if we had the ship to drop the ship down for research. And just let them deal with that. So my plan is to straight up fight this. Heck, all endings attempt, we had people getting second. Well, I think we only had 1 or 2 that was the case. It happens. I mean, when you consider the fact that in the course of the day on the channel, we'll have over 1,000 viewers. Because, you know, some people come and go and all that. And sure, only like 20 or so % will ever say anything or, you know, meaningfully interact with anything going on, which is normal. There's nothing unusual about that. Like 70-80% of people lurk. But when you consider that, how many people do actually do the redeems and all that. Alright, so Marco, you need to be ready to get the heck out of Dodge. Or Mark. You need to get ready to get the heck out of Dodge. We got a whole lot of nope coming your way. But this is a let's get all the chain shotguns we can get in here. And leading the group is going to be our wonderful ghoul, who is super tanky and ready to rock and roll. You seem like you're going slow. I mean, you're missing a couple of toes. Alright, everyone's holding it down. I'll be amazed if no one loses anything. And sorted. Alright, let's see. You missing a limb? Nope. Honestly, you didn't get that banged up for being down. Alright. So rather than putting a huge effort into that, coagulate. Coagulate. Alright. Left hand missing? Was their hand missing? Oh, their left hand is missing. That's fine. Hey, Cody, I need you to let out the living heal mech serum. All right. The living heal mech serum needs to grace us with its presence. Just coagulate them. Don't make us wait. So go get your sword. And then you go up here. Because we just need a quick replacement of a hand here. Alright. Now, I need you to do this with no tentacles, alright? I don't think I'm asking too much here. Why are you still just letting yourself be all bloody? And hands all better. Alright, cool. You did your job. Go back into fridge. And you're back up, so grab your gun. Cool. Yeah, so the reason we keep the unnatural healing person locked away in there is they have a, like, their negative is they do, like, the agony scream, which causes everyone nearby to be in severe pain from anywhere from 1 to 4 days at random. And when it happens, it will knock a lot of your people down, causing them to drop their weapons for a second. In just a second. But it is enough that at the wrong time, that can easily wipe out your colony. It's like if we're all sitting here fighting that fight there, and it does agony scream, and all my pawns drop while they're like in the midst of a bunch of scythers, a whole lot of people are going to have a real bad time as they have to try and defend themselves and pick up their weapons and all that stuff. Alright. Yep, and everyone's almost fully patched up again. Alright, bioregeneration, and now you're getting flesh shaping. And Mark needs death rest.
Thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a sub to Terminator_pig.
And thank you, Serverlord, for gifting that tier 1 sub to Terminator Pig. Terminator Pig, I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so you're still waiting to get more dye to dye all these rooms. Dyeing the rooms doesn't functionally do anything, but, you know. It's more interesting than everything being beige to gray. Cool. Cody needs death rest. I don't have a spare... Oh, yeah, we do. That's right, you're the one we were going to work on ghoulifying, and then we realized we didn't have the serum we need. They need more instances of the Death Rest serum. Yeah, so you're flesh shaping. You're doing Provoke Pit Gate. Everyone else is doing fine. Alright, and the reason we're making this purple is that's just the ideology's randomized color, so it's like, we use it, it's fine. Alright. This is something I should absolutely not do. Alright, that'll already be more than enough. Basically just getting rid of the stone. Giving ourselves a pathway towards, like, the stuff down here. Make it so we can run around a little faster inside the corridor versus the people cutting across the sand and all that outside. Alright, we got a couple people who are going idle now. Can I restrict who can use this? No, it's not one. Because you really don't want people to idle hardly ever. Cows join. No, they don't. Yeah, so you're getting all the dye finally down. We got our vitals machine set up. Got plenty of power. Control 15 clocking in. Yeah, no, we're coming up on not too much longer till we're gonna be 4 o'clock here in the morning. Do a plenty late night stream. Oh hey, what's going on here? Storage. Don't store the blocks in here. Those go outside. Masterwork duster. Inspired surgery. So you're doing good on all that. Weirdly, you still haven't made the fire foam pack. Am I missing something that's important here? Ah, the spare chem fuel. Right, because I don't have a good source of chem fuel. We're just kind of dealing with it. We can also go in here. We could start bionicking our people out. It's a bit on the wasteful side, but that's fine. Alright, do until you have one of each. We're good there. And we can check about specialized stuff. So one thing we can add is... I don't remember which of these are the best. Between, like, the knee spike and all that. So the knee spike... Yeah, so it reduces our beauty. Which I think was the one big drawback. Then we got the elbow blade. Which again reduces the beauty. They've got the hand talon, which reduces the beauty. Let's just go for it. Let's be ridiculous. And do we also get the... Alright, so we don't have it yet. The flesh shaping and all that. So if we look over at our research over here, it'll be over here. So we got the flesh shaping. Yeah, so we're working on these three, because I did like, so we still have the colony alive, the one is doing the all endings run, where we had all of our people who were, we got them, and this is like natural, we didn't mod or anything to do it. We got Deathless, we got Coagulate, we got Super Fast Healing, all on our pawns, and there's a bunch of other stuff, but those are like the 3 big ones. And it was just kind of funny that really couldn't kill them. Really not much could put them down. I'm not building another large structure. We already got too much going on there. Alright. Yeah, so I'm figuring what we're going to do is we're going to get all those, like, blades and all that for our ranged people. That way when they get drug into a fight, you know, they're very capable in melee, even though they are set up for ranged. Because they are sanguiphages, even with ones that have, like, never really been in melee fights, they're all really, really solid. So it'll be good to have that. They'll lose the beauty, but with getting flesh shaping first, we can get, like, the aesthetic nose and all that. Alright. So they're all going well. Yeah, so we've just got those 4 left to go, and then we can start building the ship. I mean, we could start building the ship before we got those. We can't finish building the ship there. Research-wise, I've got just these 2, those 3, and then that, and then we've researched everything. Well, and the marine armor will show up after that, but I'm not too worried about that. Oh, you're all still restricted. It's like, man, you aren't getting around. Yeah, because I have them all restricted to not be allowed to go anywhere. That'll do it. Alright, so with that all built out, yeah, it's waiting for that to get built in, and we can add that to the safe zone. This could be in the safe zone as well.
Thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a sub to a Night Dweller.
And thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a tier 1 sub to a Night Dweller. A Night Dweller, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you so much, Serverlord. I do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. We're just waiting to let them build stuff. It's fine. Just getting more and more of the place built. Oh man, I forgot with our all endings run. So we did the reset on the Arco Nexus, but the ideology's randomly assigned color for like the ideology color was sort of a pink. So I started to make like this tile that pink color to like match the ideology, and it just looked like flesh mass everywhere. Alright, so that's anomaly. Machine persuasion. So we can go here. Bills add. So you have the love enhancer, the aesthetic nose, and the aesthetic shaper. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure with the aesthetic nose, I believe is what we'd want. Because that way when we go and give them like the armor skin thing, whatever, you can slap a nose on and pretend it's all fine. You tend to sleep most of the time over all streams, but only like the first and last few hours. But thanks to support. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. And I just remembered I ran out of Tim Tams. Oh well, that's fine. More next time I go to the store. Because I was all excited when Tim Tam showed up in the store here and I didn't have to go like someplace special. Like I'm not someone who's gone like out of their way to like the specialty store just to get Tim Tams. But when I did just see them like in the cookie aisle in the store, I was like, oh, I just get these now. All right. No, I don't have any Tim Tams today. Like, I had Tim Tams a week or so ago. That, you know, for those who don't know what that is, it's like a cracker taste kind of thing. Or it's like a snack cracker kind of thing, like chocolate wafer kind of thing. That comes from Australia. So I found them in the local grocery store. Down here in Florida, we have Publix. And they were just in there, like, right next to the Oreos and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's in the same vein so far as, like, why you would eat it, what you eat it for, as, like, Oreo cookies. Except for Oreo cookies, where, like, the cookie part is, you know, pretty just meh. Like, it's all about the cream. The Tim Tam, it's like, it's got a chocolate coating, and it's got a set of, like, 3 wafers inside. And it's, in my opinion, way better. I'm actually not the biggest fan of Oreo. Oh, you need to go to you feeding. Urgent on everyone except Mom. So we did make the fire foam backpack thing. So I'm going to go out of my way to assign someone to wear that. Like a Keebler? Oh man, it's been so long since I've had a Keebler. It's a little hard for me to compare just because it has been so long. I'm going to force you to wear it. So, Sindari has the fire foam pack. So when everything goes sideways, Sindari is the one who can put out the fire. Bestie from Australia came to visit you, brought some, considering moving Australia from there. They're just better than Oreo cookies. Look, man. I know here in the US we have a whole thing about Oreo, but we're not talking comparable things here. Oreos are just fine. Like, very, very genuinely, you take an Oreo cookie, you remove that frosting, and it's nothing but sadness. Those chocolate wafers on the outside are pretty crap quality. You've heard Tim Tams in the US are pricey? I would imagine so. I don't remember what we paid for them. It wasn't terrible. But, I mean, if they do import them, I'm sure that would charge more. But like I said, they didn't put in like the international foods aisle or specialty foods aisle or anything else. It was just like your regular old like cookies, like that aisle. I'm sure they're more than an Oreo, but yep. The Tim Tams are meh. For those of you who can get them easily all the time, you know, see, and pick from any of the varied flavors. I mean, but comparing against an Oreo, because you never buy them because you'd want to eat them all in one night. Yeah, no, I don't typically buy much in the way of like sweets in general. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I usually joke with people that's like I have a spicy tooth, not a sweet tooth. You give me something habanero and all that, I'll tear it up. But if it goes to sweets, I'll usually just have like 1 or 2, and then I'm good for a while. People are apparently people are having a heated debate about the best Tim Tams. Alright, Nitro, you take it easy. That's what you're saying. Here in Australia, meh, because we can get them easily whenever we want. Oh yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. Like here people don't get all hyped about something like Oreo. 1, because they're not as good. But 2, you can go to the store and they have like an entire dedicated, you know, 2 or 3 shelves like whole shelving units to Oreos in half the places. Like, it's just... It'd be more surprising if you can't find Oreos in a store. And they have all sorts of exotic ones, like mint and all sorts of that stuff going on as well, but... Lemon Oreos aren't too bad. Yeah, no, there's flavors that are good. Like, I'm not saying Oreos are straight up terrible or anything. But when we're comparing a bunch of snack foods, people overhype the Oreos quite a bit. I've honestly found a lot of foods that when people hype the food really, really, really heavily, I almost always end up disappointed. I had a buddy, this would be like right around the start of college, like right at the end of high school, start of college, and we didn't have Del Taco down here. Like, that just wasn't a thing. And I remember he was so excited that, no, we're gonna get some real tacos, so far as like, you know, fast food, but it's gonna be like some real good tacos. It's gonna be so much better. You don't understand. It's so much better. You can't wait to get these Del Tacos. I'm like, all right, I like tacos. I'm down. And finally, they open up a Del Taco in the area. Their sauce is ketchup. It's just ketchup. It's just seasoned ketchup. It's terrible. Like, don't get me wrong, the taco part of the taco, it's like, yeah, it's higher quality than Taco Bell, but so is probably eating out of the garbage. I still enjoy it. I accept it's terrible quality. I still enjoy it. So it's like, it's not a high bar to get over. But like, it's ketchup. It's basically ketchup, they just chucked a little seasoning in. It's terrible. And if you like Del Taco, like, don't let me ruin it for you. But that man, like, hyped that stuff up like it was going to be the greatest thing ever. And the level of disappointment I had was pretty high. I definitely made fun of his taste in tacos for a good long time after that. Let's see, you think Arnott's has two products you love? Pizza Shape and the original Tim Tams? But you can't eat the pizza shapes anymore, nor the Tim Tams. Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, I got family who couldn't do gluten-free. Like, they didn't... It was something that, like, developed with time. They started having all sorts of digestive issues and found out they were allergic to quite a few things. Which is tough, because at the time they're doing, like, triathlons and all that, and then all the dietary stuff came up, and, you know, just were struggling to eat effectively, so that greatly limited them. Alright, so pretty soon, well, actually, it's gonna be a little bit longer until till Marcos Please is no longer Babby. And when they're finally done being Babby, we won't have to listen to that message being like, take it to a safe temperature, take it to a safe temperature. I could fix that, but what are... Wait. What is that? What am I looking at with that right... Like, it looks like that's connected to that. Bound... Oh! Okay. Cool game. So, this one is bound to that, and this one is bound to that. Sure, that's fine. It doesn't actually hurt anything, it's just weird. I do wonder if I move these out. Let's grab all the ones that doesn't... Alright, so yours doesn't match your room. So let's see, if I grab you... Oh wait, don't do that, because I'm going to have problems keeping... Yeah, I was going to be like, if I put this in here and I move it, it's already bound to a person. I assume it would stay bound to the person when we move it, because otherwise you just move it anytime you want to unbind it. Alright, so Larnine's getting that all sorted out. And now I got ourselves a Thrumbo. So work on training that. That's it's always fun when you manage to get a pair of like a breeding pair of Thrumbo at the beginning of the run, because they're like, all right, well, it's a Thrumbo run now. We're gonna have an army of Thrumbo running around here. Just let them build up. You're more of a savory taste person, so chocolate stuff is sweet. You don't eat often, but one Snickers bar on a second Thursday is enough for me. Yeah, I'm kind of the same boat. Like, I enjoy the occasional sweet, but it's like the very occasional sweet. Like, I'm the person who'll get, like, a candy bar and I'll break off a couple of squares and eat those squares, and then I'm good, and I'm good with it for the day. I can do a little while before I want more sweets. You give me something like tortilla chips and salsa, though, I will demolish those things. So that literally is 3 tech prints I can use, and that. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna. Now, most likely that's gonna target down here. Yep. Okay, hey, expendable people. I need you to run down there immediately. Alright, everyone else who can get involved, not you two, everyone else who can get involved, Earth, drop the baby. So you get right back here, and all of you get ready to support them. Alright, team. So here's the deal. You are known as Team Expendable. Don't worry, it's just a name. We don't mean anything by it except for the fact that we actually really do. Your job is stand here and take every hit to the face so that I don't have to put my people who I care about in any sort of actual danger. Meanwhile, we will have my melee team ready to fill in when you all start going down, while all of our other people pile in the back and spray shots here and cause mayhem. Please don't break that. You don't mention whether you like it or not is to die in place of my better. In place of your betters. Pretty much. We usually try not to call them betters to their, like, you know, acknowledge the fact that we're their betters to their face, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and go up all those. Alright, so you go here, work. So all of our people, undraft them, coagulate them, go, feed Luxray. All right. Please rescue them. And just like that, we've dealt with it. Pods arriving. And just like that, we got more implants to research. That I probably won't use and will waste time doing all research on. Okay, so they did destroy 2 of the cryopods and all that. That's fine. All right. Okay, apparently we're going for round 2 here. Would you position this game sometimes? Go here. Go there. Ranged people. Pile in the back. You all need to get here now. Luxray is tanky. Luxray can take a whooping, but there are some limitations to how much punch to face Luxray can handle. Just back-to-back infestation. Okay, range team, please do not shoot through all those. I do want to keep some of them in good shape. You all run in here. I believe you killed them all. That's fine, you can deal with it on the other side. Go forth and murder, because you are set to be aggressive. Smooth that wall, since that's not going to hold out much longer. Alright, so I guess we will do that again. Yep, and once you're fully healed, we'll just toss you right back in. Alright, so starvation on our people who need stuff. So you're gonna go ahead and feed them that. Alright, your room is down here. Start your death rest. Ah, food poisoning. That is unfortunate. Okay. Is this an all endings run? No. No, I think we might just do the straight up ship launch. I don't want to go... I mentioned the last time when we did the all endings run, I probably wouldn't do another all endings run for a good long while. They just take way too long. Unless you're doing speedrun stuff, which you can get through when you do the speedrun stuff. You can knock it out in one long thing. But it requires a lot of, like, deliberately keeping your colony extremely small and doing a lot of the micro min-maxy strategies that I don't personally enjoy. So it ends up being a very long run. It is a thing that I'm trying to not have quite as much of my schedule be RimWorld right now. Nothing wrong with RimWorld or anything like that. Just been playing a lot of it. So looking to have more varied content still. Just like the Product Zomboid, looking to not have the Product Zomboid content be quite as heavy on the channel. I mean, for me also, I've been backing off the Product Zomboid content. Yeah, Mortal Smurfs all-ending speedrun is around 6 hours. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're going for the speedrun stuff, then yes. But, like, very genuinely, to do the speedrun stuff, you are using... Like, you are using and abusing every trick you can. Because that's what you do to speedrun. Speedrun is all about being like, hey, I figured out a way I can cut a little extra time off this run by doing X, Y, Z. So you do it. Or you don't get the speedrun. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on there. We're abusing a bit more on this run than I normally do. With like the whole juiced ghoul kind of thing and all that. That's because this is like my quote-unquote evil run that I'm like, whatever. RimWorld is definitely a game that caters towards you can figure out all sorts of ways to like manipulate the AI's movement to give yourself the strategy. There's a copious amounts of cheese and creative strategy. Yep, like the Arco Nexus resets. If I remember correctly, doesn't he put a pair of field hands on someone who's set up to grow really fast, and literally when he does his reset, he goes boom. Like he chooses a tree heavy tile like swamp or rainforest or whatever, and he goes boom like that, and just be like cut it all down, or maybe not a grow tile, whatever. Just cut it all down to just smash down the trees and explode his wealth. Yep, 5 field hands and chop all the wood. Yeah, no, I remember that he came to realize if you choose a tile that has enough trees on it, so again, swamp, tropical rainforest, I don't know, I'm sure he's tested and figured out like which tiles are the best. Okay, so we got a bunch of children here. Any of these children look like solid people to bring into the ooh. Very neurotic, you say. If we can get crafting on a very neurotic kid, that'll be a good craft. Ah, you're a pigskin. Great memory is good. I don't think I actually want any of these children. The dirt mole might be good for grabbing... Well, actually, I don't even care about any of the stuff in the dirt mole. Children, be more valuable to me. Yeah, no, the pigs are good people. It's I need a crafter, and unless you replace their hands or like bio change them or whatever, they're not good crafters. Because I remember, where are you? We grab the pig skin. You've got the throttle hands, so manipulation 85%. So you kind of want to get rid of those hands if you want them to be your crafters. They just work slower. So you can go in and give them the like elongated fingers or something after the fact, and that's usually a pretty good win. They are good pawns. They can eat just about anything without any problems. Like they definitely hold their own. They've got this stuff that they don't need to worry about it. They're tanky with the reduced pain, and then they don't have to worry about sickness. So, like, they're just a durable pawn. Yeah. Like, they're great for just... You want to run that you're going to start with, like, no meaningful cooks? Pigskins will get you through. Gore Hulk Assault. Alright, 35 Gore Hulks, get everyone in a safe zone. You suck so much. Okay, get everyone in position. Oh, children. Children. When I didn't come out there and give you the things right away, you really probably should have taken that as the message that, maybe don't stick around, 'cause, gonna be, about to be a real bad day for those kids. Good job, you destroyed yourself. Honestly, you know what? We'll just leave those. We can put just like a regular old pod here. Let's see. Was it Misk? Where are you? Yeah, Cryo Sleep Pod. Like the one Cryo Sleep Pod in the corner over here. Well, sorry, children. I can't be held responsible for this. I didn't do it. Travelers harmed. I don't know. I don't feel like that was my fault. I feel like in this one instance of all the awful things I've done in this colony, this is the one case I'm actually not the guilty party. You know what? I don't really want you to be involved in this, Mark, but I am shorthanded. Do we have... Go get a gun. If the children's coming out here to fight, the adults, even the ones that we hold back, are staying out to fight. Maybe don't run out there in the front line. Yep, so is handling it just fine. The Gore Hulk's trying so hard to go back for cover. Oh, chain shotguns. Conrad, buddy? I appreciate the enthusiasm. Maybe don't go out there right now. Alright, so all of you. So kill that one, and that one. And that one. Late dinner, bought the wrong sausage, jalapeno ones. Well, I mean, at least you got good sausages. Now I understand that's not your thing. I do like the jalapeno cheese sausage, though. It is pretty good. Alright, we handled that just fine. So in this case, just get this crap out of here. Forget it. This down here. We're not fussing with this anymore. That, it's not real, it can't hurt us. We're just leaving that there. Zone, do this, home zone, nope. Was that a I should have checked that. Yeah, Broken Empire, we don't care about that. Alright. So now it's time to toss all those bodies in here and process them. See, I wasn't going to give the children the thing they wanted, which I think is reasonable. Yeah, so I mentioned the psychic agony sucks. That's why. So we just had literally half the colony went down because of psychic agony, dropped their weapons, and they picked them back up and got to work. But now what that means, we checked them. Half of our colonists, let's find one of them. That's not what I wanted. Half our... Oh my god, please stop putting messages up there as I'm trying to click. Yeah, so serious pain, health, 2 days, and it goes up to 4 or 5 days. It's really, really kind of sucks. I'm gonna have you go out of your way to build that pod. So I can toss Canna in there real fast. So they can just cryo sleep inside. Because keeping the unnatural healing is, you know, it's nice. It's very convenient. Alright, go back to sleep. There. Now they're just in the base. Alright. Yeah, so I'm keeping them around for their unnatural healing, but... Because low-key, I'm hoping... Was it Mark here? There's one of the two of them. I mean, either of them. I'm hoping either of these two, that we get like 2 or 3 of the melee traits going on them to just like get a super strong melee pawn. And then get the, like... the cloning spire. And then we just start abusing the crap out of unnatural healing. So, you know, clone them, unnatural heal whatever the negative is, turn the clone into a super juiced ghoul, clone them, you get the idea where that goes. We probably won't see that through, but that would be kind of the extreme abuse of that, is just set up like the super duper powerful like melee pawn. And just let it kind of go and get all sorts of extreme. Why are you not killing that? Ship crash. Okay, so if we had the mechs, that would be worthwhile. I will go ahead and choose that because we can. It doesn't cost me anything. Even if I choose not to do anything about it, that's fine too. What? Oh, you're in pain because the agony scream. You're in pain because the agony scream. You're physically the one who did the agony scream. You're in pain because the agony scream. No, it's everyone's in pain because the agony scream. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so go ahead and take the cows that I've been trying to get rid of. For some reason we're not butchering. You can also go ahead and take all of these bits of stuff we got laying around. Alright, so what do you have to offer me is the real question. We've been making all these things and I've lost track of it. That's not unexpected. We don't want the tox packs. We can get rid of some of these worn out clothes. We got plenty of gold. Take the tree seed. You don't have that. Got plenty of medicine. Honestly, give me those. Yes, I really don't have a whole lot of what I want. It's fine. Alright. Okay, so let's get our team together to defend the Imperials. Alright, gas lineup. So we got a group showing up. They've got 1 assault rifle and a whole lot of melee. Alright, this should actually not be a bad fight. So let's get ready to have our frontliners try and get on the one with the assault rifle. The rest of you, get ready to receive the melee. Hopefully they retreat to a position they don't run in and feed themselves to them like the Empire always does. That's more than I kind of thought with that. Alright. So they are running in directly ahead to feed themselves into the enemy forces. We have managed to hit a rhinoceros immediately. Who hit? Was that? Did Kalaria hit it? Who hit the? It was Kalaria. Missed by enough to hit the rhino. Alright, you are going to change positions to that guy. Alright, nicely done. Cool. And just like that, we got a bunch more goodies. Anyone we really want to keep? Sanguine, fast. Are you bad crafter? No. Oh, right, but if I make them into a sanguiphage... yeah, if I make them a sanguiphage, it'll get rid of that, that, and that. This pawn will suddenly become an absolute nightmare. It may not even let me switch it over. Yep, shame they both died. Shame they both died. Alright, we can go ahead and have all that. Yeah, no, at first I was like, oh wait, you're actually a good crafter and a fast learner. I could use that. But I want to keep all of our people being saying, well, I guess you're taking intellectual. Hey, Sherry Kind, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. So thanks so much for that. I do hope it went well. What were you playing and all that good stuff? Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Sherry. For those who don't know Sherry Kind, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. I can't see. Okay, there we go. According to this, you're playing some RimWorld, probably doing more of your fish people colony and all that. All right, so we have the Iron Will. That's not really what I was hoping for, but I'll take it because we're trying to get super juiced melee pawn on that. Yeah, your RimWorld water base. Just got a raid, but need to sleep. No problem. You go ahead and do your raid run. I get it. You gotta take care of yourself. All right, so we are allied with the Empire. So that's good. But yeah, so again, check out Cherry Kind. Also been playing a lot of RimWorld. A lot of good times over there. It just finished on a cliffhanger. 150-person raid requires you to be more awake. Yeah, so far, our run has not been having that much difficulty. All right, you take care. We haven't been getting hit with stuff quite that juiced. Part of the thing of what we're dealing with here is if you want to see who in this colony is a vampire, that'd be those. Yes, the baby. We are all sanguiphage. It has been going smoothly and not really been taking a whole lot of effort. But we are leaning heavily into chain shotguns and being deathless and all that, and really just abusing it. Animal disease flew on the Thrumbo. That's sad. There was the self-care redeems. Sometimes you got to. But yeah, I really do appreciate that raid. It means a whole heck of a lot. For those who don't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there was a used to there. That record has been beaten. But I do play a whole bunch of different games, including RimWorld. Right now, so normally when I play RimWorld, generally speaking, I try to play it as if you would, like, you are just random normal people who get chucked on this crappy planet with all this awful stuff. You know, so I don't typically do a lot of stuff like cannibalism and organ harvesting and, you know, all the meme war crimes that RimWorld gets a reputation for. I've done plenty of that in the past. I'm not judging anyone for it. Like I said, I've done it as well. But for me, once the novelty wore off that, hey, I could be awful, I found the game is much easier to win and play if you are being truly awful. So I like the way that the game, you know, like being a decent human being is genuinely harder. Like, if you need a good example of that, when you're like, I like the guilty ideology, for example, that the guilty ideology tends to put a lot more stress on you as the player, because you'll already be like kind of on that fence. You're like, okay, we've had some rough go at it. There's the psychic drone, and you'll have a bunch of refugees like, hey, we want to stay. I know you had that blight followed by that toxic fallout, and like food is really dodgy right now and all that, but there's like 13 of us, and we'd really like to stay there for the next 30 days if you don't mind. And you stare at that going, okay, but no, really, I can't feed you. But if I say no, what's going to end up happening is we're going to take for something like 8 days a -7 or 8 mood penalty because, you know, we turned away people in need. And you stare at that and go, you suck. And then you end up taking them and being like, all right, we just got to try and make this food happen somehow. So in a lot of ways, it puts a lot more strain on it. It's also one of those things when you get those random, like, people who want to join your colony, you're like, this person's really not that good. I should really save for, like, someone who's better. And then you're like, but you're going to take an 8-day penalty of, like, -7, 8 mood. And you stare at that and you're like, fine, I'll take the crappy person. They get to work in the basement, away from everybody else. So I do like the pressure it puts on us. All right, so Kalari is Star and Ben Lee need to death rest. These are getting moved all around all over the place as couples change. Like the pods themselves don't move, but you need power. Why do you need power? Oh, I have enough people death resting now that we can't support it yet. Okay, so for a minute we could flip that off. Really? That wasn't enough? We could flip that off. Because we're actively working on getting the next geothermal up. The 70-year-old pyromaniac gourmand strutting into Rual Scotty. Well, that's the thing. Like, you do that assessment being like, this person isn't a good colonist for me. But, like, how not good a colonist for me? Is it worth eating a -8 mood on everyone that can stack? So you have, like, the refugee thing happens, immediately followed by, like, the person calling for help. And you're like, okay, hang on. Like, this is the equivalent of losing a colonist worth of mood penalty for the next 8 days. Like, how bad is this person? And there are definitely times you look at him and go, no, get the hell out. I will eat that penalty. It's fine. And then there's also times like, well, they're not good, but I'll take them. Sorry. There's a lot of interesting stuff you deal with there. All right. So you're currently looking at spinning up a colony that gets all its power from entities, and maybe Vanometrics. Yeah, no, that's actually very doable. Like getting the early part of it's a little rough, but once you start setting up, it is very, very doable to have a colony that is entirely powered off of the bioferrite generator. Or on top of that, you could also do it where you're using the electro generator thing. Those kind of suck. The thing where it drains power off of them. It's doable, but like it's gonna get real obnoxious to maintain those. Especially since it'll be hard to do that and get bioferrite out of your people and keep the containment reasonable. But bioferrite generators are immensely powerful. I've definitely leaned on that super heavy. Let's see, it gets so bad when it all stacks. You had one colonist who ended up with like -30 or -40. Was ridiculous. Oh yeah. No, that was one of my favorite challenge runs that we did. I probably won't do it again because it takes so long. Is we did what we called an Adam and Eve run. So we just had 2 colonists and they were a couple, and I wasn't allowed to recruit anyone. Every colonist had to be a descendant of them. And we got up to 20-something colonists before it finally died. And the reason it died was we had an impid raid that was like a really big, nasty impid raid. And there was some other circumstance I can't remember that had us off balance. But we got through the impid raid, but the problem is we suffered like 3 casualties during it, which is pretty rough. But you know, with a colony of like 20-something people, losing 2-3 colonists, that's manageable, right? Everybody's related to everybody. So everyone was dealing with like minus like 3 lost colonist debuffs. You know, three of like the really long, like 20, 30 day debuffs when you lose like, you know, a sister or a brother or whatever, and all of that. And it doesn't matter how well you're managing your colony when everyone's cruising around with like minus 80 plus in negative debuffs for like 15, 20 days. There is not enough to manage that. Now, granted, if Anomaly came by and we had the materials, I could start mass-producing Mind Numb to try and ride through that roller coaster. But this is pre-Anomaly, and so it was definitely a whole thing. Where once those 3 went, you're just trying to keep the whole colony from melting down. But when you need like 3 stacks of Catharsis just to get to neutral, it's like there's just not a way to handle this. Drug-free for all of the year? Well, that's the thing. There's not enough drugs to manage that. Your character can only get so high. The drugs got some action, but there's only so high the characters can get. And it's still, you know, 2 stacks of Catharsis and taking a drug, and they're still angry, and you're like, yep, there's just no doing it. It was a cool run, though. And I mean, don't get me wrong, our pawns were stacked, because with that many kids being raised a couple at a time, like, every one of them was running around with, like, 3 really good... I think we only had, like, 1 colonist who didn't have some really good traits on them. So, we had, like, a nice balance of all the different skills we needed. The traits were ridiculous. The pawns were juiced. It was just one of those things that... I can't remember what the first event was. But, like, there was one event that it was, like... It was a rough event. Like, it was something like a siege or whatever. And we got through with no losses, but people were pretty roughed up. And then it's just right after that, having like 100-something impid raid. And just, you get it. You're already limping into the fight. And even with that, you know, only lost 3 people. But losing a colonist when everybody's family is a real painful ride. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. That was a long time ago, that's been over a year ago I did that run. And it was fun, but it was slow, because that would have been when biotech was relatively... No, actually it would have been over 2 years ago. Yeah, it would have been when biotech was relatively new. So it wasn't like one of my first biotech runs. But it would have been super late into biotech. Oh yeah, for the record, we are doing some ridiculous stuff. We are working on super ghouls. So, we've got our goal here with Glucoid Rush ×4, which is a sanguiphage where you get all those juiced up to give them a ridiculous amount of movement speed, so 148% movement speed. And that stays until Death Rest, which ghouls don't need, so it's forever. We got them like the regular ghoul stuff, a pair of power claws, and we'll keep adding to it. Oh, you know what? We've been starting to make our various things going on here. So let's go ahead and get you, so it's your right foot, well, your right and your left legs both missing stuff. So right leg will install the bionic, right arm will install the bionic, right eye will install the bionic, and I'll wait for that to be done. And then Kalaria here is death resting, so I'll give them a knee spike on the right, an elbow blade on the right, and a hand talon on the right. And we don't have the other stuff quite yet for you. Did we get the healing factor research? We did, right? Oh no, it was flesh shaping. That's right. Inspired taming. Well, we don't have anything we want tamed just yet. It was a super fun run. I think it's a better run for, like, you know, content creator versus other stuff. It's better for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and operate on these people. Let's keep Oh, all you are really good. Never mind. I was gonna be like, let's keep the not good doctors out of it. We don't have any of those anymore. Oh yeah, Grand getting bionicked out. It's time. And then we're also gonna get Calaria's Star set up. Because the idea with this is all of these give us some pretty solid melee stuff. And so my intention is for our ranged people, we're gonna give them all of the goodies. So that when they get into a fight, and I'm curious if we can have both of these, this is the question. We can. Why are you knocked out? Oh, did your death rest come to an end? Yeah, so you finished death resting. That's fine. But yeah, so as we death rest people, let's go start augmenting them. Because the idea is, because we're sanguiphages have really good melee skill. So even though this has been a range pawn since day 1, they are melee 9. And that's one of our lower ones. So by giving them a bunch of knee spikes and elbow blades and hand talons and all that, it just means when something closes in on them, and it's like, oh no, they got under a range of our guns, they can hold up just as well in melee as not have to worry about it. It's the classic thing of where you've got the character who's like the sniper or whatever, and you're like, alright, we just gotta get in close to the sniper. And you get in close, and meanwhile it's this guy who's like this built like an ox. And you're like, oh, that didn't help. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I haven't had many opportunities to do that. Like, usually I don't bother with any of that stuff. But because we're a ritualist, our research is slow. Oh, you're... Alright, so I gotta remember with Conrite to make sure to, when they death rest, to set it to auto-wake them after that. Yeah, so we research slowly, so it's gonna take us time to get the ship up and running. There's just not really more to it. And otherwise, we're gonna be making bionic arms and all that stuff. Now, I probably should get Luxray some bionic legs to add even more onto this equation. Because technically, it's interesting. So the number it gives you on here is not accurate, because it says we're only at 84% movement speed because of the power claws. But if we actually look at this, we also have 148% movement speed, and then we got other buffs from just being a sanguiphage and a whole bunch of that. So it's a little misleading. Because we actually look at your movement speed. What is it on here? Work should be... Where are you at? Somewhere in here, it should be... Oh, it's probably way up by the top. Somewhere in here is the move. So you move at 4.54 Cs per tile. Let's not choose some with food poisoning. Meanwhile, you move at 4.4. So keep in mind, that's with power claws and armor and everything going on, that Luxray is slightly faster than a sanguiphage. And keep in mind with the sanguiphage, they have fast runner as well. So literally Luxray fully stacked with a bunch of defensive equipment and everything, or defensive setup, that slows them down, and 2 power claws, which each I believe knock out like 8% of their movement speed. And the Luxray, with all that extra junk, will still run you down as a sanguiphage. Just gotta get close to the sniper. Jack Reacher clone pulls down his sniper and draws Desert Eagle machete. I had a buddy who served who was a sniper, and he was one of those guys who's built like an ox and all that. Or sorry, I shouldn't say he served as a sniper. I don't actually know that part. It's not certification. He went through like the sniper training and all that. But it was always kind of the joke that this is a really big, tough guy. And that was always the joke. It's like someone would be like, we finally got the drop on him. It's like, oh, wait. Hang on. Obviously, that doesn't work in real life that way. But just the thought of being like, okay, we've got him cornered. And then just, like, literally just get up and be, you know, giant slab of muscle. Yep, so Thrumbo's taking time to train. It's fine. It's eating a bunch of her food. We don't care. Food's just not a problem in this run. Like, literally here, we're not getting the food cooked and the body's butchered in a timely manner because there's so much. Because you're the one who's cooking normally. Medical emergency because we're drinking too much of their blood. It's fine. Yeah, so basically, literally as fast as they're getting the ingredients, they're cooking it. And then if they happen to have some extra available time, then they'll butcher. Right, and I had you to do that if no one else would. And then Grand can help if there's ever availability, which there won't be. I need another cook. So yeah, if one of you isn't going to end up being my, like, melee guru, I need you to be a cook, alright, kids? One of you needs to learn the way of the kitchen. We could probably take... Who was the other one we had doing that? Yeah, you're helping out with that. And what I did with you is I just made it so that, Oh, never mind, you're good. Literally got a window to start doing that. Because, like, once they actually get working on it, they get them knocked out pretty fast. I just allow them to cook a completely unreasonable volume of stuff. Yep, and we are drinking from enough people that it is causing medical emergencies. That's fine. And I still have all the hemogen packs, too. Yeah, so just that fast, once we had a break in the cooking, Proter's just slamming through all that. Or anytime we have a solar flare, we usually process the bodies really fast since the stoves all turn off. And meanwhile, people are making elbow blades and bionic arms and all those stuff. Because soon enough, we'll finish some of this research, and then our research will have nothing better to do than scan for metal. And then metal stops being a real issue either. Just see them butcher one. We had a group of children who showed up. We didn't betray them. Like, I wasn't going to give them what they wanted. Like, I looked to see if any one of the ones were ones we wanted to kidnap, but then I was like, no. So even with the evil, I was like, no, I don't. Like, my freezer is full. Literally, there's nothing they provide me of value. I'm just gonna let them go. And then we had a Gore Hulk assault just show up and shred them. And like, well, that's not my fault. I can't be held responsible for that. I didn't summon the Gore Hulks. They arrived on their own, and they decided the children didn't deserve to stick around. All right. Okay. And really there's no reason for me to put down all these paths and pavers and all that. It's just a waste of materials. But I have a surplus that I don't even need for anything, so it's kind of hard to waste something that's literally unneeded. Okay. Just using up those bricks. They'll keep cutting them. It's fine. Yeah, bionic leg, bionic arm, black pants. Yeah, still got wood and plasteel in there, so we're using up a lot of materials I've been seeing here. At least we're making our people people tougher. Marco's plea should be not super far from being a child versus baby. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, that said, chat, I stayed up way too late last night on my stream. We were playing Keep Driving, and that is a dangerously addictive game. Really, really good. Probably not something you'll put hundreds and hundreds of hours into or anything, but I am feeling the low energy coming on strong. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow, that we can find our way back here in the future. If you're watching in YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a target to host out to right now, so that is what will happen. But thank you so much for watching over there, and don't forget to subscribe on that end. But for over here on